Hello everyone and welcome back. The most consistent weekly Wiki 3 stream is back. And we have a new project. Today with us we have Lena.
Hello.
Ruben.
Hello.
The lovely Agonia.
Hello.
And myself.
Hello.
And we're doing the Independence Project. So what are we doing? See, the thing is, there's one thing I haven't really done ever. And that was gun dependent. So the thing is, how about we just learn that? There's new stuff for Korea. I have never played Korea. It's like the perfect time for Korea. And we all can learn how to become more independent. Ourselves. As nations. So yeah, we...
Autarky. Autarky.
So yeah, playing Korea at this time, Joseon. Joseon? How do you pronounce it?
Korea.
Korea.
Yeah, just Joseon.
Joseon.
I think I heard it as.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I might be wrong.
Agonia is doing the Dutch East Indies. Lena is doing Cuba. And Ruben is doing New South... You are really going for New South Wales. That's...
I like the Aussies. They're cool.
Okay, you know what? Good luck. I had bad experiences with them. But that was also due to a certain person draining all the people out of the market.
I can't be like you are a prison colony. Of course, nobody wants to live
I
there.
was building something there and everyone was like, yeah, but it's slightly nicer in Brunswick, New... And like, oh god. But yeah, then I'd say let's go and get sued by Nintendo. Okay.
The silence of concentration.
Yeah, this just
We've
happens all
got
the
to sort
time.
out all the economies and everything.
Yeah. True.
Alright, I'm ready to go.
Still need some taxes.
I can become a theocracy. Not going to do that, but I could.
I am
is-
starting on industry band.
Oh,
Oh,
Luckily, everyone
no.
wants agrarianism, so I'm fine.
okay, that is... Wow, what the fuck, Dutch East Indies?
I think it's the same for the British East India Company. Like a lot of the large puppet nations have that, which is kind of weird.
Yeah. Okay, what do I need? Social mobility. I have my law going. And I probably just annex someone. After exempting everybody from service. Okay, I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I'm good. I think.
Okay.
Is there a lot to figure out in Korea, or
No, I just think about who I'm going to favor myself with right now.
Oh yeah.
Because I mean, if everything's going great, I could even use some very certain early wars to just go independent and catch some land.
If you put an interest in South China, you could side with Britain.
That was my plan, actually.
Yeah, might as well, because then I can attack shit without them being able to join anywhere.
Yeah, and then I can say, like, hey, can you join me for independence? And maybe give me Manchuria or so later. Like, yeah. Hey, France. Can't. Fuck. Anyway, no, Portugal sucks.
Yes, Portugal sucks.
Okay, I guess we can go.
oh yeah, so what we were talking about was it?
Yeah. So the
Yeah,
thing
how your
about,
grandma grew up in East Germany.
well, I mean, she also was a bit
Escape,
more in
sorry.
Austria-Hungary. Then they moved to East Germany, and then they fled from there. Long story, because a lot of war happened, in Europe, and family was influenced by that. Yeah, no. In general, the thing about East Germany, why they had so many shortages, was not only like, I mean, people always boil down to, it was just the communism stuff, but like actually the most main problems they had were infrastructure deficit problems that held them back. Like, let's just talk about one of my favorite topics of all time: logistics. Okay, let's just look at the map here. Let's say you are East Germany, okay, and you want to get fresh fruit onto your onto your table, okay? How do you do that? Well, the thing is, let's just talk about the fruit in general, because there was this thing in Germany, the whole thing about there were no bananas in East Germany, and it was to a degree correct. But the irony is, how or why was there actually this focus on bananas? The answer was, and it's kind of ironic, Konrad Adenauer, the Bundeskanzler of Germany, liked bananas, and so he subsidized the shit out of them to put them up as like, look, we can import tropical fruits again. Our country is going well. Meanwhile, in East Germany, where they didn't think about something like that, they were suddenly blindsided because, again, everyone can watch West German TV, basically everyone except those in Saxony. I wonder why Nazi rates are so high there. Yeah, they could all basically watch, West German TV. And they all saw the West German TV being like, look how many fresh fruits we can import. And they were like, why don't we? And to a degree, this was just an answer of, well, some, but not bananas. Because, like, where do bananas come from? Like, a lot of them are coming from, South America, And the irony is, getting them was not really that much of a problem. Not at all. Like, how, like, again, you're a country. How would you get some bananas into your country?
Shipping.
Right. Let's say you don't have many ships. What do you do?
Import them?
You could do
Pay
that.
someone to ship them?
There's easier. You just hire some companies.
Yeah.
They did that. Like, that's the thing. Getting bananas from, like, there were a bunch of countries in South America that were, more positively towards the Warsaw Pact, or, generally more neutral. Getting fruits was not the problem, They were actually happy to export to everyone, because fruits are generally not, the most expensive shit to export. I wonder why, but it was more like, hey, the more people get our fruits, the better. And like ships, again, easy. You leave someone, you ship, you get them over, you haul back a big amount of bananas. What now? So what would be step 2? It's like a question. Ruben, what would be step 2 now? The ship is now in your harbor. What are you going to do?
Oh, you need
now?
to store them, so it'd be storage, cold storage.
Actually,
Unload.
right.
Yeah,
Unloading.
dock workers.
Oh, well, no, dock workers, there were enough, but there's another problem. To unload big amounts of stuff in an efficient amount of time, because again, these things spoil. You need special equipment.
Oh, was this pre-containerization?
Not really, but yeah, pretty normal containers. Yes, what we know as of containers. And
Or container standardization is the technical
yeah,
term.
it was before that. And like you can probably understand, you probably realize like, oh, so that's where the problem come in. Yeah, that's one problem, because getting shit out, and just to be clear here, the Soviets took a lot of shit from East Germany, and this was like their mistake. Like overall, East Germany still ended up being the most wealthy of Soviet states, but boy howdy, were they like held back and hamstringed by the fact that Russia took half their land, or like big
Still
amounts
to
of
this
their land,
day.
and then just
Still to
also,
this day.
I mean, I'm not saying to this day. Nowadays it's Poland. Like I'm not
Yeah,
like,
that's
saying
what-
take it. I'd say the thing is, if those parts of
It wasn't
Poland,
It wasn't historically Russian land.
it
But
wasn't historically
Yeah.
Polish land even. Like I mean, again, Polish is like, let's just be clear. Let's just say something that might be uncomfortable. There is no real historical Polish land. Polish people lived in a region. They only had sometimes certain defined borders that changed all the time, because Poland kind of imploded a lot of times during history. A lot of
Poland is
times.
probably the most mobile country that wasn't like literal horse nomads.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is also why I think, when they say we have claim of, like, there is technically, like, this one core area, I'd say, around here, where you could say, yeah, that is kind of the Polish region, but everything else was, for a long time,
Where the most, you mean?
yeah, where the most were, but, like,
Well, that's the problem in general, like people claiming some land for themselves. It's always
Yeah.
complicated.
yeah. But like in general, I would say you have the thing that they took away a lot of land from the from East Germany, and they took away a lot of wait a second. And the thing is that they have the problem that that they took a lot of industry with them, like this
machine
was,
tools.
yeah, this
everything.
is the biggest difference. You need to keep in mind that the West had faced versus the East, and you can see that even in the West, because there was the thing that the zones that France occupied, and France left marks to this day. There are, for example, railway lines in southern Baden-Württemberg that they deliberately removed the second track from, which is, I think, not even restored to this day, simply because they were like, oh, we need to limit how much Germany is moving, and they, it like, again, people, like, I had relatives that lived on the border, and they were like, yeah, my grandpa did smuggle runs from the American to the French territory, because in the American territory you had food, and in the French territory you had not food. because the
No,
French,
you had France.
the French were out for revenge.
It's a shame you didn't have French food.
Yeah, French food here, sure.
No, during that time in
yeah.
the French-controlled
No,
areas.
no.
That's what I meant. Yeah, you didn't have food. You didn't even have French food.
Yeah, but like the
Escargot.
biggest difference was, and let's just be clear, it's the Marshall Plan. The Marshall Plan is like the very big difference, and like, yeah, the USSR basically made their own Marshall Plan later, but let's just be clear here, they kind of couldn't on their own because, this isn't to say, you know, oh, because people are like, oh, the looting Russians and stuff nowadays, but like back in the day, this was more to a degree of, they didn't have shit. Like for the past years, basically everything in Russia was either burnt down or war economy. They didn't really have industry, and so that and basically after the war stopped, basically the Americans stopped shipping them grain. So yeah, they were also shit out of luck, but yeah, in the long run, tripling East Germany was probably not the best idea. But yeah, you're missing dock equipment now. Okay, but you have some dock equipment. So you unload a moderate amount of stuff. What now?
Storage.
Worse.
Distribution.
Yes.
Transportation.
How do you distribute them?
Trains, cars, or roads, or
Okay, sure, trains. Let's just go with trains. That's probably the best thing to do. So what do you need in trains to transport a big amount of
cars.
food? But what kind of?
Cooler
Reaper
cars, don't you?
Yes. And guess what the GDR didn't have? Oh, and couldn't
Cooler,
get a lot of them.
cooler cars?
Yes. Because a lot of them were either still on the west side, because you know that was a shared system once. And also, yeah, the USSR later was like, we're going to help you, but the help was more in the sense of, you still have to build the shit yourself. There's a reason why the GDR became kind of the biggest train supplier of the whole Eastern Bloc. Like,
You had the trains, but you didn't have the cars. Did it?
not only that, it's more like
No.
they started also building train cars and stuff, you know, technology that we use to this day, because, when you've seen them, you see the double-decker trains running around in German rails?
Oh yeah.
They're not-
Also in Spain a bunch as well. I
Yeah,
know a
but, like,
couple Spanish lines.
The specific ones by Bombardier that we use here, like they're like double-deckers are not a new thing. There are some that are now built by Stadler, but basically those were yeah, those were actually built by Waggonbau Görlitz. And you know, in 1998, they would be bought up by Bombardier. Another, another moment of, yeah, that was just sold off without. Honestly, Görlitz could have probably went on for a longer time, no problem. But that's a different topic for a different day.
Oh yeah, did you hear about Volkswagen like allegedly planning to start closing down factories in Germany? Actually,
No, I don't think
No?
that will
Oh,
happen
okay.
that much. But yeah, but it's basically what happened is that during the 70s in the GDR, they started building double-decker trains, basically in like set three-parters, because they were still being pulled by sometimes steam locomotives. But they were so good that, after the, basically after, they were sold and Bombardier took them up, everyone was like, yeah, we should use them, they're good. So yeah, that's German technology. And those were actually, exported a lot because for a lot of Eastern European countries, this was kind of the hey 5color 202, thank you for the follow. And Mercy Twitch, thank you for the follow. Hello, VTM Emily. Yeah, the thing is that the reason they did double-decker trains was also very simple. Like a lot of what they realized is a lot of train lines that they still use, like the older ones, started being too small. They were like they had pretty small stations, and so they were like, okay, if we make double-decker trains, you can like use the small stations with a higher capacity. That's why they built them. That's the mentality back then. Nowadays it's just like, yeah, the same. We have long stations, but we still need more capacity per carriage for them.
More throughput.
Yeah,
You don't have to build more lines.
But yeah, going back to the thing in the beginning, yeah, the GDR kind of was in like a kind of a shit situation, because for them it was quite literally, oof, we are currently, we can maybe get stuff to our ports, then it's hard to get shit off the ship, and then even harder to distribute it across the country because they literally were missing the crucial infrastructure. So the problem was not, oh, can we import that? It was more of the, a reason of, we can't literally do like the last kilometers of the journey. And that is a problem, if you want to distribute shit. Doing well? Oh well, not doing so well. Ill a bit, so that's that. But yeah, that's that is just a small look into how a lot of stuff worked there, or what made.
Well, originally it was all about the bananas.
That was one part. They also had other
Yeah.
problems, like for example, there was not really like a big meat industry, for example, anymore, and so you were like, oh fuck, how do we get shit? How do we get shit into people's mouth? Because they were like, yeah, we kind of want meat again. It's like, okay, how do you build a meat industry? And one of their answers was chickens, because guess what? You can actually produce chickens relatively fast and quick. Especially since, and this is probably one of the big things you need to keep in mind, like nowadays we talk about stuff like, oh, they basically bred chicken to be just, fast growing meat and big breasts, and not really like about all the flavors, so, But you need to keep in mind, back in the day, that was like a godsend for a lot of people.
Oh, definitely. Agriculture side. It's incredibly important over the last 100 years.
I mean, one of the funniest bits that happened is also that you need to keep in mind how it is probably also ingrained itself into the mindset was that, well, let's just say the propaganda in GDR was shit. In the sense that they weren't allowed to be honest. And that was a big problem, As in, let's say you're not allowed to you're not really allowed to explain shit, because that would, because the idea is that would make you look weak. The thing is, just everyone knew shit was off. Because, for example, the messaging just changed like sometimes monthly. See, for example, before that they had the thing that they were like, hey, if you tropical fruits and shit are like, yeah, we don't have that much and we conserve them, but that's the good thing, for the communist revolution. You're doing your job because you have to conserve, and you're like, yeah, that's true. Or they're like, hey, do you really need that extra egg? Because they didn't have a lot of eggs. Then they did the big chicken farms, and suddenly the messaging was, take an extra egg, because they just had too many eggs. And there was not a single bit of explaining like, yeah, our system changed. It was just like, Are you not taking extra eggs? What are you, a capitalist? Yeah, obviously that left kind of an impression into people like, okay, when did that happen?
Yeah,
They
when
did that
did
shit
when did
also-
eggs stop being common? They're just like, now they
sometimes-
are. It just happens.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, now you have to do more, just eat more eggs, you know? And it's like, that is also just one thing why I would say, like, yeah, the GDR got, like, a bit of a, because they usually overreacted also with a lot of those things. Like, sure, sometimes shit was rationed, but, like, let's just be real here, the bananas weren't the real problem. The bananas were, like, one of their key problems. You know what the biggest problem of them were? Coffee. Coffee made riots because they had a problem. They just didn't have any. Because you see, there was one gigantic fuck off problem. You see, East Germany might have the technology and knowledge about coffee, but basically all countries that were producing coffee at the time were not really communist. So importing coffee was expensive. And they tried getting people off coffee. They tried telling people, you don't need coffee, tea is also good, right?
I mean, tea is good.
Tea, yeah, like, you know, they were like, you don't need coffee. So the German worker didn't take no for an answer. You need to keep in mind, we have in Germany, we have a tradition, okay? And this is like an actual tradition. And it's called Kaffee und Kuchen. Meaning like on Sundays, you know, Sundays or Saturdays, like on a weekend, at 16 o'clock, you and friends gather and you eat coffee and cake. That's what you do. That's a tradition. And suddenly
You don't
the
have tea
regime
at high
says you
noon.
need to drink tea? What are we, filthy British people?
Warner, that's Warner.
Tea's fine. It's just... Yeah, no,
People
they had...
didn't want to drink only tea.
Yeah. So they really had problems with that. And also that became an increasingly bigger problem, which they kinda had to, you know, remedy, because you see, one of the things that you could bring into the GDR when you were visiting, you know, without problems, was coffee. So in West Germany, there were literally ads where people were like, hey, send your family over the border a good thing and give them the best coffee around. Literally, coffee brands made ads that they want to be bought and sold into the GDR. Yeah, that was a whole thing. And they tried. They had shit like, you know, making, how was it called? They went and built, for example, in the later stages, they were like, okay, let's import a bunch of stuff by... Well, they basically traded military aid for coffee in a bunch of African nations because they couldn't really directly pay. But, you know what, to just end up this coffee saga with probably the most fitting and most ironic ending. Ironically, in the end, they made the decision. And it was a decision that changed, like, quite literally the fucking course of, like, a whole culture and perception. Because the GDR found a solution. Because they were like, if no one is going to sell us coffee, we're going to fucking do it ourselves. So they went to the one nation they had the best contacts with in the whole world. They had, you know, exchanges for workers. They were really close. And so that nation was Vietnam. And they told them,
Not
hey,
Cuba?
no, Vietnam.
Mm.
They had big, like, we have a big Vietnamese population in Germany that is, you know, not from like the USA got a lot of Vietnamese populations, you know, because of South Vietnam and that. While in Germany they came from, you know, because of later North Vietnamese exchanges and such. I mean, they later had the problem that a lot of them were in, you know, Germany when the GDR fell, and suddenly they basically had no, you know,
Documentation?
no pass, and but a lot of them stayed. Like a lot of them stayed. There's like, I mean, there is this there was this one YouTube short about like, you know, a new Vietnamese immigrant, and she was like, why is like. She's like, here's a Chinese restaurant run by Vietnamese people, Indonesian restaurant run by Vietnamese people. She was like, do Vietnamese people run every restaurant in Germany? It's like, yeah, they kind of do.
I mean, Chinese restaurants aren't typically, or at least that's more takeaways, though. I was thinking.
I mean,
It's not typically like proper Chinese food.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's not like, you know, okay, here's the thing. I'm from the fucking countryside, like the really rural countryside. And I grew up, and like 2 of my earliest friends were Vietnamese immigrant families. They lived there. And yeah, basically every takeaway and even bigger restaurant was run by Vietnamese people. It's just, they're everywhere. They're one of the biggest, one of the bigger ones. They're not, you know, Italians and Turkish people, but like they're big. Still, the thing is, they had the plan. Because you see, Vietnam basically only grew tea back in the day. I mean, they had some coffee, but then, you know, they had also the war thing. And basically Vietnam was, you know, growing tea and stuff on their own. And then the GDR came and was like, Vietnam, here's the deal. We're going to build you a coffee industry. We're going to give you all of the equipment. We're going to build you power plants, roads, fields, everything. We're going to give you a whole fucking industry. The only deal is, when that harvest comes, for like, I think the next 50 years or so, we're going to get half, at half the price. And Vietnam was like, you know what, fuck, that sounds good. We can grow coffee and we can export the rest. Deal. And you're like, that's a good deal, right?
Pretty good.
So the GDR collapsed before the first batch of plants could be grown fully. Vietnam is now the second biggest coffee exporter in the world because the GDR built it and then collapsed. They had to give them 0.
I mean, the best investment ever. They don't have to pay it back.
Oh yeah. To whom? The German to Germany? No. That's not who the deal was made with. Yeah, no, it is quite funny. And then it just suck. Yeah. But yeah, that's what happened. Basically, the reason nowadays we're talking about, you know, Vietnamese coffee, and like Vietnamese coffee existed earlier, but they basically only rediscovered it because they started, you know, making so much coffee because, again, the GDR quite literally planted it for them.
At least they gave them everything.
They gave them everything, but yeah, the thing is, I think, because that's the thing. It was like a long-term investment. Yeah, a coffee plant needs to grow 10 years. So that was a long-term investment. They were like, we're going to give you a big industry. And then they collapsed.
Funnily enough, looking on Wikipedia, Germany still remains the largest export destination for Vietnamese coffee.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of obvious that happens. Oh, I forgot to post shit on Discord. Oops.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, that's some history for you about the GDR. If you want to fling around some funny stuff, like, yeah, if anyone talks to you about the Vietnamese coffee, you can tell them that's actually GDR coffee. They're currently like phasing out some of the plants, but like, if you bought coffee from Vietnam, that is still the original GDR plant to most of for most of it.
Fantastic.
And meanwhile, yeah, Robusta coffee. Yeah, Robusta plants grow faster, contain more caffeine, suit the climate of the Vietnamese Central Highlands, and lend themselves better to mechanized harvesting. However, Robusta coffee is cheaper and far more bitter than gold standard Arabica. So yeah, this is like actually a different coffee sort, but yeah, they still use that a lot.
The Robustas actually have a bit of a renaissance because it just so Arabica beans, or the plant that the specific Arabica plant is really susceptible to climate change. So just
Yeah, I know that's it's like it's so
Yeah.
funny that Robusta is like doing
Maybe
the
it's
GDR
Robusta,
was
basically.
right.
Yeah.
but also it's just cheaper as well.
Yeah, sure. It's just kind of funny that that's the thing. But yeah, that happens. And also, yeah, that's how they basically made Vietnam the second biggest exporter. And Vietnam had no downside to the deal because the GDR just evaporated. You know, after a decade of killing their coffee machines. Okay, actually quite literally. Okay. So, you need to keep in mind, again, they had a plan and they would have cheap coffee, like extremely cheap coffee, en masse in 10 years. Still had to get there. So, what did they do? Well, they were like, still doing the whole, let's just ration coffee, let's just do this and do that. But you see, then something other happens. Because they were like, let's just solve this with science. Because you see, there's stuff like, there's stuff like, for example, if you use grain and shit, there are cheap alternatives to coffee, we all know them, kinda, that tastes kinda similar, but are not really coffee, but still we know them. The thing is, because Erich Honecker decided we have to solve this in a lab, they made something called Kaffee Mix. So, coffee mix. Coffee mix was basically, let's take some coffee, some real coffee that they have, and mix it with, the cheaper, the replacement stuff. So you still have, some caffeine and the taste, but you could stretch a lot of coffee for that. Okay, this is a bad idea, because first of all, that shit tasted bad. But because on paper it was a good solution, they basically were like, yeah, let's push it. People hated it. There's also another problem. You know what's one of those things that coffee has to, what you need to do with coffee? Is that you need to brew it, And if you brew coffee, you do it with... there. Highly specialized machines. And you know what those machines have?
Machine parts?
Meshes. Because, those catch the coffee beans, but filter the water, the thing you want. Now, imagine someone had the glorious idea of mixing something in, that, I don't know, was maybe based on something that, absorbs a lot of water like peas. Yeah, I can see that clogging up meshes and shit. So it clogged up meshes and shit. And then the coffee machines exploded. That happened. That quite literally happened. Was not good. Ah well, that is some history lessons for everyone about exploding coffee machines, the coffee crisis, and other stuff. Oh yeah, you know what? I learned something funny the other day. And tested it last stream, but I think a lot of you weren't there. So, ever wondered why, if you have like, you know, a can, you know, just a drinking can, soda can, etc. Why is the bottom like concave?
Isn't it for the pressure?
No. You'd think like, oh, you can stack them on top. That's true. I just did that here, you know? There's like an unopened bottle and an open bottle. You can do this with two unopened ones, but who cares? The thing is, turns out like over 100 years ago, where the designers were smart, the thing why they have this small rim is, for one thing, they stack really well. They sit relatively tight, but also you can put one on top, one bottle on top, tilt it. Do you hear that? You hear what it grips? And then you can just simply... I think with an unopened bottle it's a bit harder.
With an open bottle.
Yeah, with an open bottle it's harder, but if an unopened, you can basically open one can with the bottom of the other can. So for example, if you made your nails and you know you have other problems and you don't want to fuck it up. You hear that? Open the can with a can. Yeah, you've been opening your cans wrong for all those years. Think about that. They built a system into cans so you do not fuck up your hands opening a can. It's kind
In
of
the old style, like people really fucked themselves up with like part of the opening it, basically.
Yeah.
You used to have like so quite a few just had to poke a hole in it.
Yeah, no, you just use the other can and have like a lever. It's just how it works, actually. It's kind of wild. But yeah. Oh well, how is everyone else doing? We have a bunch of new viewers here. Welcome to the stream. We usually just talk about shit like that. Meanwhile, I'm still fixing my problems in Joseon.
Spain gave me Puerto Rico, like right at the start of the game, so that's nice.
Ooh.
Now I have 2 states.
You'd actually send these change color.
Yeah, but they're not...
I don't know, not independent, yeah.
Oh yeah, Puerto Rico is yours now.
Yeah.
It's a bit... It's not much, but it's honest Puerto Rico.
Yeah. I'm gonna make it my hardwood production because like we have like no hardwood production in the Spanish market. And I'm
Yeah,
building,
that makes sense, I guess.
logging camps.
I currently just
So
have to...
I have lots of logging camps on Cuba, well, potential on Cuba as well. But if I switch hardwood production there, we'll be massively overproducing. So on Puerto Rico, then it'll be like, yeah, I can meet the market demand without like tanking the profitability.
Nice. But yeah, as we also talked about earlier, because you both seem to have interest, I mean, you can actually play Cosmotier up to 4 people. So if we ever grow tired, we could do a Cosmotier run.
Yeah.
You can technically even play it against each other.
Yeah, that's true.
In
but
like everyone starts with a bit of funds and then build their ships, even in teams, and then you fight against each other and you get more funds and stuff. So you can play it co-op and team.
that's nice. Damn. And for everyone wondering, yes, this stream is always every Friday. We're playing Victoria 3. You know, except if there's like a really big drought between updates and we're like, we don't know what to do, so we switch to something else. But usually not a lot. So, you know, this is a Vicky 3 stream. Since launch. Quite literally since launch, actually.
Oh yeah, no. Have you ever had Vietnamese iced coffee before?
No.
Oh. Paris iced coffee using condensed milk as well.
Yeah.
Which sounds pretty cool.
I mean, not that interested, honestly.
Oh, do you not like iced coffee?
No, it's just,
Too sweet?
no, it's just, I mean, okay, you know what, probably it is too sweet. Like, okay, here's the thing. I'm not really a sweet tooth, okay? Like, I can sometimes drink sweet stuff, and, you know, if something gets really sweet, I'm like, holy shit, I'm actually enticed by that, but it's more often one-time thing. I don't really think, like, I would do it, like, twice. Like, for example, a friend basically once, you know, showed me, like, you know, she showed me, like, she said the best Indonesian restaurant here in Hamburg, because, you know, she's from Indonesia, she knows where the good stuff is, you know, that actually makes Indonesian food. And as usual, you know, with, you know, apparently that's just one of those things with people from Indonesia. It's like, yeah, other people from Indonesia just also came by, and, you know, it was, like, let me just say it here. The food is tasty as fuck. Tasty as fuck.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, actual Indonesian food is banger. I love it. So we had, I think, pecek lele. So that's basically, that's a sort of fish. What's it called again? I know the German word. It was kind of funny to talk about how, because
Fish stew? Fish curry?
no. It's a fish. It's like literally a type of fish.
Oh, just fish. Oh, okay.
In like spicy sauce. And it's really delicious. I'm just wondering. I just try to remember what the fish is.
What's the German name for the fish?
Wels. Catfish. Yeah.
Oh, catfish. Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's really delicious, because like it's like, you know, deep fried, and you have like I think sambal. It's really delicious. And like, yeah, it's the whole fish. I think one of the funniest parts about that was when they were like, oh yeah, we like eating catfish. It's like delicious. And I'm like, yeah, sure. We also in some parts we also eat catfish. They were like, wait, there's catfish in Germany. It's like, yeah, it gets big. They're like, what?
Yeah, there's catfish everywhere.
Yeah, catfish is everywhere. And they were like, what? Catfish is in Germany? Like, yeah, catfish is in Germany. They get big. And they were like, how big? You know what? I'm just not even saying you how big they become.
I don't think
I'm
they're
just
as
showing
big
you
as
the
like
picture.
out there.
I'm just showing you the
but
picture.
It's still quite big.
Are you streaming it?
Yeah, I'm just gonna put it up, because this one was apparently dragged out of the Rhine. So they also put, like, I think the record was in Italy from the Po River, but this one was in the Rhine.
Yeah, they get big enough to eat small dogs.
Yeah, they do that.
Ah.
Okay, I just gave some Indonesian girls apparently some nightmares that they were just like, Oh no! Those get big. Like,
Oh yeah, funny enough, they actually get as you can actually catch them in the UK as well.
Yeah.
yeah, sure. Like, I'm not even
Surprised?
I'm not even that surprised. But there are also, you know what? Let's go back to some catfish bullshit.
Also, they're
So they
bigger than
found
a
this
small
one.
dog. They're like actual big dog size.
So this
Yeah,
one,
But at least
Probably
these are.
Probably swallow like a small child.
Yes.
yeah, this one swallowed
Yeah.
a turtle and died. The turtle lived, by the way. Well, that's catfish for you. And this one, by the way, is the one they pulled out of Italy's Po River. Yeah, European catfish are a problem. We need to eat more of them, is what I'm saying.
Fair.
Yeah, and they're delicious, actually. That's the thing. I think we wanted to do one. We did want to do catfish one day, and I still remember how my mother was like, "How do you even do that? Because they have like such a strong flavor." And I'm like, you know what? I'm just doing the Indonesian dish. That's actually really fucking tasty.
Also, apparently they're invasive actually a wee bit in certain areas of
They are.
Europe.
They were introduced. Yeah. That's like.
They were introduced, they were also kind of like, there's nothing else here. Let's just move there.
Yeah, and the other one was basically a chicken dish. I think it was called Ayam Bumbu Bali, and like that was actually my favorite. It was just so delicious, like spicy, but like they also had lemon leaves and such in there. So like, oh, that was just so delicious.
Lemon leaves or lemongrass?
Lemon leaves, like the leaves.
Oh, the leaves itself. Oh, okay.
It was so tasty. Like honestly, Indonesian food, goddamn it, was that a banger. But also,
It was great.
they were like, "Hey, here's this drink that we like to drink in Indonesia." It was sweet.
Iced coffee? Yeah, I've had
No, it
Indonesian
was iced coffee. It was something different. It was
Huh.
also like with probably milk,
Mhm.
and there was
Is it
some
like a sweet milk
jelly
or
jelly stuff in there. But like,
Oh, yeah.
it was
a bit like
sweet.
Yeah.
a bit like
Yeah.
boba, but like
No, I
you know
think
how
I
you
what
get
you're talking
the
about. It's very sweet, but I quite like. I'm also not much of a sweet tooth, but I quite like that.
It was honestly really good, even though it was probably a
Yeah.
bit too sweet
Yeah.
for me. Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like. Oh. Yeah, shout out to Indonesian food. It's really good.
Yeah. Wait, hold up. Texas is independent, but they're going to war with the United States is trying to conquer Texas. Don't they start out at war with Mexico?
Yeah.
yes, they do.
They won their war with Mexico. Like actually, they didn't want like Mexican Texas still exist. Like they have like a white peace, I guess. And now the United States is like
There's
no.
a general in the Mexican army that when he loses one battle,
Yeah.
you lose the war.
Yeah, so, yeah. But like I said, they still have Mexican Texas.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Oh well.
Yeah.
fascinating.
Yeah. Oh hey, you know what? Do we want to talk about some fun stuff?
Sure.
So, you all catch that the game director of Payday 3 stepped down.
Yeah.
No, I didn't hear about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's gone. Also, 2 days later, they announced Armor's getting reworked.
I mean, the game didn't do too well, did it?
It really didn't do well, but like I think the point is more like I find it ironic because I feel like this armor system is like his final influence because it's not the full Payday 2 system. It's like it's a weird mix that already read so confusing that I'm like, okay, because basically they make it now. The new power block Wall Street Pact has been formed by United States of America. Are we going? We're not subtle this time, are we, America?
No.
The industrialists are not even in power. It's the landowners and farmers and military.
Well, who cares? Wall
No, it's
Street
just
reigns over all
so
of them.
weird. I know.
Wall Street is the landowners now.
Yeah.
I mean, Quettle 3.
I have the pro-British lobby, but neither Britain nor the US wants to support my independence.
Well, just because you like them. Ooh, someone had a problem.
Oh, really?
Yep. Someone left Discord. Can you check?
Oh, let me check.
I think Lena?
No, everyone is here.
Why did I have a do-do-do? We are disconnected. Oh, we are disconnected.
Oh,
Yeah,
bye. I'm back.
I think my internet died for.
No,
yeah.
that was Discord. I disconnected as well.
Oh, yeah,
Same.
because I was like, because our game is still there.
Yeah.
But like I'm stuck on October 8,
Yeah.
and you're on October 15 from looking at stream. So like,
that's-
there is something went wrong with my internet.
Okay, so at the same time as Discord.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Also, interesting news I just
Not at all.
saw. They found. Oh, okay, yeah, there you are.
Now you're out.
Now you can rejoin. So apparently there was news that there was like a 38-pound rescue cat called Crumbs wanted to escape from like a vet camp for cats and got stuck in a shoe rack. It's like, oh no.
I'm still not. I'm still not seeing the.
Oh, yeah,
the
you
thing, like,
disconnected.
yeah,
What?
I'm disconnected to your end, but not on my end.
Oh, okay.
Yes. I'll just
Maybe need to restart.
no. I'll
No,
go back.
okay.
Do just multiplayer lobby or leave game.
Just restart the game and join. Should not be the biggest problem.
It's amazing. Yeah, something went wrong with my internet.
Oh god. Hey. I wanna see something cursed?
Okay.
Just sending you
Yes.
privately.
Oh, God.
This is so stupid!
Oh.
Those aren't even Airbus planes. Why are they blaming?
Yes. Okay.
This is so stupid.
Ooh. Discord disconnected again.
Oh!
You need to go to Discord.
Yeah.
So we're connected.
We are connected, Ruben is connected, but...
Let's Google Discord problems.
My internet
Here we
again.
go. Oh yeah, Discord again.
But not first this time.
Not okay.
No,
So it's just me and Lena then.
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah,
Oh.
something's fucking with the European internet, I guess.
Some sea divers cutting cables again.
Oh god.
Who's
Damn
who's
sharks.
suspiciously named? What was it? Zelensky, wasn't
Oh yeah,
it?
between
Or is it-
Vladimir Z.
V
suspected living in
Zelensky.
Poland. Like,
Yeah.
everyone being like, okay.
And so according to Discord, everything is fine, but according to Netzwelt, which is like a German thing, I think even.
Your
The
ISP.
reports coming in.
The reports are coming in that they're having problems.
You know what? As long as it's not interrupting the game.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
My
you,
country looks like it's still going fine. So the AI didn't change anything.
yeah, you just skipped a few days.
Yes, nice.
Yeah. Skip ahead a week. Sometimes I wish I
nice.
could do that in real life.
Yeah, could be nice.
Okay, now my game. Yep.
No,
Oh.
my game is
Oh no,
frozen.
Yeah.
Nina.
Now I'm.
Can you maybe
Should it-
save?
Yep.
You can try saving at least.
Which
Everyone,
restart?
wait a second.
Yeah.
Wait,
Did it restart the entire game client?
Yeah, everybody does then, assuming
Yeah.
we can save.
Yeah.
So, is it safe this time?
I am looking. Yeah, it did save. So let's just
Everybody restart the game.
that's just how it's going. Yay! There, we need more talking points and topics.
Topics, toppings.
Oh yeah, I know there are a lot of girls out there needing a topping.
Weird sex joke.
Oh my god, did you expect anything else past 23 p.m. here? Like,
That's
I can make-
basically my morning.
Yeah, and you're also horny in the morning.
No,
Sometimes you are.
sometimes.
Where the fuck did this come from?
Yeah, that was my question.
You talked about toppings, so like, I just made a top joke.
But I already made a joke. You cannot joke my joke. This isn't Magic the Jokening. We have no stacks here. No joke stacks.
Listen, I am playing this game for longer than probably most people, and I was
Huh?
like, no, that
Which
joke isn't
game?
working.
Which
Magic!
You don't even playing it anymore.
I still do. I was drafting just last month.
Yeah. And you lost.
Shut the fuck up!
Did you win?
Wait, you're still drafting?
You know, if I have the money, yeah, obviously. Like then I go to. If I have money, I will sign up for draft on Tuesdays, obviously. If I have the money, I do not have the money.
Sometimes she brings draft home and then she loses as well.
You know what? I just said I'm still playing the game.
But are you playing if you're never winning?
Yes. I'm still playing it for longer than most people. Like again, I have 8th edition cards. You have nothing on me.
I win.
You have one thing on me. Still, but that doesn't change the point that I'm playing longer than most of you.
Yeah, but as we all said, you're just like taking a long time to get good, which isn't necessarily a good thing.
I have to do a lot of other things in my life, like, you know.
Yeah, but you're playing longer than me, so you have technically more time to get experience to get better. So you should be better than me.
You're an ADHD super learner. Maybe don't be so full of. It's like, oh, why do I do it? Like, you have a hyper focus. While I feed you, I make you dinner that you have tasty food on the table. You're like, I'm going to find more strategies for the system.
I'm nearly never hyper focused. You know when the last time was when I had hyper focus?
Do tell.
When I played Amazing Cultivation Simulator and ignored you for like 2 days.
You
Unbeknownst to me.
did. You did.
Right there.
I literally called her, it's dinner time. I made your favorite. I literally made curry, and she didn't budge. I made curry, and she didn't flinch until I literally put my hand in front of her face. She got angry, and I was like, dinner is ready. Can you pause the game so we? And she was like, what's for dinner? Curry. And then she looked at me like, why didn't you tell me this already? And I was like, I did. You are way more concerned about learning how to fly on a sword than caring for dinner, I suppose.
Why on a sword?
That's just how you do.
That's the normal movement. thing.
Never tried flying on a sword. How else would you
No.
reach the how else would you reach the dual place with your long-term rival on the cliffside of a valley?
Well, actually, I'm more like a person that turns poop into artifacts.
Or falling off dicks.
No, they're not as good, but they're funny.
That's true.
But I'm eating shit to get into the secret shit hole to get dragon feces.
Yes,
As
you
you
do.
As you do.
one of the games ever made.
Yeah. By the way, you can join. It's open.
Yeah, the game's still relaunching.
You need to put it on.
Okay,
SSD.
so I've been looking. So we were talking about eels a little bit, but were we? Or I can't remember.
Catfish.
No, we're talking about tide. We're talking about fish. So I ended up looking up eels, and yeah. So looking at eel dishes from around the world, all of them look amazing. Belgium dishes, Japanese dishes, Korean dishes, Vietnamese dishes. Only one that looks absolutely rank is the English dish.
Yeah,
I
because
swear to God.
I mean,
And why? Why did we put it in like
Jelly.
the fucking jelly? I mean, it's like why in the 50s in the US did it become a big thing to put like everything in a jelly and have it for dinner?
So
Like,
with
you know that aspect.
There's a couple reasons for that.
Why?
It's like the like for one, refrigerators became common, and it was a way to like show off that you had a refrigerator.
But
And
still.
like it's basically it's just showing off wealth. It's new availability. It's not necessarily because it was tasty. And also one thing that I read, which honestly explains some things. This is a time when everybody smoked, so of course nobody could fucking taste anything.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's also I'm joining right now. So like that's also probably partly a contributing factor why stuff from the 50s was so awful, because nobody could fucking tell.
Maybe that's just why so much English food was terrible. We just had so much smokers in the UK before we banned it and became anti-smoking nation, which is a good thing. Unlike the rest of Europe.
Actually, we become more anti-smoking, fairly anti-smoking here. But like, I read an article.
Oh, we're banning it around
back.
buildings. We're banning smoking around buildings.
Yeah. I read an article a while back, which was kind of funny. Which I don't think it's strictly accurate, but it's a funny interpretation that posited that like, yeah, the reason British food is so shit isn't because of rationing. Isn't just because of rationing. It's because the English just kind of lack passion and enthusiasm because they're so fucking sexless. So like English food is bad because you don't fuck enough.
Huh.
Well, our smoke banning was like, oh, we want to ban it, and then the bars were like, no, we have like smart air shit, and so we don't need it.
Yeah. Over here, there was also resistance to it, but now it is like legally banned in bars and everything.
Oh,
So
You only just banned it in bars?
No, it's been not just it's been banned in bars for like 10, 15 years or something, and it's become like less and less common. There's more places that where like
yeah. Here, sadly,
are banning smoking.
it's like quite normal. You go somewhere, you see, or especially smell someone smoke. It's terrible.
yeah.
Which
The
is
funny
like,
thing, the only people that smoke, well, no, not the only people. Genuinely, at least in my anecdotal experience, the only people that smoke are typically people that have moved here. So,
I'm in the game, by the way.
Okay,
I'm ready
we
to go.
can
Oh, yeah.
continue. Also, a fun fact, since we're talking about drugs, like apparently the American fentanyl makers are now trying to get stuff done in Germany, but they don't have success because heroin users are like, no, heroin is better. Doesn't have as many downsides.
Should we
German
unpause?
heroin user.
Sure.
Also, hey, Govstuff girl, your cat's home. Woo! Congrats! You have cats again.
yay.
Hope you can cuddle them well, and they give lots of pets. That's very important to have.
Oh, yeah, did you see the German Foreign Embassy's tweet about the cats and dogs?
No? What did they say?
So basically, you remember the US debate that happened? Yeah. So apparently during the debate, Trump insinuated like Germany, like, oh, the energy system's shit. I mean, there were problems going back because they had to go back to coal and stuff like that. Because, you know, oh no, nuclear's bad. Anyway, so he insinuated that, and yeah, the foreign embassy basically said, no, our energy system works. It's fine. At least we don't eat cats and dogs.
Oh, that thing is just so utterly. Oh god! Like I've honestly, here's the thing. I've had a stream open and I had it muted, and like, I just look away for a second and I turn back, and then the fucking chat was just full of people talking about it. And like, the fuck.
I only learned about it from memes.
It's
Actually.
like, I mean, yeah, you know what? At some point, you just have to ask, why are we just letting the racist uncle on TV still? Like, at some point, like,
Not the
everyone was just
racist,
like,
sorry,
the
not the racist uncle, the old racist uncle. You know,
Yeah.
the one that's like, people, we don't talk about him.
You know what? It feels kind of like, as you
They're
know,
eating their cats outdoors.
you know what? Biden really dropped out of the race, but left his dementia for Trump. Oh,
No, Trump had, or is likely has dementia, but Biden has
They're
it worse.
they're fucking
They're
old.
old, I know.
Like for me, it's more
Kamala's
like,
60. Kamala's 60.
yeah, it's,
Yeah,
But she's
by
young.
standard
She's
by the standard of
young.
US politics, she's a
I
spring.
know.
yeah.
The USSR toward the end was like a massive gerontocracy, but the US is also rapidly going in that direction. Like the whole
Yeah.
like
Only the US, in my experience, from what I've seen.
I mean, they
Yeah,
I
have
mean,
like,
you got
some,
Macron.
I mean, in the USSR, like when Gorbachev took power, he was like in his 60s. He was like young, like everybody else in the Politburo,
Yeah.
like 20 years older than him.
yeah, and that's why
That's
probably a
why
lot of
in the 80s they had like so many leaders die in quick succession because everybody was fucking ancient and was around for the Russian Revolution.
and it's probably like the biggest thing you need to keep in mind, that how much of a difference that was, that Gorbachev was like literally sitting there and being like, yo guys, we actually need to course correct because this is not working. And then because, you know, the older guys basically kind of fucked a lot shit up already so much that then it just imploded the moment Gorbachev was like, yeah, we can't go on like this. Oh, but like, yeah. It's kind of wild to just be like, yeah, the difference in age from, you know, just Biden, Trump to Kamala is like huge. Like, it's huge. And like, there's gonna be differences. Like, you already see how she, you know, talks, and like even a lot of policies are just better. Like, you feel like she has already a better grasp of a lot of things. Like, sure, she's not perfect. Like, we can talk a lot about that. That's just, you know, the thing. But like, there's like an evident difference between them already, because it is insane how much the difference is between 60s and 80s. Like, the thing is, my grandparents, you know, those are still alive, were about were like 80 to 90. My parents are in their 60s. And I, like, the moment, you know, I realized that, that's a generational difference here. That's like a gigantic generational difference in how people perceive things. It's big. And I think the wildest part is just that that generational difference just got wider over the years. Like, again, my parents are 60. Like, there's like 30 years between me and my parents. There was less between my parents and their parents.
Yeah, it was typically like 20 years back then, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's like now most are in the 30s doing getting kids.
Or even 40s in certain
Yeah,
cases.
it's widening. And for some reason, they are even shittier with teaching. Like, you know what? At least our parents were just like, don't trust anyone on the internet. Don't do shit. Like, just be vigilant. Like, okay, good. And now everyone's like, I don't know, put your full name on there and...
Yeah, that's something I've noticed as well. Like the generation after us or close to it, lots of people go with their full like legal name and shit
What, on like social media?
anywhere on the internet.
Anywhere? Okay.
Like, doesn't matter where. It's just it seems like a very common thing.
I think so. I don't know. I've seen a mixture, but I don't know. I don't really see many younger people on the internet.
Yeah, sometimes
I
just
don't know.
notice. That's all.
Yeah,
I
it's...
think part of it's also like people have grown up with the internet now, and so they spend a lot of their lives on the internet. So
True.
the boundaries blur more. Like even when I was growing up, it was more the internet was like a separate kind of world, and those boundaries are just increasingly being erased. So it's
I mean,
Yeah.
yes,
Serial
but,
Experiments Lane was right.
but like being anonymous on the internet is just like generally better because you don't want people to know all.
Yeah, it's
shit
like
about
it's
you.
kind of wild how that just isn't even told to kids. Like I know,
Or being passive on the internet, like you just don't post anything. Nobody.
Yeah. And then you have stuff like I still remember there was like an indie short film going around on YouTube. When I grew up, and I really liked that one because I probably still have it on some USB stick somewhere. The thing is, it was basically about how people in so it was about how people in Russia go life sucks for them, so they just basically play airsoft with real guns and like we just make some battle plates on our chest and we don't aim for the head and like that's the thrill of the game. And then in the end they pulled the rug and were like, you know what, this is just about how easy you can fake shit. Like they even said like, we used Russia / Eastern Europe because people would just believe that because of your biases. Like, those Russians would do that. And
No, it's not what the Russians would do.
or how they basically someone can say anything into Russian into a camera and they can just fake subtitles because like he said something about like if you have good soup you have a good day or something and they were like that's your, in like the subtitles said something like you just sometimes have to fight with your life, that's just how it is as a man, and you're like huh? And that was going around. Nowadays everyone's like and nowadays you have shit like what, the Megalodon might be out there still. Like, no! TikTok is such a cesspool. Holy shit.
I mean, if
Wait, you
The
actually
TikTok
use
thing.
TikTok?
No, I just know that because I hear that.
We're all boomers here.
I am a boomer. And, like, to a degree, I would say, I know there's, like, a lot of shit where, I know the newer generations just are living their life completely different, and like the moment you learn about that, so much makes sense because, for example, we are currently talking about the whole who's buying the PS5, okay, the PS5 Pro, and like as I kept saying,
like our generation is basically like no,
like most of us will probably not do that. Like it's like you will buy probably the normal one if anything, but and then people are like, but people who buy a PC, they probably also won't, but like. Here's the thing, there's a big amount of people who do not want the PC because let's just be real here. PCs can suck.
It's a hassle. It's a
They're
hassle.
hassles. And like, also let's just be real here for a second. I know people try to claim different, but like, you're living in the past. For $800, you are not getting a PC with the same kind of power. You won't.
Oh, definitely not. No.
Not in the slightest. Don't be delusional. Even when you upgrade, no. Maybe you can match it, but no.
You can match it at about €1,000, roughly.
Yeah, because like here's the thing. Again, I have a 470 in here and a new processor and stuff, but like
it's really weird because Room is talking to you, but I'm pretty sure you're not really talking to him.
sorry. Yeah.
It's fine.
It's probably $1,000. Yeah. You could say, oh, but I can, invest like a new motherboard. And
I'm just
set
saying,
for-
like maybe it's good when you have other people on stream to have a dialogue.
Sorry. Yeah. I
Don't
agree
worry,
with
it's fine.
Ruben. I agree with Ruben. He's right. It's. But then people are like, but who would buy that? And here's the thing. You know what radicalized me? Or, not radicalized. What, there was just this one moment for me where I realized we are so out of touch. Because there were studies about how or more like why do younger generations, especially younger Gen Z and whatever the next generations are,
Gen Alpha.
how do they get so many expensive clothes? Because the expensive clothes market has exploded in the last decade. And they're selling like handbags for like hundreds of euros, like 800 euros. And phones also. And those sell every year. And someone was like, why? Where does it come from? And you know what? Gen Z is using credit en masse. It's not even, the credit card. It's literally, they go to banks and take out small loans to finance luxury clothes.
Oh, the Klarna approach, the sort of
Yeah.
what was it monthly payment sort
Yeah,
of.
yeah, they're doing that.
You pay back over time. Yeah.
They're using that en masse. And so when I look at the PS5 Pro, and people are saying, "Who would dish out $800 for that?" I will say, "Well, we won't, because our generation is hardwired to put everything on the table at once." Something, I'm currently saving up so we can get like an OLED TV, and I'm actually sitting here thinking, why am I so stupid? If I saved shit up, I could pay this off in rates at a store. They have a rate system. I could even say,
You could. The offset is basically you pay more money, but you get it sooner.
yeah. It's like, and the thing is, I am so my ways, I will save up until I have the money so I can get it at once. But every one of the newer generations that has a relatively safe job, especially in Europe, they will look at that. And they will pay it in rates. And I will tell you,
Nice, a fiscal conservative.
I am.
Nice
I am.
conservative.
I am. I mean, the moment I realized that I'm
At least
personally
for private money.
for my private money, I am.
For
The rest-
personal, yeah.
Yeah, the rest, like if you're talking about countries and stuff, no, do make fucking bank. Like I'm playing the fucking simulator here. But like, yeah, the moment I read that, and people are like, who is going to buy that? I'm like, listen, this is going to be one of the moments where if the numbers get out, and it turns out it sold relatively well. I will say this is not going to be the most banger stuff. Again, the PS4 Pro sold around 30 million or so.
I think it was 20 million.
I'd say the PS5 Pro will probably go up to 20 million, which is gonna be respectable if you think about it. That's just like, it's just a luxury version, and they're 100% selling it at $800. So it gets back the money. They're not going to make a minus on it. That's probably going to be the point. Like the PS5 and base PS4 is sold at a loss, so more people buy it, and they make back the money through software sales. Which is like, yeah, basically because I think they made a thing back in the PS3 days about everyone on average buys 2 games at least for PlayStation. So if they sell it at a certain price and everyone buys 2 games, they make money, they make a profit. And nowadays more people, that rate has gone up. So yeah, they're making money of that. The thing is just the Pro is 100% sold as the self-sustained price, like a Nintendo console. And I think the only reason why people are currently, having a problem with that is that we have this imaginary line at a console shall not cost more than $500. Like, let's just read it. This isn't about, oh, you shouldn't criticize shit or something. No, it's just, we kind of drew that line, because everyone still thinks about the PS3. And the PS3 was a bad idea because it was an overpriced console at launch, the only option. This one is years afterwards. Everyone can buy the PS5, the normal PS5. Who cares? The Pro won't be like the end. It's not gonna be the end. Like, the world keeps turning. It's just gonna be a luxury console. What I will say is, if that thing sells relatively well, and it might be, because again, people spend similar to large amounts of money on clothes and phones. Compared to what newer generations get credit for, the PS5 Pro offers more. Sure, we see this maybe with a different lens, because for us, for example, hey, let's just be real. Our generation basically only has games, right? Like, what kind of extra hobbies do we have? I buy some I buy Magic the Gathering sometimes. That's not expensive. You could say, oh, but Naya, you want to maybe get back if you have like the money and space to get into Warhammer. Sure. In comparison, Warhammer 40k also isn't that expensive if you're not, an Uber gremlin. Like, hey, I want to make an orc army. I can have a strike team at a relatively reasonable price. That's like $200 maybe, and I have a strike team. I don't really have models. So, I can play that. If you want to be really cheap, you just buy, demons. then you can play them in like all 3 systems. Demons just work on all 3 systems. They're the same models. Or you buy Imperial Knights because Imperial Knights are actually cheap and you don't need a lot of them. That's the irony. Hobby stuff that our generation like, or TTRPGs. Yes, I spend a lot of money on books. Like, here's the thing. I actually went and bought basically all the core books used of an old system. And I still want to get like 1 or 2 extra that I don't have yet. So I have all of them. Just for nostalgia. And also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 books. How much do you think do they cost? Used.
40, 60 bucks?
Yeah, 40, 60 bucks. Or you buy secondhand armies of the cheap at the people. Yeah, hey Tibbers, you're completely right. You can just buy them cheap and repaint them. That is actually a valid thing to do. Again, because they're physical, you can buy stuff used. No problem. Play Imperial Guards, do Apocalypse. Okay, here's the thing. As much as I want to first get like my dream of an Orc army done, I won't lie, I would definitely love to make an Imperial Guard set. And yeah, maybe I will actually do Steel Legion instead of Krieg, but like I kind of want to do Krieg because Krieg is Krieg. Everyone likes Krieg.
I have a movement to enact slavery ban, and I could do it, but it would radicalize the landowners, which have like 46% clout. So
Yeah, don't unless like wait until your slavery ban is so high that the revolution for it nearly starts, and then do slavery ban.
Yeah.
But like the rest.
And maybe try to get some defensive pacts.
This is my
beforehand.
Ingard from a planet where they don't have color. That's actually smart. I respect that. But like, yeah, even the more expensive ones cost like $50 a book, and you can buy them like once or twice. I think Shadowrun books for me cost me like $20 or so. It's cheap. Playing is even cheap. It costs nothing. Just my time and energy and mental will to keep living, because people are like, yeah, I'm sure I will do that, and then I have to chase after them so they actually hold on onto their times. God damn it! Why am I doing this even? 20 years and nothing changes.
I mean, if there's one thing that never changes, is that it's hard to organize people.
Yeah, but like honestly,
Some people are like there are like roughly 3 types. Like there's like the person who never like says anything and still shows up.
yeah, the most expensive is still the Baneblade, but like you kind of need at least 2 Baneblades if you play imps. Like, why do you need 2 Baneblades? It's 2 Baneblades.
I don't think you
Maybe
need...
it's if you organize it
You
in
don't
person.
need them, but still, it's 2 Baneblades. You want 2 Baneblades to at least, flex the one time you can use 2 Baneblades. That's the point of having 2 Baneblades.
Fair point. I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah. No, but like, yeah, Warhammer is comparatively relatively cheap if you're not totally stupid. Like, I played Warhammer 40k with friends back in school. I literally was able to, I bankrolled a friend to get his first army, a Tau army. And it was a sailor, but it was 125 euros. He paid me back, so, we're still friends, obviously. You do not give up on friends that pay you back.
Yeah.
Every friend that pays you back on time, you do not lose them. They're a good friend. They will have your back. You can call them like 10 years later and be like, I'm in deep shit. And they will be like, sure, how can I help you?
What about friends that just give you money?
But yeah,
Depends.
but yeah, the thing is, Warhammer is like,
In a call,
sorry.
people say things. You need to listen.
Can you please repeat that, Ruben?
What about friends that just give you money?
They can be sus. They're actually sus. That's sus.
That's fair. Yeah. We had a friend once who gave us money.
Yeah, like in a just, hey, here's a birthday present for you. I'm like, what's that? Oh, that's just a PC upgrade. What? Oh, I don't need that Xbox console anymore. You can just have it. And then he got weird.
Hmm.
And they couldn't, and literally couldn't take a joke.
Hmm.
In the end, he left because, I don't know, he apologized too much and wanted Nya to apologize. Because he apologized so much.
I apologized all the time. Now it's your turn.
Huh.
Bulletproof scientific reasoning. Different Abby. What? But yeah, it's like that was a moment. Also,
Yeah, a little bit more darker than I was just jokingly saying. But
okay,
okay.
no, it's actually kind of stupid. You want to know what the reason was that he wanted me to apologize over?
Why?
Okay, so
Yeah,
we had
what was that?
basically there were rumors about people about them remaking Resident Evil 4. We know that was true, and he was like, they don't need to. The game is perfect already, and I was like, you know what? They can still update the gameplay. Like, yeah, the gameplay is good, but it can be better. That was my argument.
Fair?
And
Yeah.
I mean, this is what I wrote. They can still upgrade the gameplay. And his answer was, they can't because the engine is so old. And I was like, it's a remake. When you update the gameplay, I mean, the mechanics and movement, like, they can't because the engine is old. And like, he really
What?
like he just insisted that it's not doable because the engine of Resident Evil 4 is so old, and I was keep telling him we're not talking about that. And I swear this went on for an hour, and at some point I was just like, is there a water pipe beneath your chair? Because you see in German there's this joke auf dem Schlauch stehen, standing on a hose, because it's not getting stuff is not getting through to you.
Are you sure it was a lead pipe?
No, it was like a hose. It just was like, is there like a
The normal joke is like you're standing on like gardening
And I'm
hose.
making a joke
a
that I got
gardening
lead
hose because
poisoning.
the water is not getting through. No, the water is not getting through. It's a gardening hose. That's the thing. You're blocking the flow of the water because you're standing on it.
And she basically exaggerated that with a pipe.
Yeah, I exaggerated that because like he was so dense at that moment. I was like, is there like a whole water pipe beneath your chair? Because like you're standing massively on a hose, and apparently that was the insult.
It undermined his credibility.
I mean, sorry, if you're going on.
Was I think the words used.
Yeah, but like if you keep missing my point for over an hour, I have the right to make a joke. And I don't think even it was an insulting joke. It was just like saying you're dense.
Right now, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's that insulting.
Not really. Not really.
Not really. I don't know, that's just weird. That's just weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, my senses now are like, I kind of feel when people are just like vibes off. I'm like, nope.
I mean, we were already like wipes off when he gave us shit because we were already like, as much as I would appreciate that people with more monetary income would share their wealth around,
Yes, comrade.
in general, it's a red flag. Because they're
I
expecting
guess the
something.
best thing is sort of just pay their fair way, like pay you back and like split the bill equally, like stuff sort of thing. Like you do stuff fairly.
I mean, fair would technically be like the people with more money give people with less money. So that so that's.
I mean,
yeah.
On a micro scale, not a macro scale. We're not talking about the entire economy.
Yes. I mean, also on a micro scale, a group of friends could do that.
Oh yeah, fair. Yeah.
But in general, A, it's rare, and B, as we can see, either the person who gets it or the person who gives it, at least in our social stuff over the world, is it generally doesn't end well.
Yeah, it's like I honestly, if I noticed one thing, over the years, and I know this isn't a general thing, but like, it creates an inequity in the relationship to a degree, yeah. But it's also like, I think a bunch of people, and yes, this might be generalizing because it can happen to everyone. Like, especially I feel like this happened a lot with guys that I met who were like, oh yeah, you know, I'm just giving you this because of friendship, and then they started behaving weird with expectations. I'm like, no,
Yeah,
Not good.
that's the problem.
Yeah. Like I'm not like wealthy, but I've decent amount of spending money, and I do like to buy stuff for friends and such, just with no like.
Yeah.
I don't have expectations in return. Like,
Yeah.
I have,
Yeah, that's the
and
healthy way
I-
to do it.
yeah,
yeah,
it's-
yeah. Like I enjoy. Like, I want to spend my money on things I want, and like buying my friends stuff that they want makes me happy. So
Yeah.
that's the reward.
It's like I also
that's
help sometimes people out. That's not a problem. It's like
Yeah.
it's just especially when it gets to the big sums, like a game here and there. It's again not usually a big amount of money. It's like $10 to $20 usually when you get like Steam gifts, but like a whole Xbox.
Yeah, it's quite expensive. Wait, when was this? Roughly the year? Because it depends on like that Xbox and stuff.
It
'cause-
it was when the Xbox One X came out, and then
okay.
he had,
That
like,
was quite
the-
expensive.
Yeah, but it wasn't an One X. It was just the normal one he had before that he then gave me. So I
Oh,
don't-
360?
no, I have my own 360. It's an Xbox One S, I think. The white
Oh,
one.
okay, that one. Yeah.
So I have one, and I used it for some backwards compatibility games because I have it. Okay, I might as well use it if it works. But it's that. The thing is just again, it's really one of those things about vetting people, and I think personally, the thing I realize is when people are more brash and direct to you, maybe a bit assholeish, they're usually more to trust because they will just tell you when they think something is off. It's like,
Yeah.
it might be not for everyone. Like I think what I realized, the people who behave nicely on the outward are usually they do this for a reason, and I usually do not like the reason. Yeah.
I mean, that's all fair.
It depends. Like what, I guess also I got relatively good at finding out
Sussing
who
people
to-
out.
Yeah. It's like, right now it's more like I actually understand some. Yeah, sussing people out is probably like the best thing to say. Like my French circle really shrunk a lot over the last decade, but then it also started growing again. It's like give and take. And I think mostly nowadays I have less contact with people, on a daily basis. That's a thing. But I think that's also just healthier. Like sometimes we just be like, oh hey, yeah. Hi, how are you doing?
It's more a weekly thing than like a
It's
daily
way
thing.
more nice, yeah. Like, just like, and then sometimes they just come around with stuff like, hey, you know what? I'm actually in a relationship now. And you're like, oh, cool for you. It's like a surprise, and you're happy for them.
I guess that is one of the good things about like talking to people less often is like there's more to talk about,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. It's like things have happened that line.
Yeah, it's again really like find out who you can trust is usually like yeah, again I'm in my 30s now. At some point you learn it. It's
I
why
mean,
that,
hopefully.
and I mean, you know what, to a degree I'm like, my mother once told me, you will never fully learn it. You will always meet people that will do some shit later. We're like, how the fuck did that happen? Like, that happened to her in like her 40s and 50s. And like, yeah, it would probably also happen to me. There will bullshit happen sooner or later in my life.
Oh. There's Great Britain and Persia.
God damn it, Grim, what are you? Oh my god.
Oh, I knew they were
Yeah, they were
invaded, but I
at
didn't
war,
know
yeah.
they would get that far.
They oh my god. Britain created finest border war.
Oh, and the Ottomans and Egypt are at war. Looks like.
Again?
Yeah,
Well, they've been both
seem
for
to
a
be
while.
winning even.
Yeah, like I don't really look away from Cuba much, honestly.
Yeah.
So I don't know much about what's going on in the rest of the world.
Oh, they want to transfer Gelady. Like,
Oh, I see that the Dutch East Indies are quite big.
Interesting.
yeah, I'm fighting for my independence now.
Oh, good, great.
Ah, very good.
I was always thought, give them space, and if they aren't willing to come to you, then were they worth to begin with? That's not the worst advice, honestly. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I also had people that just tried to cling to me, and then were like, why are you abandoning me? Like, I mean, here's the thing. I get when you have, personal problems, not many, good friendships and relationships and crave emotional attachment.
Yeah, but that one is
Maybe
just a
even
while
had-
ago.
So, we had a bunch of them. Like, you maybe even have, like, a crush or so. Maybe. But here's the thing. If you behave like I am, if you behave like I am, how's it called, betraying you, because, I spend some time with my girlfriend? No.
Nope.
No, yeah, no.
Not good.
No.
I only want to cling to people
No.
so they might play some Wiki 3 and P games with me. Honestly, that is understandable. That is just very understandable.
You know?
Though I do think it's important to be able to be alone, or to have this, be comfortable with yourself if you're only by yourself and stuff
To a
as
degree.
well.
To a degree. I mean, let's just be real here. I think it's kind of unrealistic to expect two people to be only alone. Like, we are social animals. And I totally get when someone, sometimes just craves a hug. Like, that's just a normal thing, I don't blame them if they're like, hey, I just need some hugs right now. Like, yeah, sure, come here. But, like, I have my own life, okay? I'm not abandoning you or, forgetting you just because, I'm not having contact for you for, like, a week or a month. It's just I have a life. I have a girlfriend. Maybe in the future even two. I just don't have...
Friendships are 24/7.
Yeah, I don't have all the time for everyone. Sometimes I just want to play a game with someone else. That's just a thing. Like, yeah. Crashing global economies. Oh yeah. I mean, hey, I'm roughly stable at this game now, so I'm actually very happy about that.
No, I have the most exciting building queue. Since the beginning of the game, except for construction sectors, I'm building a bureaucracy.
Wow.
Because first of all, I'm expanding. Second of all my pops are discriminated against. So,
Boy, howdy.
because I'm in a colonial administration, That's just how it goes.
I guess I also need to build more bureaucracy. But yeah, friendships are like... To some degree, I think they should be able to just survive if you, just have some time off. But, sometimes you just find someone and reconnect with them, and that's just...
Yeah.
Fun, have to wait for the Brits to swing in there and try to break free. I mean, honestly, the moment the Dutch East Indies become free, it's probably gonna be it's gonna be much more easy for me to become free.
Why?
Because, first of all, you're going to be a new superpower. I can guarantee you that.
Sooner or later.
Big Java.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you're doing that, you're probably gonna be big, and you can help me and you will attack the Qing, and then I'll just be like, hey, can I join? Can you give me maybe Manchuria? I'm like, yeah.
I can transfer you to me.
I guess.
Do you want to be her puppet?
You never said independent, in general, you want to be independent from the Qing, right?
Yeah.
So how about you become dependent on the Dutch East Indies? After we change being the Dutch East Indies, because we will be Java,
Then again,
the legendary adventurer.
am I not already a puppet to you in real life?
Very comfy, yeah.
For me, I want to try a game as Krakow. Oh, the pain run.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we can't really do that on stream because there's so many things that can.
Yeah, you definitely need to just reload a lot as Krakow. It's
Yeah.
like, that's not the thing. Like, here's the thing. I wish we would be so good that, you know, someone plays Krakow, someone else plays Sikkim. Or Bhutan if you want to have some kind of chance. You know, those kind of states. But, yeah. Oh, God. Oh God, we talked a lot about friendships right now.
Yeah.
I mean, relationships are important.
They are. They are. But yeah, I mean, honestly, there's a reason that people joke about, I'm gonna get the polycule, and like, why? Why do you want to have 4 girlfriends? The answer is simple. I can play TTRPGs with a regular group. I swear. Like, I know people make that now after, they joined only in the last 5 years, but like, trust me, I've been playing TTRPGs for 20 years. I need this. I need other people to rely on.
But what if some of them aren't into TRPGs?
I make them. I mean, okay, here's the thing. Hey, 10 years in one relationship, and I got her into TTRPGs and Magic the Gathering. I can get 3 other girls into that, right? It shouldn't be too hard. A lot of them are primed now. They're like, oh yeah, D&D. I saw that on the internet. That looks fun to play. And then I pull out a book and like, oh, we're not playing D&D. We're playing something better. Something older, more ancient, more complex. Ah, that's right, baby. It's time for paranoia.
Ooh.
I actually have paranoia here, and like, some adventure books. So, yeah, actually, I could GM paranoia if anyone was is actually interested in seeing like a paranoia stream.
Yeah. I mean, I'm down.
We would need at least another person, I'd say, because that's like again, that's the thing with. You know what? That's the thing I said already during Space Marine 2. I am I'm kind of happy that there is currently like this trend of making co-op games 3 players, because as much as I like cooperative games where you do the whole actually doing Payday 2 is still the best, but like getting 4 people into like a whole team, it's hard. You get 3 people usually. You can get 3 consistent, but not 4. 3, yes. 4, no. And just being like, what if we just make the whole game just 3 people? I'm like, genius! I can actually get 3 people playing Space Marine. That's easy. That's totally easy. I already have one. We already fit 2, 3. We just need another person. That's easy. No problem. Same as, before it came out, Midas was also like, hey, yeah, I'm Minnie. Me and Minnie, we're gonna play. You wanna join? Like, yeah, sure. And then we filled out 3 people. It's so easy. The problem is just TTRPGs are designed for basically 5 people. Yeah.
Or 4.
Friendships, no. Relationships, no. Battleships, yes. Oh, yes. I mean, also, if you're wondering about the systems I have here, I also have Vampire the Masquerade and Call of Cthulhu.
Mm-hmm.
And, DSR, if someone wants to play DSR. Please say you want to play DSR. It's a good system, I swear.
That was the German RPG
Yes.
you were talking about, right? Yeah,
Yes.
I'd be interested. Like, the problem is, I don't think my German's good enough to read the rule
Yeah, that's
books.
probably
But, like, it's
I probably would
yeah.
need to get like at least a 5th edition. You can get with. I mean, they remastered 4.1, I think, a while ago. So maybe they have an English version of that, which would be. Actually, let's check if they have a PDF of that, because like there was a PDF. You could get like for $20 in English. So, also they are just way better organized. Like they're clearly saying, like they have like 3 different types of books they sell for it. Like there's the core rule book, the rule extensions, and then just source books. So like it's just that's just clear and precise. Germans love to be organized. Okay. Let's just look. Ebook store. There we go. Okay. Rules and source books. Digest size core rules 1999. So that is still. That's the fifth edition one, but apparently yeah, 5th edition, I think PDF, so no problems there. Oh, the lathe is unlocked, wonderful. Let's check if we can upgrade stuff. Oh yeah, we can get more money out of here. Perfect. Yeah, but oh, they even have the core rules for Foundry, the virtual tabletop. But like, interesting. Do they support that? Let me just check. But yeah, they have the They definitely only have 5th edition. Well, that's fine. 5th edition is fine. I think 4th is better. But like, if you if I get the PDF, you can just hand that around. That's that. That makes it actually kind of easy. So yeah, no, I mean, I could do that at some point. Not a problem. I think one of the most interesting things that I kind of wanted to get as a box that they did is that they actually remastered the whole 1st edition of the game once.
Oh.
Like, not even how's it called? And like they literally went and like, oh, it's still just $65. So like they literally went like, here's like the whole box, and like you have like the whole rule book, like adventure book and stuff, like the solo adventures. They're like other like everything they ever had, like that was in printed in magazines. They hunted that down. There's like even that you have like a small gem thing you put down aspect, and they even have like what was it again? Yeah. So one of the things they did back in the day was that it's is that the fact that in the original edition they had like a paper mask you put on because they basically it was the mask of the master because like you wear its gem was the
Can you first think, then talk?
yeah, because they just shortened it, the dungeon master to Meister/Master in German, and in the first editions you had like an actual mask to put on that covered your eyes. It's just it's kind of cool, It's a bit cheesy and corny, but like that's just cool, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's just how it was, and I generally like that because I know probably the first edition from D&D might probably not be like the most. It was like this is probably the thing I hate the most, that you clearly see how Hasbro has no fucking interest in actually preserving their game. Like this isn't about like they're saying, oh look how we are so old and like we have such a rich history, and like yeah, so why aren't you remastering the original game? They're like, you mean adapting for 5e? Fuck off. Again, my personal thing is that they do not want people to actually read the rules, because then they would have a problem. But like, the irony is, if they actually sat down and like, I know the first edition is like, it's the first edition. It's like a weird thing. You can crawl on the ceiling with halflings.
Because they're thieves.
They're just a few rules weirdnesses like that, because you're basically playing playing the Lord of the Rings group, or more like the Hobbit group. And yeah, halflings are just the thieves because halflings are thieves because they were the thieves in Lord of the Rings / The Hobbit. That's that. That's how it was. That's it's a very simplistic game, but like
He liked hobbits, but he didn't like halflings, even though they're very similar.
They're basically the same, actually.
they're basically the same, and like I don't know. I think the problem is that they added so
The
much.
reason why they introduced halflings was that hobbits was basically trademarked.
Yeah, Hobbits was trademarked.
Yeah.
I think the problem is they then added stuff to halflings that just kind of make them, eh.
We like the Dark Sun halflings.
Yeah, but also, you know what? I kind of wish they're funny because they're cannibalists.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. They're funny. I mean, the thing that probably is for me the most interesting is like, I would have loved to see like, because that's by the way, that's the edition everyone knows about and everyone plays. They technically play that in Stranger Things and such. They should have remastered AD&D.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, and I know this, but like, especially because I just want people to shut the fuck up. Because first of all, if you had an ADHD rule, yeah, an AD&D rule book, probably hard to read for people with ADHD sometimes. I know, because people with ADHD have problems reading long textbooks if they don't have a hyper focus, especially if they're not organized that well.
Sometimes, but I think that's more about because AD&D was mostly written by Gygax.
Yeah.
And while he was good at making rule system, he was a trash human being and had paragraph-long rants about how women aren't creative enough to play TTRPGs.
Yeah, yeah, like
Yes!
this is so ironic.
Gygax was a piece of shit.
He
Yes.
was a piece of shit.
Yeah.
I think the funniest bit is that people use that as an argument to say his system was shit, and I'm like,
The system was good. I'm sorry.
yeah.
I'm sorry. That's the problem. A trash human being can be a good designer at something.
Yeah, that's probably the thing. Like, let's just be real here. Even the people, because I know people nowadays is like, oh, but you stole the idea from someone. Well, yes and no, like, he was a piece of shit and wanted to get, you know, all the attention. Basically, that was just a thing.
Yeah.
This is why we have, you know, the whole AD&D thing, because he didn't want to pay royalties. That's the reason. That's the reason why they made D&D 2nd edition and AD&D. Nothing else. To avoid paying royalties. But, like, that's also what I kind of hate, because, you know, it also kind of, you know, kills the context of the original thing they played, you know, was insanely simple. It was a concept, you know? And if you actually read interviews with people who were there, you know, who were like children growing up, you know, in that group and area, they all say, yeah, he might not have come up with it, but he was definitely the person that made the system playable and marketable. Because, like, coming up with an idea and actually designing shit, those are two gigantic different things. And I think one of the big reasons why I would love to see AD&D, you know, actually remastered. Oh yeah, independent.
I am independent. I am Java now.
Yay, congratulations.
Yay.
Nice.
All my politicians died because they're Dutch, and I guess the guillotine happened.
Just the Dutch
No, they
genocide
just-
happening.
No,
What
just
the fuck?
emigrated back to
Understandable.
Netherlands.
Understandable.
Oh,
Yeah.
dead.
But like, my problem is that so many people just make shit up about old, you know, D&D or how it was.
Can I for a short thing? Because now I'm not the colonial administration anymore. That means my actual population is not discriminated against anymore.
Oh damn,
Isn't that nice?
that is wonderful actually.
Yeah.
Also, the United States took Rio Grande from Mexico.
What?
I mean,
Oh god.
that's how it usually goes.
Oh no! Usually don't do that. But like, oh wow.
They're up to stuff.
Yeah, they're manifesting a bit more destiny this time.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, it ain't my problem this time.
But yeah, what I wanted to say is that I kind of want that because, like, honestly, the AD&D rules are actually really good, and you would actually understand how the game is supposed to, you know, be played. Because, as I keep saying, they just don't explain the loop anymore in modern editions because they just want to make it. Yeah, you can play however you want, and then, you know, leave out the fine print that actually the system was designed to be played around a very specific gameplay loop. Sorry.
And also, it's like, at this point, it's become such a cultural institution that, to a degree, they can sort of rely on. Yeah, everybody knows the basic fundamentals of D&D, what you're supposed to do, so they don't really
don't.
bother
No.
explaining.
That's the thing.
That's kind of what I'm trying to get at. Like they that's the assumption. So everybody has an idea of what D&D is supposed to be,
They
so they don't bother. They don't explain the basics. So that's why everybody
They-
goes into D&D with preconceived notions
They know-
rather than having them explain.
They know that people don't know.
Yeah, they're actually banking on that. Because, like, the thing is, if you say everyone has a base idea, no, it's the same with Monopoly. You know, people know in Monopoly you roll a dice and move the figure, but everything else is almost just made up. It's the same.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Like they don't bother explaining because
Yeah.
it's like everybody has an idea and they rely on that idea rather than what it's actually supposed to be.
And I mean,
That's
especially
kind of what I mean.
Yeah.
and especially if they want to, because, like, here's the thing, that just drives engagement. Like, here's the thing, imagine if someone hi bot, by the way, and bye bot. So the thing is, because yeah, if they started bothering actually explaining how D&D was supposed to be played, they would piss off people. Period.
Yeah.
Because right now they sell on the fact you can do everything with D&D. This is why people, you know, constantly say, I just, you know, jury rigged this onto D&D, and I just sit there being like, why?
Yeah.
But coming back to this, it also just helps them sell the game because, you know what? People, you know, it also helps the other side because, you know, people who hate Hasbro can also just make up shit about D&D. They can also just claim, oh, D&D actually wants to simulate a real world. No. D&D is like the fucking gamiest system of all time. It's
Yeah.
quite literally, you go in,
Yeah.
but what about the sim? Yeah, listen here. You can have a very casual, fun game that simulates shit. And simulation in the sense that there's some sort of, the thing that D&D simulates, quote-unquote, in an abstract form is time management and resource draining. They do not want to have the real world simulated. The moment you do that assumption and put that out there as a factual statement, you are making a straw man. Period. You're making a straw man. And you're making a straw man for people who also do not fucking know shit.
I mean, I kind of simulate lots, but not
They
everything.
simulate some stuff, but not in they want to simulate the real world. They want to be like, hey,
The real world?
they don't want to simulate how stuff works in the real world because, for example, combat is heavily abstracted and simplified.
Yes.
Like ultra simplified. But that's not a bad thing
I don't
because
think that's what they mean with simulating.
no, they do that. They this is not how armor works. Listen, this is not supposed to be because armor and gameplay terms, again, if you didn't, distinct armor and make it gamey, you won't have, basically everyone would go for one type of armor because let's just be real here. The moment you are relatively well trained, plate armor isn't a problem for you. You just get the maximum amount of protection.
Yeah.
That's the thing. But the thing is, in a game, that doesn't really make that much sense, right? So you just be like, yeah, I guess there are some downsides, and it's suddenly you have to decide, which kind of armor do I take? There's a gameplay system now. That's one of the things they don't care about. Or oh, but this isn't but you don't need dexterity for bows, and that's simply just, not all the classes take strength.
Yeah.
That's literally the whole fucking reason.
Realistically speaking, you would need more strength for bows than dexterity,
Yeah.
but you would need both.
Yeah, it's quite literally, just to be clear, this is it was a piece of shit in the 80s,
You mean
the
Gygax?
70s and 80s, yeah, Gygax, in the 70s and 80s, basically trying to invent RPG systems. Yeah.
From a war game.
Yeah. And, I mean, he already wrote war games. That's why, we have Magic Missile, because he was just everything, with that is a range attack is basically kind of a missile. Either it's magic, that's where Magic Missile comes from, or it's an arrow.
Yeah, that's has its roots in wargaming.
And why did he do that? To simplify shit. Just that's just an orderly way to structure combat. The thing was supposed to be played by children. Obviously, everything is abstract and gamified. It's just kind of wild to me how people nowadays claim he wanted to simulate the real world. No, he didn't. It's the only real simulationist things in
That's
that.
Dwarf Fortress.
Yeah, the only real simulationist things in, in D&D are time tracking, and that is literally just so simple as in every time in game passes at the same rate as time out of the game. Meaning, when you're not playing for a week passes in game. Bloc Brognard. Okay, France, that's a name.
That's the most French name I've ever seen.
It is definitely. It sounds like they're just worshipping some obscure dish.
Bloc Bolognese.
That's the Italian one though.
That's Italian. Yeah.
But and why is that? Because then you have downtime activities. You can just abstractly simulate that shit happens in your world. Oh wow, that's is this really a simulation? Bit, but it adds depth to a game about resource management. The rest is, oh yeah, you move these many tiles, and a turn is abstracted in so many in the minutes passing, and after a certain amount of time you lose resources. Is it really that realistic? No. Is it about conserving resources and exploring dungeons with the limited time you have? Yes. Because that's the gameplay loop. You explore dungeons and you have to manage time and resources. That's it. That time and resources are the two main things that are quote-unquote simulated. To have a gameplay loop about oh yeah, it tries to simulate the reality, and you get experience points by spending money.
It's a game.
By getting money more yeah.
Yeah, sorry about this rant, but sorry. D&D is like the most gamiest of games ever. And again, if you'd actually read the old books, you'd be like, yeah, it's a game. It's like the most. There's a reason. Literally every single RPG-like video game takes their source from D&D in some point. But for some reason, those do not get attacked. Like, you know, the combat system of Final Fantasy, literally D&D. Have you ever played Final Fantasy 1?
You know, you're talking into the void.
Just stressing general people here, and like, you've ever played Final Fantasy 1?
I have never played
No.
any Final Fantasy.
Okay, just so you know, it's AD&D. It's quite. They literally copied AD&D, the combat system.
United States wants Canada.
Ooh. Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Holy shit, they are manifesting Destiny a lot. Oh, God.
Transfer Hudson Bay Company.
Ooh, wow. What is going on? Britain? Hello?
Also, Britain's goal, regime change in Indian territory. If they pull it off, they will make Indian territory a monarchy.
We are already in, and like the world is going wild. Cool. I am down for that.
Wonderful.
But yeah, it's like it is the gamiest game, and it's like so weird that people try to dunk on it when like every single video game you probably also love take like cues from the game, because let's just be real here. There are sometimes systems, you know, where you could say no one has tried different. And then there are systems where you can say, yeah, you know what, probably people have tried different, but in the end we realized the original systems kind of worked out the way they did for a reason. Like, we are still, like, there's a reason everyone still uses kind of, you know, the classic stats allocation system as D&D did.
It works. It works.
It kind of works for RPGs, right? And, like, stats aren't realistic, but you can abbreviate shit relatively easily, I would say. Everyone just has
Also,
kind
it's
of a
also
form of
easier to
that.
program.
Also, yeah.
Like, it's kind of hard to do a whole, you know, human being reality thing.
Yeah, it's kind of like, oh, hey, why do people make variants of the system that was designed that children can handle it? Because then PCs can handle it. Yeah. I know. This was my rant about D&D. Anyway, did you know that we were talking about how hobbies were actually kind of cheap before we talked about relationships and then switched off? Because yeah, you know what? Warhammer 40k is actually relatively cheap. Even the video games. I know people are like, video games are expensive. Listen, no one holds a fucking gun to your head. And even then. So, just so you know, everyone who's new, everyone who's listening for the first time. So me and Agonia, we're in a relationship. So usually when we want to play a game, it's usually not just us saying, I want this game. No, there are some games, like for example, she's probably not going to play any Battlefield title unless they're for some reason being like, hey, we just remade Hardline and now the servers can be, you can play Hotwire all day without people doing bullshit again. That was literally the one game, the one mode and in the one Battlefield title she liked.
Yeah.
I think, okay, this is so... This is so funny because, you know, everyone who never played Battlefield is like, oh, Hardline was a money grab. And everyone who played Hardline is in the Battlefield community is like, that was the best Battlefield title, like right after Bad Company 2 and Battlefield 3. No question. And like, yeah, it was. It literally was. It is insane that people are like, oh, Visceral Games died for that, and I just sit there being like, you know what, you fuckers, you know what, you fuckers, you let them die. They literally sat down and made the better version of Battlefield 4, pumped out a lot of free content, and like really put their heart into this game, and you're like, oh, it's just a cheap copy. And then, you know, when it didn't sell as well, you were like, you see, they killed it. And then everyone who played it was like, fuck you. I could just say fuck you. I'm allowed to say that. I played that game and I liked it. Okay, rant over. But yeah, it's funny. But yeah, no, usually we have to buy the games twice. You know, So, if we're not playing them, this is also one thing where I say having a console is actually kind of easy because, we can play shit on a TV together, relay. Like, for example, Astrobot. It's like, how do you play Astrobot together? Well, I failed at this level. I hand over the controller. We are now playing a two-player game. Easy.
Yeah.
And Astrobot was $60. I was even able to pay that months ago because, you know what? Pre-ordering is actually nice. I'm just saying it here, if you have a store around. Because, there are months where I do not buy games. And I have some money spare. I can pre-order a game I know I will play. Then I don't need to, spend a lot of money during that month. Because you know what came out? Space Marine 2. I had to buy that twice. That's probably the biggest problem. We like games we can play together. We need to buy them twice. We buy, we bought Space Marine 2. That was $120 for both of us because we want to play co-op. It's still worth. Just saying, it's still worth it. And then we were like, oh hey, Cosmotier has a sale, and we kind of wanted to try that one out. So that was another $15 for both of us, so $30. We had $150 this month for games. You know what? You probably hear that and be like, $150 for games. That's still cheap, That's still fucking cheap in comparison. Like, I'm not buying games every month. I can buy them used. Gaming is insanely cheap.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. If someone asks me, who's going to buy the PS5 Pro? There are people who do not want the hassle of a PC. And again, a lot of younger generations, they just buy on credit. They buy in rates. $800 for a console that will last you a long time. You know what? That is not the worst investment you can make. Like if I look at, the new iPhone, where you can now play Assassin's Creed on it.
Why?
And that is the same, and it's it's impressive that phones are starting to be as strong as a PS4.
They're at least as good as typically a Wii. You can play emulated Wii games on your phone now.
Oh, no, Resident Evil 8 and such is already running on iPhone since last year.
Yeah, it's super good.
Yeah, it's impressive what they can do, but also so you can get for the same price a PS5 Pro and have better quality of games and more games. Again, the thing is, you have some money over, okay? And you're like, a PS5 Pro is not the worst thing you can spend money on. Because, oh hey, what do you get? Oh yeah, you have the whole PS5 library, and we're like, oh yeah, there are good games there, you can play Astrobot. And they all will play better. All the third-party games will probably run perfectly fine on that thing. They will probably run fine anyway on the base thing, but if you're I want to have 120 FPS, they probably will run there. And you know what? You have 4,200 games that ran on the PS4. They just run on your PS5 Pro now. And you can get all of them used. Cheap. Yeah, if you have a TV, if you play together with other people. I know, $800 sounds a lot for a console, but let me tell you, there are worse investments. And you're like, oh, are you defending it? No, I'm just putting it into in perspective. People spend money on other things. More money. If someone comes at me, I keep saying, the moment I read how, young people finance their lifestyles, their clothing, and when I see what, my, and, friendships and, friends and from close relatives, how they do shit, just for example, what my sister does, I think people are underestimating how much money, if you actually know a bit about, you can actually spend when you're especially when you're living in Europe. I know it's hard in America. Don't get me wrong. America is probably a fucking hellhole because it's America. You always have the fear of medical debt and shit. Not really here. Medical debt, for example, is not really a thing here. don't really go into medical lab. Like you're not going poor because someone has to call an ambulance for you. That's just covered. You know. I mean, I expect it to be covered in the Netherlands, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah,
And I guess in the UK
yeah.
also. Ruben? I think Ruben died. Holy shit.
No, I'm here.
I think Australia is
It's
sleeping.
kind of the problem since you're basically never talking to us, but just in general, we kind of just ignore you when you talk.
A little bit, I know.
You would need to actually have a dialogue, then people
Okay.
would listen to
It
you.
was like, I mean, I don't think really
It's
medical depth is a...
but more like I'm listening to a podcast.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I guess a little bit.
sorry. But like, yeah,
I don't mean that as a bad thing, mind you.
we don't really have that much medical depth here, right? And
Yeah.
a lot of people have, you know, relatively solid incomes. I mean, just a question, Ruben. You're currently living on, you know, Hell Island, but you're also living more in the rural area.
Yeah.
It's cheaper than a big city, right?
No.
What? Holy shit! Well, okay, I guess you're just having it badly. then.
Everywhere's expensive. Also, because it's right next to a university, so that increases prices. But
Yeah.
I mean, ironically,
it's more geographically dependent prices, basically. Like if you're in the south, everything's expensive. If you're in the north, things are way cheaper.
Oh, interesting. I mean, I'd say, you know, except for where my parents live and such, it's pretty rural, and they have a university like around the corner, so like, and also pretty noticeable one, and it's still relatively cheap here. Like if you like,
I mean, famous, not noticeable.
famous, yeah, they have like I think they're world leading in heart surgery, so like, yeah, I know, happens. It's like it's you can live relatively cheaply in the countryside here. Like, yeah, you need a car, but like that's the worst. You know,
Yeah.
that's the worst.
Well, though you guys have the issue of German internet and rural internet, I'm
Okay, you
guessing
know
is
what?
going to be even worse.
Oh, you know what? It was worse. Here's a funny thing. It's not anymore.
It's
Like,
not.
yeah. Listen, the last I actually streamed from my parents' house like last year, at the beginning of this year when I was there for like a week helping renovate. I will take my laptop with me like next week when I'm there, you know, helping renovate again. I can
Something
stream
for
there
everything.
now. I streamed there before, but like during nighttime because the internet was shit. Now it's like actually pretty good. They're getting fiber cable there.
Oh.
It's getting there slowly. Like it's yeah. It's getting there. And like when I look at, for example, you know, my sister, they now have a house. Sure, they, you know, bought it from someone and renovated it, but they, you know, they own a house. And they have a child. And my sister has 2 horses.
What?
She has 2 horses, I know.
Oh,
She
cool.
likes horses, so she bought herself horses.
Yeah.
Just
Where's she
Oh.
a horse girl growing
What?
up? You know what a horse girl is?
There are two types
With
of
the ears and the
horse girls.
tail and everything.
There are two types of horse girls. But
My experience, there was
know-
only one.
I know which one you mean, yes.
I'm stuck. What do you mean?
Doesn't matter.
You know, like My Little Pony and shit like that.
No, she had Schleich.
Is that German My Little Pony?
No, okay.
Mein kleines Pferd.
Nein, mein kleines Pony.
Mein kleines Miniaturpferd.
No, like
Okay, keep your German things to
So
your
basically,
German mysteries. Ugh.
Schleich is basically a
they-
term, basically.
it's a German toy
Manufacturer?
manufacturer,
Yeah.
and they they say figurines, like usually a lot of horses, but they basically make. Let's just put it in the main channel here. You know what? I just open it in I can show you all on the stream. Why you not opening? There we go. There. They sell those for like $10 or so. Like, they're really popular here. Like, they just sell these kind of figures.
Yeah.
They're like, and yeah, if you a lot of like, basically every girl I knew growing up had horses from Schleich. Everyone.
I think that's a little bit more old-fashioned than the ones, at least, like, I think my sister had a couple. I don't know.
Yeah, those
I
were
think they were
like,
more like American-style toys, but, yeah.
those were like really big here. Like, really, really fucking big. That's just one thing. But yeah, now she just has her own horses. And like, yeah. And also they bought a Tesla.
Oh, good for her.
Yeah. And they also went, onto vacation in Croatia recently. So like, and you're probably like, okay, but now the big quiz. What job do they have?
I don't know.
Obviously.
Yeah, I know. Oh no, it's just like just like in the like a range. Just guess.
Office work?
They're nurses.
Ah.
Oh, yeah, nurse pay over here is not very good, though.
Yeah, similar here. Like you're usually overworked and stuff, but like it pays.
Wait, what's the
solid.
pay again? Because I know the UK bands.
German ones
because
are
my sister's
not paid that well, but like it's like they
Was it,
they
40,000 euros a year, roughly.
let's just do roughly. They get brutto €3,205 per month.
I don't think brutto netto is a thing outside of
Yes, so
Germany.
about 40,000 euros a month. So that's roughly.
That's after
Actually-
taxes and shit. After taxes and shit.
Oh, that's
Yep, yep.
after taxes.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Brutto, netto in English, like gross and net.
Yeah. Like
Gross income, net income.
there are a lot of basic jobs in like here that still pay.
That's actually pretty good pay. That's
It's
pretty
good pay, yeah. It's like it's not the world, but like you can live off that. It's like, yes, depending on where you live, how you live.
Better than the
like,
UK. The UK's like 2,500 euros a month after tax for a
Yeah.
beginner nurse.
But it depends honestly where you are. I think the big thing is just like, again, if you're like living in the city, it's usually more expensive because rents are fucked. But overall, there are a lot of jobs in Germany that pay relatively well. Basic jobs, because usually a job pays relatively well the moment you realize, you do not need to fear that your next if you have a dental problem, you are going to be in debt, because that's not happening. Like, that's what I say. A lot of people here have some money. You can, like, 1,800 for a console. The moment you put into perspective how a lot of people, what a lot of people actually make, it becomes a lot more reasonable, And I mean, ironically, I think there plays in that a lot of people online, especially talking about video games and living in working in the video game market, the ones that are still left are working, for example, for magazines, and magazines are not paying that well. That's kind of the irony, The people reviewing games usually make less money than the people they're reviewing games for.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah. Just perspectives, I'd say. I mean, again, everyone also said the PS4 Pro won't sell, and it sold enough apparently. But then again, like what I kind of want to point out is like, people are currently making a big stink about how oh, they launched the game and it bombed massively, and they announced the console that I'm not forced to buy. They are ruining the gaming industry, and meanwhile, Microsoft is like, another 650 workers laid off.
Yeah.
But I mean, also the whole thing with the PS5 Pro price is that there is no really competition in the console space.
Yeah, except
all
in the
now.
USA.
Yeah, I think that's probably Agonia pointed that out yesterday actually, because like, why is the console in Europe $800 and $700 in the US? And she was
700
like
something more like.
700 something. more like,
$7.99.
yeah,
It depends.
No.
In
Yeah.
some states it's just 730. Like,
yeah,
it's-
something
yeah.
like that. But like,
Yeah,
why
different
is it like?
states.
And like, why
Yes.
is it like that? And she was just like, well, there they have some form of competition left. And I'm like, yeah, like, it's just be real here. If I bought an Xbox One Series X, that'd be an oddity. It's like, yeah, you bought the green console. Ooh, fancy. You slapped some money down. And like, I would probably use it to stream some old games. Like, I could actually fit that thing into my streaming setup relatively well. But like, yeah, I'd be an oddity. Like, Sony has the European market locked down. That's that. They can demand €100 more because it sells. That's it. That's it. But yeah. Just thinking. What did I say now? Well, yeah, in general, that's just my 2 cents on the whole thing. And still, it's just kind of wild to me because yeah, they just laid 650 people off, and for some reason, that just wasn't just like basically a footnote for people. I'm like, hey, can we just talk about that they? I think they laid off over 2,000 people now in 1 year. After literally and now people are like, why is the FTC still going after them? Because they lied. Because they said, oh no, we won't just lay off staff now. No. And now they're just laying off staff. That also wanted to unionize. Weird how that happened.
Yeah.
And like, it's so wild to me that this is a footnote, but apparently Concord bombing is like the big topic. Like, you know what? It's a sight to behold that, a big publisher's game bombed this much. I mean, okay, Suicide Squad also bombed, but that's a different story.
It's still doing better than Concord. I mean, well, before it got
You know what?
removed.
I'm gonna be honest with you. When people say Concord is now dead and, they failed as a publisher and like... So none of the Concord devs have been laid off yet.
That's something at least.
Do you think they're just going
Yeah.
to convert it to a free-to-play, basically?
They're gonna they put in money there.
Yeah, but they could convert it, yeah.
They will probably convert it and bring it back like when the market is less crowded. I guarantee you that. And you know what? That's actually how you run a company. Like, I'm sorry, yeah, it probably sucks to hear like, oh wait, we just pull a whole game. Like, yeah, that's something big and unprecedented, but like, let's just also be real here. If they just did it haphazardly, as we saw a lot of times, devs and companies did in the past years, that also doesn't turn out well a lot of times. Like, remember how Turtle Rock tried to turn Evolve into free-to-play, and it boosted their player numbers for a short time, but it didn't really save the game. Because the thing is, free-to-play games, also need time and planning. Just converting is not like... Because I think people think like, oh, it's multiplayer game. If you make 3, more people will play it. But the problem is not, how do you get people to play a game? The question is, how do you get people to spend money on the game?
Yeah.
And like, and I keep saying that gutting, like just closing servers, giving people the money back, and like actually working that concept out is actually a smart decision. It seems radical because again everyone else just did the haphazard way, but like the haphazard way just didn't work out a lot of times. Like a focused relaunch is actually smarter than
Most.
And they do have some quite good content there. Like they've got quality
they probably will.
assets and stuff. Yeah, they spent a lot of money on it.
Again, I think what probably will happen is they wait until the Concord short movie is out. They will probably rework how you gain heroes and shit. Maybe they will make like give us $40 and you just unlock every hero in the game model, or every base game hero or something. That is like but like everything else later will be paid. So they're like, yeah, it's free. But again, it's about how do you get people to play, and it would probably be a model they could do. But they need to probably launch with that from the start. That's just smarter. And yeah, I think the biggest indication is, the biggest indication of the future of Concord is what will happen to the staff of the studio. If they're not getting laid off in the next month, the thing will come back. Probably, no problem. If not, yeah, the game is dead. And like, sometimes it sucks not seeing what a game could have become, but sometimes it's better, Like, everyone just still clamors, I still see people, like, they wanted to see what Anthem 2.0 was supposed to become. And you know what? Myself kind of as well. Because they were like, hey, they actually said we're going, they wanted to go hard on actual, RPG systems, with stats, elemental properties and stuff like that. And you know what? That sounded kind of cool. Just being, as I said, being more of a co-op game that, you meet with friends and then go outside and do like dungeon raiding and, more specialized stuff. And you're like, you know what? That actually sounds like a concept, finally. I mean, not to mention that Anthem was clobbered together in like 12 months. That's a different thing. But they gutted it. Why? Because they were like, yeah, it would take too much resources. And now we have Dragon Age the Veilguard, which looks actually really fucking good. So, yeah. And ironically, from what I see, Dragon Age Veilguard is then, I'm like, oh, look, really hard RPG systems with lots of modifiers and shit. I wonder who made that system. No, seriously, you know what? If you're like, hey, our game director is a trans woman that nerds out about how Final Fantasy XII The Zodiac Age is like the most underrated and overlooked RPG system in the series, you already have me. Sorry, that's like, I trust that person at that point. Okay. Okay. Blah.
Blah.
Blah. Blah. I'm fixing my fucking economy with rice.
I have Burma.
We're all vampires.
What?
Congratulations.
Oh, nice.
Oh, you had, I thought Britain got it.
No. I am friends with the British East India Company, so...
Oh.
So I can just get... like, adjacent territory.
You do not want to, you really do not want to play fair now. I see.
I'm playing fair, otherwise I would have started with collapsing the British East India Company. Because there's an exploit for that.
Oh, wonderful.
What is happening in America?
Okay, what is happening in America?
They're still
what is
fighting.
happening in America?
They still want the Hudson Bay Company. And
Yeah, but like, why is? I mean, I can get why the UK is occupying like Minnesota, Iowa, and Missouri for some reason, but why why is the UK also occupying the Hudson Bay Company when it's supposed to be their puppet? Like, what is happening?
I think they recaptured it.
Yeah, maybe they've recaptured it. And the war will go on because America also wants Wales.
What?
Meanwhile, the Belgians want war reparations.
Conquer Wales. What are they
And the West
manifesting?
Country. And the West Country.
Yeah.
Welsh,
is like,
Welsh
holy
are
shit!
awesome. I like the Welsh.
Reverse colonization. They're actually winning to have the higher higher peace acceptance.
Holy
like-
shit. Oh, what is...
Actually,
but I mean, I also kind of like liberate California, liberate Carolina. I'm also kind of rooting for that.
I think the
Yeah, but
Britain
regime change in Indian territory.
Britain will probably win. They have less cost of war and they lose less people.
I'm just gonna be honest with you. Whoever wins this war, the result will be very funny. Holy shit, USA! What are you doing? Oh, our manifest has to be our destiny has to be manifested. Yeah, in Wales. What? Okay, I guess we're doing Wales now. Oh, that factory meme is great. I guess we're doing this now.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
Yeah. Even though I think it's usually just they usually just do the second one nowadays, the second
Yeah.
picture. But it's also so
Yeah.
funny. Like I actually found like a German version of that, and it's so. I forgot. I wanted to show that to Agonia at least, but like. Wait, is it? It was really funny because like it was one of those it was one of those really German memes.
Ah, yeah.
Oh yeah, I was just putting it up, just so you know. So this is just for the Germans in here. You just heard that whales are source of oil and got confused when looking at the map. Yes. You understand that? Is Chivo thing also in Netherlands?
No, I don't know, but I can understand it. I can grasp the context.
Yeah, so basically, as a translation for everyone who doesn't understand, basically the thing, so in German says, Junge, was geht in dieser Scheiße? So like, boy, what is going on in this fucking company?
Or
Because
shit companies.
in this shit it's more like fucking company. That's probably more appropriate. And the thing is, Chibo is, I think, like, okay, Chibo kind of has like smaller stores everywhere, and they just sell everything. Like, okay, they're officially a coffee roaster.
Yeah, I can tell by the logo.
Yeah, then they just sell jackets, bikes,
As you do.
you know, light chains, SIM cards, everything for the household. It's just everything. Chibu just kind of has it usually. There will be a time where Chibu has it. So yeah, it is so funny just being like, what the fuck is going on with that company? Also, hello Sophie, how are you doing? How are you doing? Hope you're doing really well. As you should. As everyone should.
Oh, United States of America piece of the grip. Oh, it looked like is it piece? I think it's a white piece.
Probably.
Oh,
Cowards, I wanted to see Wales in your hand.
yeah. Trend.
Could be better, but I'm excited to get to buy my roller derby skates tomorrow. Ooh, yeah, enjoy those. Yeah, that's nice. Oh yeah, I think I haven't. But yeah, next. Oh yeah, I don't know if I actually. Okay, now it's the big question. Do you think I will finish up The Evil Within 2 on Sunday? Because if I did, that would be like perfect timing. It was the week after I'm not here. Oh well. Honestly, the thing is, now I'm waiting for England to declare some kind of war in China, but
They just don't.
they just don't. It's like they just had too much beef with the USA, so I am going. I'm going back. Be back in a second. Just have to go to the toilet real quick.
I should have probably done slavery ban when I could. The movement disbanded a while ago, and the landowners are still incredibly powerful.
Well, in the end, you should just build yourself out of it. Especially
Oh,
with
I'm trying.
especially with
yeah.
a small population, it's relatively easy.
Yeah, I'm trying, but I'm bolstering the industrialists and the intelligentsia, but they're still not getting enough votes to really dislodge
That's
the.
basically waste of authority. If
Yeah,
anything, you
I'm
can
not-
suppress the landowners.
I can't. They're in government and they're powerful.
Well, you're probably not voting at voting stage, right?
Yeah, I start with landed voting.
Okay, that's a bit harder. If you can stomach the radicals, you can just put them out of government, suppress them, and put them back in.
If I put the intelligentsia and the industrialists in, I get a 29 legitimacy government.
Doesn't matter. You put them out, suppress them because they're out, and then you can put them back in.
There we go.
That's the idea.
The Anti-Mexican Association has formed. For some fucking reason. Landowners. I'm also gonna suppress the church because they're also like. I want to get off state religion already.
Well, the church can help you against the landowners.
They're in the same party.
Yeah, still, they have some things that they can help with sometimes because they pull also cloud from them.
Okay. And as usual, yeah, Agonia is charging ahead and already independent.
Yeah, slavery ban. See if this will work.
And I've got a grand total of 1 construction sector.
I
Me
mean,
too.
same, but like, no,
Yeah.
they have a few more.
I built 2, but it's like my cost kept spiraling, so I deleted them for a while. Now I brought 1 back.
I could probably
I'm far from being a
increase-
superpower.
Oh well. So yeah, any interesting topics we can talk about? Damn. That's a problem. Mm-hmm.
Fran's
yeah.
really doubling down on the pet eating thing. Vowing Oh yeah, didn't Germany put up like border controls recently
Oh what?
inside the Schengen? Essentially border checks within the Schengen.
I don't know.
Okay. No, because I think it was in a reaction to the Saxony result, basically, where like oh, we're clamping down on people coming to Germany illegally,
No.
stuff like that. No.
Not that I heard of. So, yeah, that would be news to me, actually.
Yeah, no, it's in the news. Reuters.
I mean, probably they're checking from, Eastern Europe, because, might be... Okay, here's the thing. So, what happened to a degree, that was already a while ago, is that, basically, Viktor Orban is someone, listen, I'm not usually being that kind of person, because I believe in the independence of countries, but, so you should probably just, maybe remove that guy. Would that be interventionism? Yes, but, Viktor Orban is, we literally know that he is rigging the election. Sorry. The guy is, quote-unquote, legitimately voted.
Why is he still in the EU?
Because we haven't thrown him out yet.
You know what?
Yeah, why haven't you?
Let's just make it very clear here. He's still in the EU because basically Hungary joined earlier, and then he got to power and rigged the system to his favor, and to a degree, the EU is respecting that. Basically the EU never expected that someone in their inside of their union would just go that route, or that it would probably resolve itself, and also kind of respecting the integrity of the nations. That's kind of a thing, because they're the European Union, not the European Empire where everyone dictates shit.
Yeah.
And to a big degree, I agree with that. That's the right thing to do. I don't think we should, we shouldn't here's the thing. How would that look like if suddenly, there would be a European army, group, the European Union would just say, stop, resign, and we make open, actual elections under, an older system. How would that look like? Even if, and let's just be really clear, every single bit of that would be justified, because again, Orban is disliked. Orban rigged the whole fucking system so that only he can win. He's a dictator. Removing a dictator, especially when they're, leeching off the European Union, would probably be the right thing. And it would still set a precedent that would not be really comfortable. How do you guarantee that this would happen the next time, not against someone who was more reasonably elected? That's just one thing. And yeah, what I would say, personally, I will not, here's the thing. I will tell that it probably was not the right thing or something, but, if they actually removed Orban, which they might should at some point now, because he's, legitimately becoming a problem, I wouldn't budge. You can call me, fake leftist or whatever, but, honestly, fuck off. Orban is a fucking dictator. It's a fucking right-wing dictator that is,
You really
in the
call
pocket of
fake
Putin.
lefty over that?
Because, some tankies just try to sell themselves
Oh,
off
for
with
fuck's
lefties.
sake.
That's a different thing. Because what happened is that,
Yankees aren't leftists anyway.
yeah,
There's my hot take for the night.
fair point. I don't think anyone would disagree here. But, the thing is, what happened is that, so, okay, you know what, we're kind of at war with Russia. Let's just not be blunt here,
Indirectly.
Russia is, fucking funding basically all right-wing movements across Europe. All of them. Just hands down. And, one of the things that happened because, he invaded Ukraine is that you suddenly couldn't get from Russia into Europe anymore that easily. So Viktor Orban is now basically saying, oh, no, you can, if you're from Russia, you can come to Hungary. And you know what Hungary has? Open borders with EU countries. So yeah, they probably are checking, in that direction because, Russian spies can just get into Europe that way. And, that's the thing. This isn't, a lifeline for, Russians to flee the country. I would fucking love that if that was the case. Because I know at least one person in Russia. I wish that she could get out in like a relatively easy way. But that's again, that thing was not made for people like her. That thing was made so people can, launder money and get spies into the European Union. So yeah, that's probably the reason why they're doing that. They just have to, because we basically have an open fucking wound now. And again, at some point, I will say there might be the end of, autonomy, because again, he's currently just sabotaging the whole union from the inside. And like, but is
some people are gonna wonder, can't he just be assassinated?
You wonder.
Technically.
And like, you know what? I'm honestly saying one thing.
But like assassinations usually don't go well.
Yeah,
I know,
it's
I
quite
know.
difficult.
I know. It's like it's not a realistic option, but just it's the frustration speaking.
Yeah, generally, sometimes we have Japan.
Yeah.
It happens.
Long live the Doohickey. Most successful grassroots political action in
Ever.
centuries, maybe.
Weirdly successful, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't think something like that would ever be successful.
I
But
think I had the whaling industry now for the first time. As in, like in journal entry. Holy shit. Anyway, but like, yeah, the thing is, at some point I would just be like, yeah, you probably should just step in. And like, let's just be clear here. We won't lose anything. Like, it's the same shit that happened, with back in the day with Serbia. They will claim to this day that, they were unlawfully attacked, after they did the genocide and shot down, like, actual NATO soldiers. Let's not forget that. Let's not forget that happened. Because they will always do that. The right-wingers will always do that. It's just like, yeah, if we remove Orban and, allow Hungary to actually, be democratic again, we would fix, like, the biggest fucking hole in our, in the EU. And, like, the EU is not good. It's not, like, a perfect thing. But it's better than fucking Russia. Let's just be really clear. I do not want Russia. Like,
No.
no. And, like, if someone's like, but NATO, but you know what? Here's the thing. There's still a better option than Russia. At this moment in time. Like, holy shit. Is that so hard to understand?
Russia was part of the Soviet Union. Russia's basically the Soviet Union, and even then the Soviet Union was a piece of shit.
Yeah. Yep. God damn it.
Tankies. Fucking tankies.
Yeah. But, it's Western aggression. They expanded eastwards. You know why? Because, all the ex-Soviet states were like, yeah, we kind of want to prevent that Russia can attack us ever again. Look, Finland was, neutral for a long fucking time and had good relationships with the Soviet Union. But you can, like, if you're actually going to be like, oh, why did Poland join? The Germans said the Germans said a lot, but it was still like, the Polish people probably still wanted to be sure that, they don't get attacked again. They have a history.
Yeah.
Just saying.
yeah,
Ah,
Oh, God.
If I have a revolution with no seceding states, that's not something I don't have to worry about.
generally
will it just instantly
yes.
flip?
But I think you probably will have seceding states. You maybe just have problems
Well,
seeing them.
it's a no. Like I only have two states, Cuba and Puerto Rico, and the only states that will secede, 1% risk for Puerto Rico,
Yeah. I mean,
and
Well-
Cuba is one single state.
Yeah, depends how many troops you have there, like barracks.
I mean, it's not
I
directly.
only have 5 barracks in Cuba. That's it.
Yeah, and Cuba won't secede. So
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's
because-
directly vassal states, but yeah, that's just like NATO is a power bloc, and there will be usually a leading one, and that's the US this time. But let's just also be clear here: Europe has done like fuck all effort to actually match the US in any kind of form. They could, but they haven't.
Resting on our lore, like the US will solve everything. Why would we need to bother? Like
Yeah.
it kind of goes in both directions. Like the US is so powerful, like and Europe hasn't done anything. But part of the reason why Europe hasn't really done much is because the US is so powerful. So there was no
Yeah.
real need for to do anything. Like why bother investing a ton if
And not to
like if
mention,
you're never
not to mention,
anything. Yeah.
okay, we need to be clear that I think a lot of people forget that. Remember when France pulled out of the NATO command structure under Charles de Gaulle still? So Charles kind of wanted to, get Europe to combine their efforts because he was like, you know what? We should cooperate with the USA because that's just the smarter thing to do. But he kind of wanted that, Europe was a bit standing on their own. So, like, France actually tried Europe to be a bit more independent. They pushed for that. We kind of ignored that. So that's on us. We should definitely have listened a bit more to France. Maybe now it's the time. Maybe. Just saying. Actually, with, Germany, France, and maybe Spain, like, Central Europe actually pulled their armies together. Yeah, we could probably be like, yeah, America, what do you want from us? What the actual fuck do you want from us? And
But that would require significant reform to each country's both politics and armed forces, defense procurement.
That's the next
I mean,
thing.
you saw Mario Draghi's recent big economics paper,
Yeah.
right? It's that on an even larger scale because each country wants to have their own defense industry, and with as many countries in Europe, it really doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, just to be clear here, I would say, I'd say the big thing is just like, Europe kind of did it on their own. Like, we had like a few big armies, like, the British and the French, but we all kind of wanted to still keep doing our own shit. Like, NATO was the moment where we could have started being like, maybe we actually make like a Central European army. We like pool shit together, and we just can't get it done. But no. But yeah, and it's like, again, we probably won't lose if we, get rid of Orban. Like, at this point, he's just such a liability, and no matter what they do, again, the right-wing machine will spread this as some kind of injustice anyway. Like, hell, imagine if Orban actually loses an election. Like, legitimately. They will blame the EU still. Anyway, this is not my hot take. Like, I'm definitely not like really that much supportive of, like, as much as I am definitely down for, nations should be do their shit independently. There is a line at some point, especially when you're being a problem to others. Like, again, in at least in our law, individual stuff ends the moment you make it a problem of other people. Then it just ends.
That's the anarchist principle too.
Yeah.
Do what you want. Autonomy and harm. Like you're autonomous, but if you harm somebody else, then that's where your autonomy ends.
Yeah, that's right. It's just like, you harm people with your actions. Okay, sir, sure. Then we should maybe slap you. That is just like the right thing to do.
Yeah. Also, I have a navy, a tiny one, but a navy. I have like one ship right now.
Oh,
One
same.
frigate.
Cool. I should probably start building ships as well. Actually, yeah, let's start building some ships.
Just become friends with someone who has ships. And then
I can't become friends with anybody because I don't have independent diplomacy, sadly. But I do have Spain on my side still, so...
Ooh, I'm a rival to France.
Oh, yeah, have a good night, Sophie. Hope you sleep well. Hope we
Night.
see you again on Sunday and
Night,
such.
night. Good night. Oh, yeah, Spain is also landing. Let Spain handle this one as well. 6 armies, jeez. What's that? If we have that. The 3 irregular conscript infantry that are actually potential. They have nothing. Like their military is nothing in Puerto Rico here.
Damn. But yeah, it's like they're. I think that's enough politics for today. That's. Oh yeah, we still wanted to talk about the whole payday thing. They're reworking armor. Yeah. How did we fucking slip from that? So okay, basically they're kind of doing a fusion of the old and new system. So instead of having fixed armor, it's now gonna be like you select 1 of 4 frames, okay? And every frame has like certain downsides, and like you have 1 chunk up to 4 chunks. And you can select what type of armor you're going to put into that chunk. You know, I'm just opening the blog post, so I'm not talking shit right now. But this gist is actually is very simple. You either have the normal armor chunk, you know, the one we have right now, that is just like if it's broken, it's gone. You have the adaptive one, which is if the chunk doesn't break, it regenerates, but if it's broken, it's gone. Or you have something they are calling shield, which is the Payday 2 system. If it's broken, it will still regenerate. Okay, basically they made the frames so, okay, they basically made it like this. Every frame has a certain amount of chunks, like 1, 2, 4. They start with a basic region time of 0 seconds, we get to that. And every frame starts with 6 downs, so like how much you can get downed in a game. Hello, Reversers. Then, you know, you have the typical speed penalty, so 1 chunk is no speed penalty, 2 chunks is a light, 3 chunks is a medium, 4 chunks is a heavy speed penalty. You know I think that is obvious, right? Okay, then everyone has a passive ability. And this one is getting a bit interesting because it's a bit weird, but I guess, you know. Basically, if you have just the 1 chunk type, first 8 kits replenish an additional 20 health points. If you have the 2 chunk type, if you have a tool in your loadout, you start the heist with 1 additional tool of that type. You know, applied before the extra pocket skills. If the free one is you have no throwable for 10 seconds, replenish 1 throwable, so that's actually kind of pretty good. And 4 chunks is using an armor repair kit or armor bag prevents all armor damage for 3 seconds. And also, interestingly, they also come with ammo capacity. So if you have less chunks, like 1 chunk is just minus 20 max ammo capacity, 2 chunks is no bonus or penalty, 3 chunks is plus 20%, and 4 chunks is plus 40. So, you know, the bigger your armor, the more ammo you can take. I think the passive ones are a bit weird. They probably need to do that, but like, yeah. But also, you have more consumable slots in with, you know, less armor chunks, and then, you know, that starts with 4, then it goes to 3, and the last ones are just 2, which is like how many medkits you can, you know, that you pick up on the map you can hold, or armor. And then you can slot different types of armor chunks in there. So there's like normal, adaptive, and shield, as I told you before. Normal one has a region time of 1.5 seconds, adaptive 2 seconds, shield 3 seconds. Also, crucially, they decrease the amount of times you can get downed. So like normal armor chunk just decreases by 1, while the other 2 decreases by -2. So, you know, you start with 6 downs, and you slap them in. You get, you know, you slap 1 of the shield chunk in, you only have 4 downs left. I guess that's understandable? But like, here's the thing. I kind of like the idea of, you can mix and match. No, I cannot speak Spanish. Sorry, I never learned that. I'm from Germany. I learned French, so
Close enough.
au revoir. No, that's goodbye. Salut. I'm not I don't know to speak a lot about that anymore.
Yeah. You never trained it, so you basically don't know French anymore.
I stopped at I think I was pretty good during the 10th class. Like, actually, like, we went shopping in French, supermarkets and stuff, and I just spoke.
Brains. Yay.
Nice.
I
So,
am-
basically, the normal chunks have a damage reduction of 30%. About a percent of the damage taken is applied as permanent trauma damage, so, the armor isn't regenerating. And I guess, never regenerating. Adaptive ones just have a 10% damage reduction, but fully regenerates as the chunk doesn't break. And shield is 0 damage reduction, fully regenerates even if the chunk breaks. So here's the thing. Who's not going for shield? Like, even if you're going to play, okay? Even if you don't have that many downs, you're gonna play shield build. Like, I'm sorry, that's just... Listen, I don't mind the idea of making, armor custom made in Payday, That's actually kind of that's not a bad idea. I think we can all agree on that, right? It's just kind of hilarious that they really try to cling to that old system. Because... It's not gonna, it's not gonna be like... It's not gonna help, really, Because what you kind of open up now is the logical power escalation of, the game series. Like, sure, you can say, oh, you can mix and match everything now, but there will be, like, especially for Loud, there's gonna be a build that just makes more sense. And everyone who refuses to pick that build will probably be kicked from lobbies. Because why would you not do that? Like, imagine if someone just goes into your lobby, has only the normal shield chunks in there. You're playing on overkill, and we'll get to that, and there probably has been some balance changes to how the cops work. Why would you have someone who has like a whole build built around just getting their resources drained on the team, when everyone else plays, the shield build where you just regenerate? Yeah, sure, you technically don't have a damage reduction, but who cares? You have a shield. You can do armor gating. You get what I mean, right? That's gonna be a problem.
Yeah.
But also, what one of the problems is that Payday 3 has right now, and that was partially due to the armor system, because again, the armor system was one of the big problems that caused a lot of problems. Payday 3 currently has a limit on how many cops can be on the field at a certain amount of time. Because obviously, right? You can't just send the hordes in like Payday 2. Because in Payday 2, everyone had a means to regenerate shit, to conserve their resources. Sure, there was armor gating, there was stoic, there was like a lot of fucking shit going on. It was a bit weird, but it was there.
Oh, Austria's winning.
Oh, wow. Damn.
They protect two Sicilies when they win.
Damn.
Oh. Good for them.
Yeah. But like, yeah. If you look at that and realize, oh, hey, they limit how many cops are on the field. Because, again, in the current system, it's like you have a limited amount of time. You just drain your resources in Payday 3. And when they're gone, you lose. That's it. That's how the game is balanced. So they can't throw a lot of shit at you, and the heists have to be relatively short in comparison if you want to, go somewhere. Like, we have technically a quote-unquote big bank, but compare that to Big Bang was big. Like, you had to fucking climb up, a crane and drop a pig to get a drill, and then drill into the vault, and there was, like, a whole... There was, like, a whole big thing that, there was a whole thing about carrying those parts over the map, etc. Golden Shaft is much smaller, because it has to be. The heist cannot take for long. And people, probably can't put that into words, because, but they feel that something is off, that the heists are short. Because they have to. And Ruben, Lena, just take a wild guess. What will happen if you add now the armor system of Payday 2 in some form?
Be slightly better?
No, the heists will be fucking easy.
Yeah.
So what are they going to do?
Challenges.
What is like the logical thing to do if the heists become easy?
Increase the enemy HP, I'm guessing.
The enemy amount.
Oh.
But also, they already teased they're going to add dodge. So yeah, the enemy amount.
So just making enemies into bullet sponges then, as well as increasing the amount of them.
No, the amount will be
Oh,
increased.
okay.
Like, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they, also make, better armored enemies, like in Payday 2, where you then have to skill specific skills to have some armor pen and such. But like, yeah, no. I guarantee you almost that, there will be more cops, and they hopefully reworked Dozer finally, because that shotgun is stupid, but that shotgun will not be a problem anymore, because now you have the Regent Shield, so like LMAO.
I'm a bit of a... I think maybe a bug, because like Puerto Rico is obviously mine again, but they're still isolated from the Spanish market. They have 0% market access.
Well, that's...
But they have plenty of infrastructure. They have a working port.
They have no clippers.
Yeah. So
They have some. Yeah.
But not enough.
Yeah, that probably just will resolve itself.
No, like it was like that even when it was on like the Anchorage, which has like no clipper input. It's still like.
Yeah. Stuff like that will fuck things up.
Yeah.
Also, it's the Spanish market, so it could be that Spain has a problem.
Also, France wants to support my independence.
Nice.
Good.
That's amazing.
I've got 100% access to the Spanish market in Cuba. It's just Puerto Rico.
Yeah. Maybe wait a few ticks.
Yeah, it's been months.
Ew. Yeah.
Like after the Civil War ended, they just went to 0% market access and never.
Well, can't help you with that, sadly.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, I'm building another port just in case, but I think it's a bug. Feels like a bug. Because there's no reason why it should be 0% market access now.
Yeah, especially since it's fully staffed.
Yeah, exactly.
So you do not have a qualifications problem or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. And I have infrastructure left over. It's yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it'll resolve itself next week after reload.
Maybe.
We'll see.
But yeah, my guess is just like, sorry, you just opened like, you literally opened the gates to the fucking Payday 2 arms race again. Because that's what happened, you know? They buffed armor, they introduced dodge with the perks. And then they raise the difficulty. And that's what's going to happen with Payday 3. It's like, oh, this is easier now. Yeah, let's just raise the difficulty. And suddenly, everyone, they're like, why are you not using the normal armor chunks anymore? The answer is, why? Why? Normal, like, Payday 2 armor is just easier. And they're gonna, they're also gonna make, like, bigger and longer heists now, because they can make them now. Meaning, even more people will take the shield. It's like, it's kind of wild, because I think, the frame system will probably stay, but every chunk will, give it a year, and they will all work like the Payday 2 armor shield. They just will have different bonuses. I can almost guarantee you that. Now we talked about that. Damn it! Now the topics are gone.
For some reason, Zep isn't here though.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Yeah. I presume he forgot or had something to do. It's one or the other. I guess the latter, but he didn't say anything.
Or he forgot.
Could.
Oh, I have plus 66.6 bureaucracy.
I always knew bureaucrats were evil.
I would like some bureaucracy, please. And some construction.
Victoria 3, where
Oh,
you want
God.
bureaucracy.
Bureaucracy, the thing that keeps your country together. Now everything is silent.
Yes.
How are the cats doing?
They're fine. They're not here right now. They're probably in my bedroom.
No sleepy. Or sleepy
Oh
somewhere
yeah,
else.
I heard a cool thing. So
Ooh.
you know AirPods?
Yes, I heard
Yeah.
of them.
They're now actually going to be actually they're actually FDA certified. Well, the new ones are FDA certified to act as hearing aids actually.
Oh,
And the funny
interesting.
thing is that they will actually be, even though they're quite expensive, like $400, they will actually be some of the cheapest ones available over
That's
the
actually kind of
counter.
interesting. How that
Yeah.
I wonder how that works directly, but that sounds actually kind of interesting.
I mean, well, the cool thing is this should also work for like cheaper ones as well, because it's essentially just using like the ANC active noise cancellation. It's just using that with the inbuilt microphone to basically just amplify certain frequencies and such to help with hearing. So with Apple doing this, it's likely that other people will do it for even cheaper which
I
means
mean, then
hearing
the
aids should
quality is the
become
thing, so I would suppose
quality.
that,
Quality does matter as well, but they should become even cheaper. Hopefully, basically.
Actually, I never thought about that you could use them that way. Makes sense.
Yeah, neither did I. It was really quite cool. Apple doing a non-shitty thing. Wow.
I mean, this.
Yeah.
Let's just be real here. This is probably just one day realized they could do that with some technical changes, and then we're like, hey, look, this
Oh,
technically
they've
works
been
like
planning
that.
this for a while. They've been
Yeah,
planning this for a
probably.
while because they're able to certify older AirPods that they've released. So they've had the tech for a while, but it's having the regulatory approval, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how. I think it will probably be pretty widespread, but like, this is just like good PR thing. Like,
Oh, definitely. But I mean, it's accessibility, and it's in a form factor people will likely have. It's just a positive thing, genuinely.
I mean, yeah. Allow me to be cynical for a second. It's kind of similar. Like, I think it is a bit similar to the whole, because I mean, in that sense, yeah, probably people will make their own versions, but like, it's probably a bit similar to the adapter slash, those controllers that the console publishers put out. Like,
Oh yeah, those.
they're not. It's cool that they actually support this with like actual hardware, because like before that, accessibility controllers were basically jury rigged things. More but like they are to a degree kind of marketing, and also you buy that, you're kind of bound to our console now. Fuck it. It's good. Don't get me wrong. Like, those are good. I think it's good that there are options, but like, allow me to be cynical for a second. That's the reason, as they would work on every system. They
Of course,
should
there's a
work on
profit
every
motive
system.
there.
Yeah,
There's a profit motive there,
Yeah.
or PR at least.
again, don't get me wrong here. This isn't, to say these are bad. Again, they help people, no question. They're still mainly a marketing, because like, let's just be real here. There are a lot of disabled people, but they are not like the main audience that makes money. The companies use that to
definitely.
be like, look how nice we are to. I don't want to say yeah.
Stop.
Yeah, like that one infamous example of some company that donated like $10,000 to charity and then spent $100,000 on a Super Bowl ad telling people about how they donated $10,000 to charity.
Oh my god.
Something like that.
Maybe if it was the other way around, it wouldn't be so bad. But God,
It's just pure
Here's
cynical
the
PR.
thing.
I know.
Whenever like a big company is
Capitalism.
like, yeah, whenever a big company does something like that, I will always be like, in my mind, it's like, let's just be real, especially when it's an American company, a lot of the CEOs would happily use the slurs behind doors.
Oh yeah.
And if you're thinking, well, that thought makes me uncomfortable. Sorry, that's kind of the world we live in. Yeah, the richer and whiter you are, the more you will just use slurs without problems.
Yeah.
And then be
The more
really
privilege
pissed
you are,
off when those same people are not worshipping you.
yeah.
You gave them breadcrumbs. How dare they?
Musk. Oh god. Oh, did you see the child thing?
Yeah. No. Oh god. That's just.
Was that referring to
here's the
him
thing.
impregnating her, or
Yeah.
him just like chucking one of the children that hates him at her?
No. It's like. It was just a fucking rape threat, and like. Yeah, you know what? He's so pathetic. He just tried to get her attention for like over a year or so, and it's like, but like,
Bruh, she's not.
It's just-
She's not into you. She's not into you.
but like, he's a weird eugenics
I know.
fetishist. Ah. Sorry, like, that just gets uncomfortable. It's just so fucking ugh. Like, the moment you really realize just how icky that fucking thing is, you're just like, God, no.
Oh my god, even the Pope is on your side. Pope urges Catholics to pick lesser evil between Trump and Harris.
Hey, I have a lot of things to say about the Pope, but you know what? The Pope has been like the popes have been right a few times in the past.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this pope has been less shitty than most other popes.
Oh, he still had some really shitty takes, but yeah.
Oh, exactly. As I said, less shitty.
That's yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, that's the anti-Mexican association. What else? Yeah, that's true. I don't care. The Liberty Desire is actually rising. Slowly, but it's rising.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Currently 8, and I'm getting plus 0.03 per week.
Yay, we're getting South Germans from Holland. I don't know how to say that. We're getting people from southern Germany.
From where?
I don't know where. It was
Hohenzollern?
Hollow Palestine? I don't know. Basically that's it. Hohenzollern.
Hohenzollern.
Yeah. Hohenzollern.
Hohenzollern.
No, yeah. That's where the German Emperor from. At least I'm assuming.
You mean the ones in the Netherlands
Russia.
who were trying to
No, that's just the
say?
No,
I don't think
Prussians.
Hohenzollern is back down there. I don't know. But like that's the thing. There were more families, less, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, Bavaria, for example, was Wittelsbacher, so you know.
Yeah.
Okay. This is a very slow playthrough.
Well,
Yeah, same here. It's incredibly slow.
Yeah.
I
Except
mean, that's
for
kind of
Java.
what happens if we set it to 3, but okay.
No, I mean more in the sense that like it's not just like the game speed. It's also
We're just
it's
waiting.
1850, and we're just not. Yeah, like Agonia is. I think I mean, the only one of us who's actually made something of our country.
I mean, also we're playing quite weak nations where it's it's very hard at the beginning to get growth.
Yeah, I'm trying to like build my way out of economic dependence, and it's slowly going, but it is slow. It's
So many access problems.
Yeah, I did a quick Google. It does look like the isolated state thing is solved on game load. So I guess Puerto Rico will just be stuck in like a pocket dimension until next week. Oh well.
Oh, give me bureaucracy.
Oh well. Oh yeah. You know what? Funniest shit happened again. So I feel like me and Agonia were a bit cursed when it comes to games with random drop rates. So you see, we kinda, didn't get the last boss of Monster Hunter this week, so we're like, you know what, we wait until next week because, I was already hammered as fuck and we have a bad sleep rhythm anyway. So our plan was, let's just, maybe just, do a final weapon upgrade. We almost had it before I fucked up. And so, what if we just all get more damage, then the thing will be dead even faster. So she was like, you know what, I'm going for my King Attilat sword. So, the thing is, she loves that thing. I'm letting you all in on a secret. Agonia has played through Freedom Unite multiple times, and she literally did, one bowgun run, and she still built that sword. She's a King Attilat sword girly. She loves that. She would fucking sleep with a plushie of it. I tell you. It's like you could make a body pillow just the the actual size of the sword. Make the sword, and she would like it. The thing is, she actually wanted to go for that sword anyway. The thing is, what happened. You know what? I'm going to walk you through the steps because it's one of the few swords that you actually have to upgrade yourself. So, not the worst, but usually not the worst. Usually. So it actually starts kind of easy. I think you do the bone sword, the great sword, bone sword. Start upgrading it a bit. And then it diverges, because you first need the Executioner, that is not a problem, and then you need to make it the Sword of the Diablos, because at that point...
Yes?
I need to do stuff. Because for some reason...
Yes?
You know what? I need to deteriorate...
What?
That probably helps. Okay, so basically, you can only upgrade it, so there's no thing where you can build it on your own in between, okay? So the thing is, you first need to do the Sword of the Diablos. And you'd think that is kind of easy, because it just needs a twisted black gloss one. Actually, those drop easily. 3 Diablos tails and 3 black Diablos tails. So, those tails have a 60% cut chance from, well, a cut tail. So it never dropped. It's the most usual thing you drop. So that's the reason. She was actually gunning for that sword, and we literally... It fucking did like on the mental state, like we were like, holy shit, nothing is dropping. Like it just didn't drop. And this is why she was using the crab weapons, because those were actually easy to do and they have like solid stats to end out the game with. Pretty solid ones. So then she had to play a bit through the single player and suddenly she got some tails. So she now sat down and was like, yeah, let's just do it. And because I was not feeling well today, I did the typical take an aspirin, just slam into bed, sleep. That's just how I work. And the thing is, you see, Agonia just has luck. Or gets what she wants. The moment I stop being around, like, nothing drops in, like, Ragnarok Online, I go shopping, I come back, she's like, yes, so a card from every single monster on this level dropped. And it happened. Or like, oh yeah, you come back, I have 4 Hydra cards. I'm like, what? We just needed like 1. Yeah, I have 4. Okay. That's like by the way, a 0.01% chance of dropping. She just got 4. And yeah, this time, I hammer myself on bed and she's like, yeah, I have the tails now. Cool. Yeah, I mean, the rest is actually like, I think the second upgrade you can make that without a problem soonish. And then, like, the last one I probably need to help you a little bit. But like, you probably will have like the big sword at the end of next week. And she can actually use it because, you see, the thing about the King Attalad sword is it has actually like a whole, like, it has 1488 raw damage. That's good. But it has minus 15% affinity, so that's, crit chance down, and also just by sharpness. So that's not a problem for her because she has an armor with sharpness +1 and art of achieving, aka, she gets 1 level of sharpness, so she has now purple sharpness, aka the best sharpness. Cool. So now the big damage sword has a sharpness it should not have. Yay. And you think now, oh hey, but there's still like a negative crit modifier, right? So Art of Unsheathing guarantees that you crit when you draw your sword. Boom, big number go boom. It's gonna be funny. Yeah, I was thinking about maybe building like, we actually were looking at if I could make like a fire lance. No. Like, I would need a whole new armor set with sharpness and shit and...
Stuff you should have built in the beginning, but no.
Oh, shut up! That was just like, I needed some G-rank armor and I can't... I was like, yeah, let's just do something. Now I have, like, I guess medium damage up and, like, good weapon.
Yeah. So, not good.
Could you maybe stop for 1 second? You are not helping me.
It's the sharpness +1 matter. Sorry.
Still.
I think we should help each other's partners.
I'm helping her. I'm telling her what she does wrong.
Don't enable her. Don't enable her. I dare you.
No, I was agreeing with you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Oh, how you change your mind so quickly.
No, I'm just, Okay. Why do the Jap... I wish I could just do some more work with the Japanese. Why are you isolated? Oh well. Let's fix the economy, let's fix the economy. Ba la 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 la, ba la la la.
I have a Fritz.
Ooh, nice. You
Yeah,
also
this is good cola.
Yeah, yeah. Oh god, remind me to upload that fucking interview. God damn it. Yeah, it is good cola. Like Fritz Cola, best cola. Sorry. I mean, we have a bunch of good regional colas up here, but like
Sponsored by Fritz Cola.
Not yet.
not yet. Like I would,
Not
like
yet.
honestly, if Fritz Cola is like we would want to sponsor that VTuber. Honestly, Fritz Cola is probably one of the few. If they're like, do you want to do sponsorship? I would. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. Like, if that is probably one of those few things where I would 100% actually just.
Do it.
Yeah, I would probably go for it. Like, I would totally do it. Like, everyone's like, but it's just a German thing. Yes, I don't care. I will spread the good word of Fritz Cola to the world because you need to know about Fritz Cola.
Yeah.
And the fact they only sell in glass bottles that will be reused and refilled. That's economically viable and good. It's good for the environment. Like, I'm sorry. It's like if I'm just, I know we always talk about recycling and shit, but like the reality is, there are basically two things when it comes to filling up, like that are really recyclable, quote unquote. One are cans. I know, ironic, and even then they need to be you need to be kind of watchful because especially in the USA they actually line them with fucking plastic, which is stupid. But it makes them cheaper, and they just hold for longer. But otherwise, cans are metal, so you can just resmelt them. It's aluminium, so like don't even hard to resmelt. Like you can just
You can do it at home.
Yeah, it's like you don't even need a lot of like. There's a lot of metal where you need really high energies and you get them easily, but like electricity is enough to get aluminium smelted. That's that. And you know what? The only thing that's better than for conserving than metal, you sometimes need metal for some shit. Like, it's kind of ironic that we are not. Okay, you know what? It's right that we're not selling milk in cans. Like, milk in bottles is like something, you always have to deliver fresh because, sunlight and shit. You can't just have it at the store that long. And technically, there's not a lot of light at the store nowadays. You could sell like, in metal, like, shit. That would be doable. You could do that, but still. And the other thing is bottles. And you know what? The moment you standardize bottles, and you have standardized, recycling/washing plants, yeah, you just instantly solve the problem. Like, oh, but like, wouldn't there still be... Here, listen. You have basically just two types of bottles, or, three types. Let's just make it very simple. So one of them, is the one where you just make like a bottle cap on. The bottle cap is made out of metal. We already talked about how you can just smelt metal. No problem. And the rest will be washed and refilled. You can do that for like beer and basically every type of lemonade, juice, etc. That just works. And the other one is a bigger bottle where you can fill in juices and water or other thing. And then you can screw on a metal cap. Again, we talked about the metal. And you can still wash them and reuse them. it's kind of wild that we are still allowing plastic bottles if glass bottles can just fill that hole the moment you standardize them and standardize the process. We could just do that.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Sorry, did I just... uh, I mean, yeah, that's just a personal thing, Like, if we're really talking about shit that has to go out to someone, glass and such is just a better option. But you know what would also help a lot in like a lot of the food industry? If we did it like France, and banned the whole extra packaging that helps, because that's the thing. Even if companies like McDonald's are like, look how biodegradable our stuff is. That's true. It's good that your shit is biodegradable, but you're still producing waste at like abnormal rates. Can we just talk about that for a second? They're still producing waste, like a lot of waste. And they banned that in France.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now you get reusable shit at McDonald's. And it's like actually good use of plastic because they have like instead of the paper bag for fries, it's all of plastic. So they just fill that in, put it at your table, you eat all of it, and then it goes back, and they just wash it and reuse it. Oh holy shit! That cuts.
It's almost
down...
like they could just. It's almost as if they could just put it on a plate.
They could, but like what? I'd still say for fast food at a restaurant, this is like kind of more useful because like the plate is still like it's it's more durable, especially with children and such, and like the burgers, for example especially with burgers, it's like they get packaged into like usually get packaged into the cardboard boxes or get wrapped so they stay warm because they have to wait a bit all the time. Except apparently with Burger King, they're just making them fresh to the point where I'm like, yeah, you should just fucking serve shit on a plate when it's in the restaurant. Not really plate, but like maybe actually reusable. It's so stupid they don't have reusable boxes. But like, yeah. Just I think reusable shit in fast food restaurants should be standard. It should. Like, what the fuck? Like, remember the burger restaurant we went to with Steph?
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah, we went twice there, but like I really love that they just use like a standardized, basically simple metal plate and bowl, and like that. Again,
Yeah,
that just
nice.
cuts down on. Again, they just don't produce a lot of waste, and it's so simple.
Give us cutlery and a plate. Don't need packaging for everything.
I mean, here's the thing. I kind of like to eat a burger on the go, but like, yeah.
Just wrap it up in like wax paper, tinfoil.
I mean, wax paper is still used a lot of times. That's still garbage. Like, not good.
True,
But like, if you at least eat at at the restaurant, they should not use that.
That's what I mean. Like, if it you can't really, if you're in the McDonald's drive-in, you can't really have the plastic cups and stuff. Even in France.
Yeah. Oh well. But yeah, France is ahead of the curve again. Let's go, France. Let's go. Okay. Slowly building up. How's Java going, by the way?
Pretty well. I was trying to have a big war against the Dutch to get some colonies and stuff, but they backed down, so I just nationalized everything.
I guess. Hope the economy is doing.
Nationalize everything.
Nationalize all the industries. Yeah. And now we are out of options. God damn it, Zeppel usually helps us when it gets late. Where is he?
Didn't he have
America.
was it volleyball?
Yeah, volleyball. Also, yeah, I know he's in America. That's I mean that's his problem. But hey chat, do you have any fun topics to bring up if you want to join now? Just hit us with topics.
Fucking Burma always wants to be like, ugh. It's like, I'm doing some war, and they're like, ugh. Yeah, back down, Denmark. Now I stole them part of the Niger Delta, so their colony is now isolated.
Isn't it Niger? In English?
I don't know.
In German
It's Niger.
Niger.
it's Niger.
Yeah, yeah. And I was like, in
Niger is actually a different part.
No, it's
up,
It's just German pronunciation.
it's just a German pronunciation.
but also in English, Niger is also a different country.
Yeah, Niger doesn't exist in Germany, I think.
Okay.
No, it's in Africa.
Not what I meant, but yes, sure.
Way we have a slavery ban.
Be right back.
Russia needs a war. I need him to be distracted.
What are you planning?
Saudi Arabia.
Oh. US has still not integrated the Indian territory.
I mean, to be fair,
It's
they have enough stuff to build.
Yeah.
Let the Indian territory build themselves.
Yeah.
What's like a dish you all would love to try one day?
Many things. Why is everybody wearing up? Nobody wants to antagonize Spain for some fucking reason.
I'm antagonizing them, but it's a different thing.
Yeah, no, but I mean, like everybody you look at to support my independence at like the negative 1,000 because their attitude towards Spain is like cautious or something. Like Spain is not that powerful. Why does
Powerful
nobody want
enough,
to?
I would say.
Yeah. Oh, why does nobody want to fuck with Spain? Who hates Spain actually? Netherlands. Spain are guaranteeing the independence of Portugal.
Yeah.
Huh. And Portugal is allied with Transvaal.
Yeah, and they have a defensive pact with Britain.
Yeah.
It's like...
Yeah, I mean that's just the old alliance. That's been like it's been like that for like since the 12th century or something.
Yeah.
Ooh, the Netherlands maybe. Huh. Dutch attitude towards Spain is antagonistic. Some things never change.
That's just the thing.
Yeah. Let's see. They are still an absolute monarchy. So that's their leader has a big cigar.
Ironic.
This is a randomly generated character. Like, this isn't from the same dynasty. Something happened in the Netherlands that like got the monarch the monarchy replaced with some other dynasty somehow. Yeah, I think the Netherlands look like the best bet so far. There were only -60 acceptance instead of like -1,130 or whatever.
Sure. The thing is just, can they take on the Spanish?
Eh,
That's
I'll
the
take
next
whatever I
question.
can get.
Yeah, that's probably more the
960.
question. Can they take on the Spanish?
No. I just looked at their military strength. No.
Nope, not anymore. Like, before a certain Java was independent, maybe, but like, no, the troops are now in Java. They're like, hello Java. They also smoke. Oh, they smoked cigars for a second.
No. Everybody either likes or fears Spain for some ungodly reason. Sweden, how about you? Nope, -1130. Disinterested in Spain.
Oh well. Yeah. Honestly, I saw one video today, and like, and now I have at least like this one. So I'm planning on making goulash again this year. Last time I tried it, didn't really work out. I'm like, yeah, I guess I have to simmer the meat longer because so it's not tough. I guess. Everyone's like, just 40 minutes. The fuck are you talking about? 40 minutes is not enough. Like, you have to slowly braise the fucking meat. Online recipes are weird sometimes.
Yeah.
But goulash is delicious.
My landowners are revolting again.
Mine too.
Rip Puerto Rico. Perpetual hub of ineffectual revolutions. I'm not even going to bother raising my military this time. Spain will take care of it. Because the landowners are somewhat upset that I'm trying to enact census suffrage instead of landed voting.
Yeah, I kind of need to do that as well, but like, it's a headache.
Oh, the church is now led by a Democrat. That's interesting. I've still got a like government a legitimacy of 27 because I've got the industrialists and the intelligentsia in government, and like, because I am not putting the Conservative Party back in charge. The landowners, the Catholic Church, the armed forces, and the petit bourgeois. Yeah, no, they can stay mad. I do have the like, my current ruler is from the Catholic Church because my rulers get appointed by Spain, but I don't think it can do much. Great Britain, Sir Cassie.
I will soon have to pause for
Okay.
a short while because there are two, like, there's the chance that my law succeeds versus the revolution is like 1 day apart. So I will need to pause to check. But next month, basically.
God damn it! If you are lucky, that's like big.
Yeah.
What law are you enacting?
Per capita taxation. I need it urgently.
Yeah. Yeah. No, Fritz is growing on me.
You should come to Hamburg. Then you can drink it like directly
Yeah.
from the source.
Yeah. Yeah, just go over to the brewery, lie down on my back, and let them open the faucet.
Okay. That didn't work, then I will try resign from office. Yeah, that would be one thing. Okay, no. Maybe I can try that. That's 9.7. So I will get a revolution either way. Sad. But I have
Well.
I have the British East Indies on my side, so
Oh, yeah. I guess then just slam them.
Yeah. Use the British as a blunt instrument. Also, I see you are also smoking a big fat cigar.
They do love their cigars.
Yeah.
Ah, well. Okay. Well, yeah. And then, like, if you ever hear, I also show you that burger joint that Ruben and Zeb wanted to go to twice.
Oh.
It was a
Do
good
they
burger
have-
joint.
Do they have good vegetarian burgers?
They actually sell mainly vegetarian. You have to pay extra for local.
Very
beef.
good. Ah, very good.
It's. I mean, you know what? It's actually like really good beef. Like that's like. I think it's actually worth because like yeah,
I don't think
they
that's the point.
Yeah, but they have them. No worries.
Well, I mean, good beef is good. Like good local beef is better than like the factory farm
Yeah.
stuff. That is also good to hear. Like it's not something that I will avail myself of, but it is a point in that shop's favor. I will agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really they make fucking good burgers. I had both and they're good. Like Yeah, you can rest easy. They have both.
Local ingredients, good.
Yeah, and also
Yes.
you can get Fritz Cola there, obviously.
Yes.
Mm.
At this point, I'm kind of assuming that in Hamburg, like you have just two faucets in the kitchen, and one of them has tap water, and one of them has cola, like Fritz Cola.
Yeah, actually, a lot of the local restaurants only serve Fritz. That's just the thing.
Good. Good. Very good.
And I mean, a lot of local shit. Like, we've also been like out to Büsum once, and there's you can get like really fresh fish there because a lot of local fisheries just have their own shops and restaurants, which are again, they are really fucking tasty. And then they just sell different cola because there's other local cola here, and they're also good.
Yeah.
Back.
Back.
Yeah, welcome back. Also, they have
Back again.
honestly, there's one shop up there in Büsum that actually sells like the best soft ice cream I know.
Ooh.
Yeah. I'm usually not a really
Not a fan.
oh. I'm not a really fan of most soft ice cream. Like, I grew up with, the actual gelato. I think the Italian way, self-made, is the best, and we have like a gelato, one here. But that shop over there basically only makes two types of ice cream: vanilla and chocolate themselves, and they make the waffles themselves.
Mm.
It's really fucking good. We had it, right?
Yep.
It's good. It's really good. You just need to know where to look. And then you have to defend it from the. Oh, well, you're on the North Sea. The Germans are nice. The birds, the white birds, they're nice there.
Seagulls.
Seagulls, yeah. Because you see, there are two types of seagulls. Like
Zeemeeuw.
yeah, just the
Meeuwen. Die meeuwen.
what?
Yes,
Möwe, yeah. Möwen.
Möwen.
Like the North Sea
Möwen.
seagull. They're like
Fun word.
they come up to you and they're like, "Hello, how you doing? It's a fine weather. You have some fries? Can I maybe get one?" Like they're nice. Like maybe I have some fries. It's like, and then they're like the Baltic Sea seagull, and they're like, "You fucking asshole! Give me your döner, or I will slap you to death." Go running, you little shit.
Here's a fun fact. Back where I grew up, Dundee, there are Dundee City Council signs that say "Don't feed the seagulls," and it has a picture of a seagull with a knife.
Hey, me Melta.
So-
Plan is like to get independent. That's like the whole thing to train here. But like, and also only one has succeeded already. Hello, Java. Are you going to slap your landowners?
I'm trying to.
So what you're saying is that the Baltic seagulls are like the Gopnik seagulls.
They are definitely the Gopnik seagulls. Yes, they are. They are aggressive as fuck. It's kind of wild. Like the North Sea seagulls actually like pretty mellow, and then I guess you're in Denmark and you get trapped between both of them.
The sea Gopniks.
A revolution in Iberia.
Revolution in Iberia. What? Oh.
Now you can try to get free from Spain if you want to.
Oh.
They only have 20 troops left. Just declare independence if you can.
Ooh.
And
Spain. Let's see. Can I? No, I my whatchamacallit? My liberty desire is still too low.
Aw.
It is climbing at 0.62 per week, so that is nice.
I have
But
no clue how I get that one up. That is some shit. But how?
Revolution is
Yeah.
upon us.
yeah.
How can I actually increase my liberty desire?
You need to be more economically independent from the enemy.
Supporting Spain.
That's like one thing.
Yeah, that's what I've been trying to do.
Otherwise, hate them. Hate them is good.
hate.
I've been damaging their relationship.
Yeah,
as well,
I'm doing that, but I countered them.
yeah. Fortunately, like my liberty desire is, like I said, is going up very rapidly now because there are no modifiers left that reduce it now that they're in civil war for some reason. So that's good.
So yeah, hopefully that will pay out in the end, and I'm actually going good. I'm going good with the budget. Oh yes, I think I can equip another construction sector.
Yeah, like the Spanish aristocratic revolt's absolutely going to win because they have Austria and Sardinia, Piedmont, and Portugal on their side, and Spain only has like Cuba and the Philippines, and I'm certainly not going to help them.
Yeah.
I just hope that they're not going to like come and knock on my door and like I'll have a bunch of Austrians availing themselves of my rum. That would be unfortunate.
You know, can you blame them? There's no really rum in Austria.
Well,
Also, goddammit.
there is some actually. I found out there's a there's a distillery in Austria that makes like 80% rum or something, like ridiculously high percentage.
God damn it, Austrians! God damn it!
Unfortunately, this means I might still have to crush my landowners myself, but it'll be fine. I'll be able to manage easily. 59% disadvantage. Get fucked, Spain. Oh.
I'm again back in a second. I'm also, you know what? Ow!
You good?
Yeah, she's good.
Back in Spain. I have an iron mine at least, that's something. Oh, Spanish aristocratic revolt has risen up. Oh no, how terrible.
I am back.
Hola.
Hola.
What's that?
Yeah, that's. I don't know more Spanish.
Ah, muy bien, muy bien.
Okay. You know what? I have a problem.
See?
I'm hungry.
No, you're Korea.
Fuck you. Oh, are we really starting with the dad jokes now?
Kind of.
It funds run in the family for me.
Yeah, I mean, yes, but
Doesn't
no.
love dad jokes. They're the best.
Ironically, my dad
Best.
never did a lot of dad jokes. Like, sucks.
That's not gonna be a second. Yeah. Fine. Come on. Spain has a general with a magnificent beard. And he's a historical character too. He's also getting his ass kicked. 93 attacking battalions. This is a surprisingly big war. It's mostly actually the Spanish Revolt.
Yeah.
Shit, they got like all the military. Good for them. Yeah, I think your model may need to lay off the cola for a bit.
Why?
It was jittering like crazy. It still is. But now it's stopped. Now you looked over and it stopped, but your model was just jittering like mad.
I was actually like, I just got hungry and so I'm like, I just looked up. Is someone delivering pizza at this time? And I remember how we did a bunch of that. Oh god, I remember how we ordered one during New Year's once. That was funny.
Pizza with fireworks.
Yeah, it was like, it was basically, we had the whole thing. That something happened with a person we don't have contact with anymore, because that kind of happens a lot, I suppose. And it was stupid, and then we went back home with like 6 liters of cola, and then we just ordered pizza, and got someone through the whole mess of that evening and delivered us pizza. It was kind of delicious. So yeah,
Pizza's good.
Yeah, ironically, I realized there is apparently a small shop like literally around the corner here that is still open for half an hour.
Good. We have like a restaurant that's like 10 minutes drive away, very close. That made like really good pizza, like the best crust on like any like regularly available pizza. Like, it's very very good.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, the restaurant was sold recently, so as of like 2 weeks ago, the 1st of September, they closed, and they're going to remain closed for the foreseeable future. So that's once they reopen, it remains to be seen what's if there's like what kind of food they're even going to serve. If they're still going to be like a restaurant, or if they're going to go back to being like a pub like they were, or whatever.
Oh god damn it! That would suck.
So,
yeah. If it's a good pub, then hooray for good pub.
Yeah.
I was like, how big is 60 by 40 centimeters? Because apparently they sell it in squares.
Huh, that's quite big.
Yeah, like here's the thing. If I order a pizza now and it costs a bunch, I would definitely like get one where I can share. But I should probably just do something else. I'm hungry though. Ironically, the pizza service we're usually ordering at, basically that happened because the guy helped me out once and ordered a taxi. I was like, yeah, sure. Because there was just some stuff that happens, and I was like basically stranded, and then he was like, yeah, hey, you have problems? I'm like, yeah, I need to go there. I'm like, yeah, come in here, have like a drink, rest. I was just calling you a taxi and shit, and like they were nice, and so we're all there now.
That was sweet of them.
Oh yeah, I mean, honestly, I like most like locally owned, like especially pizza and sandwich stores here, like they're run by Arabs, and they're like usually like super nice. They're usually like they have like a sense of there's someone in problem, I will have to help them now.
Interestingly enough, we have that a lot here. Like Arabs sometimes, but also Turkish people. Like there's quite a lot of pizzerias that are owned by people from the Middle East. Like back where we used to live,
Arabs,
there was a pizzeria owned by Egyptians.
Turkish people.
Yeah.
I need to.
Yeah. like it's sort of Turkey, Arabia. It's a little is Turkey Arabia? Yes or no? It's
Kind of.
I kind
usually
of.
no.
Kind of.
Kind of, but yeah, but like there's
I mean-
also like animosity. But like it's
Yes.
They have a lot of.
Middle Eastern people,
Yeah.
people from the Middle East.
Yeah.
But then there are also like parts of Turkey that aren't in the Middle East.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that they
It's
kind of
already a
conquered us.
weird name, like Middle East.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not Eurocentric at all.
It's the middle of the East. What's the
Yeah.
East? It's east from where I am. Okay, that's not confusing at all.
Ironically, how that happened. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, like I think it's actually even Middle East is technically wrong because Turkey is Near East and then south of Turkey is the Middle East, I believe.
Turkey is Byzantine. Okay.
The former Byzantine
The
territory.
people who got us good clothing.
Yeah. Yeah.
The former land of the Seleucid Empire.
Oh,
I mean, it's basically like that's the thing when like people are like, oh, is Arabia really that different? I'm like, Arabia was for the longest time either Greek or Roman territory. So like,
Who knows?
I'd say
Or
Europe.
during the Byzantine Empire, both.
Yeah, like here's the thing, Europe is like it's not a continent. It's like it's the continent and basically everything with the Mediterranean. It's kind like. Can we really say, oh yeah, Europe just stops at, the Strait of Gibraltar? Sorry, Morocco is also kind of Europe. We have a history together.
Yeah, like colonial history. Yeah.
I mean, yes, but like also, I mean, like, let's not forget that Spain was basically settled by, Tunisian people, and it's a long history, And like we should maybe stop that colonial history because again, I'd say like everyone in the Mediterranean just kind of lives so close together. It's weird that we're drawing a fucking line there.
Yeah.
That's just
Yeah.
my personal thing.
Especially Greece and Turkey, like they hate each other along nationalist reasons, and there are differences between them, but there are way more similarity than there are differences.
Yeah.
They're
it's-
essentially two aspects of the same culture.
Yeah.
And
Also-
if you tell them that to their face, they will absolutely fucking murder you where you stand.
I mean, holy shit, if you go to any German and be like, look, this is part of your culture, and you point at something Bavarian, they will bash your head in with a hammer. But like, sorry, Bavaria and the rest of Germany has a lot of things in common. It's like, I think it's, the thing is, Europe has this problem of really looking at our differences instead of realizing how fucking much we have actually in common.
Yeah, that was actually when I studied history in university, and very interesting. I highly recommend people need to learn more about history. Full bias. I genuinely find that incredibly way more useful than you'd think. But then in my the first year, which is kind of general sort of world history throughout the year, mainly focused on Europe, of course. But then in my second year, I had I took an elective of Russian history because I was like, I don't know a whole lot about Russian history. This seems interesting.
Yeah.
And so then, I learned about Russian history for like 1 quarter of the year. At my university, years were split up into 4 parts, and it struck me at that point just like how not just how different Russia's history was, but like exactly like you said, how incredibly similar and close together Europe's history. Like that we treat European history like, oh, this is British history, French history, German history, like Spanish history, and so on. And we all treat it like this very separate, distinct things, but they're really not. Like they're all just sort of. There are so many similarities. Everything is so interconnected. So many similarities happening at the same time that there's way more. The whole distinctions are so artificial, and that sort of really opened my eyes to just kind of
I think
just
one
how
of the
bullshit it is.
And one of the major things you need to just look at it, like how big the Ottomans are still now, 1855. That's the Ottomans were still really big 100 years ago when the Great War happened. Then they kind of imploded. That happened.
Yeah.
Yes. But like, just keep in mind, the Ottomans were basically the cultural leader of Europe for hundreds of years. And I mean Europe. So much of, European culture was shaped or imported from, especially the Ottoman Empire and Arabic countries. Like,
Yeah.
it is, like, the thing is, 'cause I sometimes have my own things about maybe, writing shit and stuff, like, I think one of the wildest things for me is, like, if you ever write about, like, if you ever think about it, if you ever want to write the European Union as, like, little bit more, aggressive and colonialist, one of the easiest things they could do is just say, you know what, the Ottoman Empire and the regions were always part of Europe.
Yeah.
And suddenly they have a whole fucking big de jure claim. And you know what? It wouldn't even be like the wrongest claim. Again, the Ottomans they were a European country. The differentiation we did later was, later. They were just part of European culture and diplomacy for like hundreds of years. Centuries. It was just that. It's kind of wild that we like, oh, is this Europe? Like, literally, does Europe end at Constantinople and the Bosporus? Is that the end of Europe?
Depends.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Like, sorry, basically all this territory, like everything we know, like where Turkey is nowadays, that was for the longest time just Greek.
Yeah.
It was just seen, and then then the Ottomans took over, but like the Ottomans also took over a huge part of Macedonia and everything else. Like, yeah, they were just the Balkans. Like, why do we draw a fucking line there when we just have this much of a history? It's literally just arbitrary bullshit. Oh yeah, Mean Melter, welcome to
we've been on speed 2 for a while.
Oh, who did that?
I don't know. 3.
I didn't do that.
But yeah, Mean Melter, welcome. We talk a lot about stuff like that here. A lot, actually. And I'm still hungry. Fuck.
Well,
I don't
welcome
even
to the
have
Nyalorcast.
Yeah. AKA, Europe has to rebuild the Ottoman Empire, and
That sounds so wrong when you say
it sounds wrong. Yeah.
I mean, better Europe does it than Erdogan did it.
Fair point.
Seriously, like, I mean, when people are like, oh, but can the EU just say everything close to their borders could join? Here's the thing. I say Turkey is basically European, and so are the Kurdish people that live in there. And we should maybe stop that, European people, Kurdish people, get murdered.
Good idea. Generally, just stop people getting murdered. That's a good beginning.
Yeah.
Yep. We maybe should not murder people. I know, hot take nowadays, apparently. God, what is happening with Persia? You are not looking well, Persia. Huge history lover myself. Yeah, I mean, history is fascinating if you actually, like, dive into how shit happens. Like, we just had a big discussion in the beginning how a lot of the shortages in the GDR were, due to actually just infrastructure problems and the missing of equipment, not, oh, hey, they couldn't import bananas. Just, like, they could, but, like, it's... If you don't have, refrigerated train cars, the last mile is the problem, not, getting them over the ocean.
Also, a funny thing, now that Spain, like the aristocratic revolt won, that somehow reset my revolution and it started up again, so now it's starting back at 0.
Well, that
Which is
sucks.
funny. No, it's fine. I this is just the landowners rising up again. So having the revolution, like, is not my like, I don't have enough liberty desire to rebel against them. I mean, the landowners being upset that I'm trying to pass census suffrage. That revolution.
Well, that's
I just started from 0.
know what? Maybe I should have followed Ruben's advice and just had some Heinz beans in on the shelf.
I know, it's great.
I'm like, I literally was like, I need something hearty, maybe fruity, and like, yeah, fuck, that was actually a good mixture. God damn it, Ruben.
Yeah,
Maybe a
but
bit
do you
much for
have
one.
toast?
Maybe a little bit more. Oh, you don't know this, right? You know what Ruben suggested?
What?
So he suggested, like, hey, if you're in a pinch and you want some, something to eat, you can just substitute, like, tomato sauce with a can of Heinz baked beans and tomato sauce, and you can just season that, and, like, it's unironically not bad, because, like, you just get a tomato sauce that you can just season, with herbs, but, like, also you have some protein filling. It's unironically good with pasta.
And also with cheese, and also you can get
Yeah.
pasta with sausage. So the baked beans with sausage. That's quite good. It's quick and easy.
But,
It's
like,
something I
you
grew up
want to-
eating.
You want to have an easy tomato sauce, like, ironically, that's not bad, and you actually have some protein and it fills. It's like, you can just have it on the shelf. I just wish they would have smaller cans, because for myself, it might be a bit a lot.
You know what also is like I don't know if you can get this specific kind of bean in Germany, because apparently it's like a Dutch specific bean. But we have like brown beans here. At least I don't see an English language Wikipedia article for it, and it says here it's mainly grown in the Netherlands. Like so brown beans with applesauce. Which is like
I mean-
it's simple, it's hearty, it's fruity, it's
I mean, brown
it's
beans are
it's filling.
apparently
Yeah.
sold here?
Yeah, I mean, makes sense. You're not far over the border.
Okay. Yeah, I guess they have that interesting combination.
Yeah, like brown beans by themselves, they're sort of they don't have a very strong flavor. Like they taste like beans, but they're not like particularly savory or anything. So that with just applesauce, like I said, it's very simple, very basic, kind of cheap, old school poor people food.
I mean, yeah, that's
but-
how you do that,
Yeah, but it is good. It is good. Like it's simple, and it's filling, quite tasty,
I'm so
and just
unlucky with my laws. It's
I mean,
it's fucking me over, basically.
I always say workers' food is one of the most interesting things to look at, because there you definitely have some. I mean, also some historic food. Like I remember seeing like there was like I mean we all probably know Tasting History, the channel.
Yep, I was thinking of that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's so good.
I love
It's so
how they-
good. I love
they-
them.
I once cooked like because like they were like here's like a Transylvanian garlic roast and like god damn it that thing is delicious. Holy shit, that thing
Yeah.
was delicious. That garlic sauce is to die for. I love it.
Yeah. I've made syllabub a couple of times. Like the last time I tried, I think I kind of fucked it up because I just went off recipe notes that I'd written. I didn't check the video, so it separated. But like the previous times I made it, it is so good.
Maybe
Although
we
I
should
will
try
say,
that.
like in the video, he said Seville oranges, and so he used oranges. But Seville oranges are kind of like a specific cultivar of oranges that are more sour. So you should instead of Seville oranges, try lemons. But like. Like I said, I just made it with the first time I did it with orange, just oranges. I think the second time I might have done lemons, but yeah, if it works, it is so incredibly good. You can eat it as a dessert. You can just use it as a whipped cream stand-in. Like you can just put it on like apple pie or with
I
ice
get
cream
it,
or whatever.
Yeah,
Good,
I
incredibly.
mean, I like
The
also
medieval
have.
Dupree is a bit of effort, but it's so good.
I mean, that is like. That's like one of the things what I find so fat. Okay, honestly, I just saw this again today because Agonia is rewatching Frieren, and there's a bunch of stuff I could talk about this series that does
I
it
need to
good
finish that.
or bad.
I need to
But
finish
like,
that series.
what?
I need to finish that series.
Yeah.
One of many series. But like, I
But
should
one
finish that.
thing that still irks me to say is that currently fantasy is just like, oh yeah, that's just burgers. Like, fuck off.
Yeah.
Sorry, you want to have medieval fantasy, okay? I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I know people are like, oh, it's not a big deal. Everyone can. No, shut the fuck up. If you're going and write fantasy with a medieval European setting or aesthetic, and you're coming at me with, yeah, burgers are just a thing, I will rip everything you wrote apart and be like, do some research, you fucking lazy hack job. If you're at this, but magic, no. You cannot have like a low magic fantasy setting and burgers. Okay? Burgers are such a
Burger.
highly specialized, industrial age food. You're like, but there
Yeah.
were always the burger in ancient Rome were just a patty, They fucking so they had quote unquote burgers in quote unquote Rome, but they were just minced meat, in netted in like basically intestine skin that kept it fatty, and they
together, yeah.
and they baked that in, I think, a plum juice. And that was kind of the thing. There was nothing else. It was really, really, really simple. So minced meat shit is simple and like old. But the burger with brioche buns and fresh salad, tomatoes and sauces, like
And
that
sesame
is-
seeds.
and sesame. That shit is not something that you would see. Can I have my spells? Can I have no cheeseburger? You know what? I'm not.
You could technically have both if you would establish that certain spells and especially types of enchantments would be present in the world.
Yeah.
If you would have perpetual cooling containers that you could move and shit like that, or teleportation circles that were used for commercial stuff,
Yeah, like-
you could at least have it on some scale.
Yeah, but like the thing is, first of all, if that exists, usually only for the aristocracy. Then it would
yeah.
look wildly different, because keep in mind, you know what the aristocracy did when spices were not available? They spiced everything. Keep in
Yeah.
mind, if something is only available for the aristocracy, they will not make a humble burger. They will go all out. Because they want to show off that they're wealthy. And second of all,
And ironically, like that's the whole thing. They want to set themselves apart from the people, so that when spices became more readily available and became cheaper, and middle class folk could afford spices, they started to like not eat spices because it was like it just because they didn't want to eat the same as the poor folk.
I mean,
They-
then
the nobility is that fucking petty.
I mean,
You
there's
peasants.
also the thing that,
It's the petit bourgeoisie.
But also what happened is that the all the recipes with the spices, at least in Britain, that's the other thing that happened. It was not only that they were petty, but also they couldn't they couldn't not only say that, and it's an ironic thing, back in the day when they were rich and aristocracy, peasants cooked for them, and the peasants knew their recipes.
Oh, the United States tries again.
Oh damn! Holy shit! They're going for Wales again. Holy, what do they want with Wales? Conquer home county? What?
Wales has oil.
Holy shit!
Wales and oil. You
Home
see it?
counties. Where are those? And Midlands.
It's London. Home counties is London.
America, what are you doing?
I mean, the Britain is also currently at war with Russia over Ottoman like there are Russian troops invading Canada from Alaska because they're fighting they're fighting the Ottomans.
They are splitting.
This is-
They are going to split them in. Holy shit! What is going on with you, America? They heard your hamburger comment. Let's go. Okay,
It's
honestly,
very funny.
okay. Mean Melter. They already went for that. They wanted the Hudson Bay Company before, and Wales, and but now they just want the I guess they only want New Brunswick. But still, holy shit! What is going on, America?
The Ottomans won. They now have sent all the good parts of Egypt.
Oh damn! And Britain has.
Oh, and Britain has
Holy shit! What is
cut Egypt in half.
What is going on? Britain is going to. We let Britain and
It's
America
always
go, and
fucking-
they just.
Oh, and Prussia and Austria are at it again.
Yeah. No, you know what? They are so at each other's throat. They don't have time to do opium wars. I was like, yeah, I just used the opium wars to become independent. No, I guess. Okay. But yeah, no, they would behave totally different. But again, you would know that if you actually, studied a little bit of history. But you know what? And here's the thing. I wonder today, you know what I find fascinating? Because again, you could maybe say, oh, but what if magic is so abundant, then you wouldn't have a medieval society anymore.
Yeah.
Then you would have Eberron.
Then you would have, yeah, something like, you would probably have something that already works on a certain industrial scale, because the thing is, the moment you say, oh, but what if magic just replaces all of that? Here's the thing. You have, like, if you have, fast transportation methods, cooling storage methods, and just methods to just produce heat all the time, you will have an industrial revolution.
Of some kind.
You're not medieval anymore. You're the Victorian age, but powered by magic. Do you know that?
Basically.
That's one of the things also that I find so very interesting about the Iron Kingdom setting, because that's exactly what it is. It is just a high fantasy, like a high magic fantasy setting that has a full magic industrial revolution, and they. Like, what makes it specifically so good is they're not just, like, using aesthetic... Like I don't know much about Eberron, but it appears to be, like, they have some elements of industrial society that run by magic, but in Iron Kingdoms, they really extrapolate the world building. I read the history section, and it was like reading one of my history textbooks from university. Like whoever wrote that knows their stuff. Like they go into the detail of like linguistic drift over thousands of years. Like they go into a lot of detail.
That's the right thing.
They have so much. Like they've worked it out in such detail. And it's like it is primarily a war game, so it also has an RPG, but it's still mainly war focused. So it is mainly focused on that, but they do go into things about like, oh yeah, this is the impact that this new magic tech has on agriculture.
Yeah.
And like it is they go into so like they work things out in such to such a fascinating degree that it is just even like say even just reading the history section is interesting in its own right. Even if you never played the game, just as somebody who's interested in history and interested in fantasy, you should read the Iron Kingdoms textbook history section, because it is really cool.
Yeah, and I think the funniest bit is that then they're always like, oh yeah, but it's still medieval because they don't have firearms. Like, first of all, lol LMAO, you can replicate firearms with magic. But like, even if
they have full-on firearms.
Yeah, if magic replaces firearms, you'd still basically end up with kind of trench warfare. Like, here's the thing: if you have like just magic artillery divisions and the rest fights with swords, you'd still end up with trench warfare, because you can still build tanks and shit. Anyway, again, I think most people are just like, oh, but you don't have firearms, it's medieval. That's not how it works. That's not how it works in any way, shape, or form. You can have like a really developed society. If you're really like, there is no there's no black powder or any chemical in that world to make like a reaction for bullets. Fine. Either you can replace that with magic, which might maybe be really expensive or just unviable. But that would still not make a medieval society, just because your armies are doing
superheat water to make steam.
I mean, also at that point, if you have like heavily restricted firearms, but otherwise modern technology, you have Arknights.
Oh, you're right. You told me about
the setting. It's so good. I love it.
But yeah,
that's also the thing with Iron Kingdoms, that they went and like they do have firearms, and they go even further. Not just firearms, they have gun mages that fire magic bullets that are infused with spells. They don't have tanks, but they have warjacks, which are like magical mechs that are remote controlled.
Yeah, that would work.
Really
also,
cool.
Interesting point. I think some systems of magic can extremely change how warfare can work. It really depends on how your magic system works. Magic can heal and spawn food. Death by attrition, basically impossible. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing why I would always say people overthink Magic the Gathering. Because, like, Magic the Gathering was sorry, not Magic, D&D, because D&D was not like, they didn't think about like how warfare worked. They were just like, it's a dungeon crawl system.
The first edition,
But, like,
yes, they thought about that.
They thought about
They
that.
assumed normal peasant society with low magic and not many spellcasters.
Yeah, that's the thing. Also, in the first and AD&D, like it's so weird when people say, "Oh, he made mages extremely strong on purpose." You know how fucking weak mages are in AD&D. Like, you start out with one spell. Not one spell. You can cast one spell, and one spell, and it's a utility spell.
Probably, yeah.
There are no cantrips. There are no damaging cantrips. Good fucking luck.
4 HP is pretty much the most you can have at level 1.
Yeah. And you don't really have armor. You have a sword.
Also, if you play by the rules, generally you don't choose the spell you have.
Yeah, so you're shitty Gandalf.
Basically.
So, yeah, so why when people are like, oh, they are overpowered by... No. They became later. Because later they added a lot of shit, that just was like... this sounds fun, or, this would be nice. That's what happened later. But, like, yeah, no. The earlier ones, they weren't not even remotely as powerful. It was just, later when people like, this sounds like a nice spell, and then, didn't think about any ramifications. Oops. But yeah, no, magic, like, you can have, like, powerful individual magicians, but, like, sorry, medieval society is, like, a whole thing about how things are structured, how taxes are paid, how land is divided, how logistics work, etc., etc., etc. And I will be honest with you. If you're like, it's a fantasy setting, don't worry about it. I will, because literally you all are promoting like intellectual bankruptcy. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
As someone who's like,
if you like, if you start saying like, oh, it's fantasy, you don't have to worry about it. It's basically like saying fantasy is a worthless genre.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And like, I'm going to be on.
Put in at least the bare fucking minimum of effort into your world building and think things through at least like 1 or 2 steps. Just don't be fucking lazy.
And also, yes, I am referencing that new artwork in the the new D&D rulebook where people were like, why are they spawning tacos and and shit, and some people were like, oh, but there are potatoes in your medieval. Here's the thing, there's a difference between what can grow in like your fantasy setting, because we do not know. Maybe your continent is actually blessed with something like the potato, which, let's just be real here, there were medieval societies, that ate a lot of potatoes. They were called the fucking Incas. Anyway, and like the thing, the thing with the older systems is more like they actually explained how they were supposed to play. The new ones just explain shit. It's not like easier to homebrew. It's more like they don't explain how the system works, and now everyone's just like, oh, I just slap what I think feels right onto it. Like, a lot of homebrews suck. Like, they're clearly made by people that don't even know how the systems work. And like, just for record, I've been playing TTRPGs like way longer than D&D 5th edition exists. Like, I know I'm not that old, but I'm actually like outranking most people in terms of time. It's just like, again, the problem is, if you're coming at me with like, it's just a fantasy system, people can make shit up. Sorry, I know shit had said that, but for once, I'm sorry. Maybe give a little bit, like an ounce of fuck about your fantasy system, because like the moment you do shit like that, in my opinion, you kind of just have given up. You really do not care a single bit about your world anymore. You're just putting out a product that says everyone's allowed to do whatever they like. And like, to a degree, sure, but like, you are selling a world. Let's not forget. 5th edition of D&D specifically made the Forgotten Realms the world where everything is built around. They barely use it, but that is the case. Everything is built around the Forgotten Realms. And I'm sorry, how the fuck are there supposed to be tacos in the Forgotten Realms? Sorry, they're not producing corn. It's not there. Corn actually just grows in very specific... Also, again, there were, medieval societies that ate a lot of corn. They were called the Aztecs.
Also, funny thing, corn is actually like heavily selectively bred. Like Teosinte, the precursor of corn, looks wildly. It basically looks like just a head of grass with slightly bigger seeds, and they crossbred that over thousands and thousands of years to make the corn we know today. Like that is the result of thousands of years of selective breeding and genetic engineering. Essentially, like, it is artificial. So that's also something.
One cool thing you get found where I live is wild barley, actually.
Oh.
But even then, that's pretty similar to the selectively bred, natural, proper barley.
It's also possible that is just all the like either the actual barley that's just been spread by the wind, or as a crossbreed with that barley. Like I don't know if it's fully like the same barley that's grown.
No, it's not the exact same barley. This is a different breed, but it's similar.
This isn't
basically.
like if you're about being a fan of something. Like I have 5e here. I think 5e is as a system is overhated, but like most people don't know how it's actually supposed to be structured. Like again, this isn't like a thing about it's just 5e adventures and so many rules and timers are still built around dungeon timers. And guess where dungeon timers are mentioned anywhere in the rule system? Nowhere. But dungeon timers.
They were in the playtest material for the original, and they obviously still have systems based on them, but I don't think they're ever really mentioned.
Yeah, that's the thing. They don't mention dungeon timers, and yet the game is still built around them. So it's not like saying, it's not about being fan of stuff. It's just what 5e does. They have obvious systems the game is still built around because it, copies so much from third, fourth, and oldest generations. They just don't mention it. That doesn't make it easier to homebrew. It's more like, people fill the obvious gaps to a degree.
Yeah.
Though, there are actually
you can
rules.
pretty much homebrew every system. It's not hard. It was never hard.
It was never hard. But the thing about the whole, fantasy writing is again, you kind of given up if you just allow everything in there. Your fantasy world just... Yeah, it was never hard to do. Everyone can do a homebrew system. I think the he's more here's the thing. The thing I think is again, most new DMs do not know the rules.
If I let the DM alone with the books, they will DM shit.
Yeah, because
a lot of the underlying system that are important and make for good game flow are not explained in the DMG.
Mm-hmm. Or how you're supposed to structure combat. How you're supposed to structure anything. I know people usually just make one big fight because they think that's how it's done. That's how Baldur's Gate does it. And spoiler, Baldur's Gate gets it wrong.
Also, Baldur's Gate is a video game, not a TTRPG.
That is what.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know what? You can't really overhaul or build something on 3.5 edition because they actually explain and they integrate a lot of stuff, while 5e just doesn't explain it. So obviously it's easier to quote-unquote plug shit in because it's not there.
What's the homebrew we do? We introduce dungeon timers because that's what the system is technically still built around. So that would be technically homebrew since they don't explain them.
I kind of reworked a bit how dual weapon fightings work because the base rules are shit and just make it kind of unviable.
Yeah.
It's not even a big change. It's ironically.
And then usually we reduce the feat tags of how was it called again? I don't know if it was Great Webmaster. The thing where you reduce your accuracy for more damage.
Yeah, that's just like everyone can do
That's
it.
basically for every weapon.
Because like the thing is, Great Weapon Master, if you want to play kind of sensible, it's just one of the things everyone would use, and so like it would actually make sense if you're just having it as a rule for everyone anyway. So that just gives players more options actually.
And as a compromise, let's say we strengthen the average encounter you can have.
Also, have you played any wargame system? I fucking own 40k since 4th edition.
Yeah.
But yeah, back to the whole fantasy thing. Like, here's the thing. To a degree, I wish, like, if you're making an actual old system, I also played fantasy shit there, yeah, and the Lord of the Rings. That was just the easiest thing to have back in the day, okay? At that point, don't at me. It was just simply the thing. Okay? Again, also there are wargame systems, and again, I played the old ones. I also played 3rd edition. I played the old ones. The thing is, again, if you make a medieval setting, like, I kind of wish that, I think there is one rule you should do if you make a medieval setting. In terms of food, imagine that your society doesn't have potatoes. Now we're getting somewhere. Like, here's the thing. A lot of shit we use nowadays came from, America. Like, tomatoes, peppers, potatoes, yes, corn. A lot of it came over. And I think you can maybe make a case for some stuff. But, like, for example, again, just think about what would people use if they didn't have potatoes? They would use beets. They would use a lot of beets. And one key thing is that, beets,
other root vegetables.
carrots, yes, and there are a lot of them. Parsnips, for example. I think parsnips were still European.
Yeah,
Certain parts, yeah.
Yeah, they are.
So you would have that, for example. That's one thing. And they would use more fruits, like also garlic would be a thing they could still use. Like, I'd say...
so much garlic. The Middle Ages, they used so much garlic.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
And, like,
tons.
yeah.
And
it's
ginger.
because garlic and onions, they are so easy to cultivate. Like, holy shit, you would your country run on garlic and shit. But you know what? Here's the thing. And I wrote about that already, but... It's kind of wild to me that everyone, always goes for, they always go for the modern food and never think about, hey, what's actually food, because there were street vendors back, there were street vendors in, ancient Rome. We know that. That's just a common thing where people got food. That's how so
They had
many
fast
people...
food.
What?
Ancient Rome had like actual fast food places.
Yes. Yeah. You could be like, hey, look what the Romans had as fast food. A lot of that stuff was still sold in Rome and other big cities around Europe later in the medieval ages. And if you had, something like a bigger city in a fantasy setting, they would have that too. But like,
Yes. That one tasting history video about like the Byzantine honey fritters goes into a lot of detail about takeout and fast food in medieval Constantinople, because that was like people got like takeout more often than they cooked at home. Like that was just the way to eat in Constantinople.
So like if you're making a fantasy setting with adventurers, people would still, you could have like taverns or takeaway shops or stuff. That's normal. But like, please don't make it fucking ice cream and burgers, because that's not what they would do. But then like, oh, but I want to make it a little bit more unique, a little bit more exotic. Okay, here's the thing. Have you tried looking at Chinese cuisine? Because let me tell you, if you have a city that's big, that has like a relatively constant supply of, fresh food. Wok is just like a concave metal bowl. That shit can happen anywhere. And let me tell you, a fantasy society with, street food stalls, they would have, stir fries and woks way more than anything else. Because here's the thing, rice was a grain we actually had access to.
Yeah.
And rice is one hell of a good grain. Like, yes, we have also wheat here, but let me tell you, there's a reason Asia runs on rice, because rice is a fucking good grain. Yes, you cannot, have it everywhere built, but like, good fucking lord, does it produce a lot of rice. And you know what? Rice stores itself for so fucking long.
And like if just like we were talking about with tasting history, if you want some inspiration and examples, Chinese cooking demystified, another YouTube channel,
Yes.
very good,
Amazing.
Good,
Like,
look them up, and there's like there is a ton of your food culture right there.
yeah, it's like,
They're so
but
good.
what they do? Hey, your country, let's just say your country now has access to rice and wheat. You will have like steamed buns and shit on the street, because that's like one of the easiest things to sell people. Shit with bread.
Dumplings.
What dumplings? Shit on bread.
Dumplings, yeah.
Like dumplings were like pasta, and like grain. Grain is just like, again, if you have rice a lot,
Noodles.
you can have stir fries. Like paellas are a thing. Paellas is basically just a Spanish stir fry. I know. I just pissed off probably all the Spanish people. Are like, you make them in like a big iron
shit about
cast
them.
pan, and it's just that, and like you can sell that bulk. Other than that, soups. There were so many soup stalls, because if you had like a soup going over the fire, as long as it cooked, it was healthy. You can just refill the soup.
Perpetual stew.
Perpetual soups. Those would be a lot of things. And the thing is, in the moment you can make something like noodles, like dried noodles. Those would be just sold at, like, you have a perpetual soup at your food store. You give
And fresh noodles too.
Yeah, you would just slap some noodles in, maybe some meat, some filling, put something about, and you're like, oh shit, do we just have the noodle soup sold all over Asia at cheap stalls? Oh yeah, we do. That's how you. And that's actually shit you could make in a medieval society. That's actually shit you can transport and store, even if you want to have them a bit advanced. And like, sorry, the higher stuff like soufflés and shit, those wouldn't be sold. No. Like sweet
No,
stuff
yeah.
would be like, again, caramelized grapes, or just honey treats. Honey would be used so fucking much instead of sugar,
And-
because honey is just actually that shit stores.
Yeah, and it's a huge meme, but sweet rolls.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's a huge meme, but it's actually just accurate.
It is.
Yeah, and again, like to go back to what I already mentioned, in the Byzantine Empire, the honey fritters were also just you make those. It's literally just little like clumps of dough that that are fried up and then covered in honey with like either sesame seeds or black pepper, and you make like a big batch of those and you sell them in a street stall. Like, bam, there's your snack food. It's basically it's the medieval equivalent of churros.
Yeah, it's like there are so many things you need to keep in mind that were easy to make. Like, I mean, to this day, one of the most normal Chinese breakfasts is they just have fucking dough dumped into a fryer, just not hot oil, a wok with hot oil, and then you just fry that shit and everyone eats it. I want to eat it. I mean, I'm hungry as shit right now. It's not helping.
Look at Japanese food too, like standard Japanese breakfast, like miso soup.
Yeah.
Is also just like
Miso soup,
you
some
can
grilled fish.
you can put like with grilled fish, rice, whatever. You can put stuff in it, or you can just have like just the soup. You can use the soup to make a broth with other stuff. There are so many things. Like,
Also, hello, Apollo Gaming.
yeah, so many possibilities.
Yeah, I like, again, you go through like Southeast Asia, they have similar things, because I think this is probably even more interesting. I am hungry already, Mean Melter. I am fucking hungry. I'm sitting here and I probably should make myself like at least a sandwich, but my brain is already at the mode of at least pasta or I will fucking scream at someone.
Pesto, how about that?
I don't have pesto right now.
Yeah.
I could make something similar. Like, you can make your own. Also, okay, you know what?
Yeah, it's good. Good shit.
Dried pasta and pesto. Those would be sold so fucking much because pesto is actually storable. You can
Yeah.
actually store pesto, and also, yeah, you know what? The thing is, if we're talking about colder climates, you can store a lot of shit a long time. That's not a problem. Also, by the way, most of your meat would be salted. You would eat salted pork a lot of salted pork and beef. Like, that would be the baseline food of so many people. Because wine, because salt preserves shit, and you need to preserve your meat. That's just how it is. And then you have, again, you have like, if you have more fresh stuff, you know, from example, Indonesia, you know what they would do? Indonesia and other Asian countries, you know what they have? You know what they, and also the Romans did? So they make a lot of preservatives, like, you know, sambal, fish sauce, soy sauce, shit that's fermented that you can put on the shelf and that you don't need to refrigerate, that stays, like, that stays stable for a long fucking time. And you're like, why? Because those things are preserved. They add flavor. And the rest is, oh, you have some fish. You just, you know, bit it in flour, fry them up, put some sambal on it, boom! You have a tasty fish now.
And also, to continue the whole thing with that I keep bringing up YouTube channels, Townsend's, which is focused on America, admittedly, but is 18th century. So like, there's surprisingly few potatoes, but there's a lot of videos that go in great detail about like food preservation and like food available to the mass. Like that's also a very good resource for looking at, like, you know, what would that look like.
Townsend's is great. Also, like, I fucking love how they were like, this is the feast for like the hungry worker and shit. Like, that's good. They have good shit there.
Yeah.
God damn it, you got Dynam.
Huh? Dynam since a while ago, but I lost to France right now, so I lost parts of Burma. That's not good.
Damn it.
Oh yeah,
France
has the Burmese coast now.
So okay if we start to wind it down because
Oh yeah, sure, that's the plan. That's the plan. But in general, like, you can look at so much, and like, also they have if you're like, oh, but fish sauces, really, isn't that like more of an Asian? The Romans had garum. If you're, if you're saying, if you make like a good bolognese, or like a good, you know, Italian sauce, and you put in some fish sauce, that's just carrying on Roman tradition. Just saying, you're just fusing the old with the new. And similar, if you, again, in Townsend's, they have like a ketchup recipe made from mushrooms. And it looks so good. I want to make it one day.
Tasting History did a video on that as well. I don't know if it's the same recipe, but I do remember, like, I was actually talking about that exact video with someone today.
Or like, I think they had like, there was an interesting series that Townsend's make about what food slaves in the South ate. Also, I mean, yes, but like, that is obviously one of the things you should look at. Again, food history is so rich, and like, that is probably also one of the things why I'm like so angry about this topic, because first of all, listen, just because you're like treating fantasy as your own escapism thing, it's like, fantasy is a thing of speculative fiction, and you're not speculating, you're just like, I just want things to look like medieval Europe but still have capitalism, and also I would still want my burgers and tortillas like I know them from now. Again, I think you are intellectually lazy to a big degree, but also it's just insulting. Like, we have this gigantic, rich history of food from like all over the world. Asia has their own history of food and how to, you know, take care of, you know, fresh food in hot climates where they can't preserve shit, and they found solutions. We have, you know, the Incans and Aztecs cultivating different types of crops and making dishes with that. We have the whole history of, you know, Native Americans, you know, and later, you know, also colonial people living on the frontier with barely anything shit. We have the European, European cuisine that developed. We have the, you know, from colder climates to Mediterranean climates. We had the whole, you know, Greek and Roman cuisine. There's so much rich history in thinking about how would your people in a world cook. What would they use? What are, like, again, a wok is a simple thing, and you can feed many people with that. A lot of societies would develop a wok in some form. They all did. And yes, we can think about, oh, but how did they, carried food? What would they eat from? And, in, for example, medieval society, they ate from bread. They just had big bread loaves where they put food on and ate with their hands. And then the food loaves were then, where everything soaked in. Those were given to the poor, as a show of gratitude. But those loaves were actually, full of nutrients, which was, there may be, poor people in medieval society, but they didn't let them starve to the big degree, because that was also kind of stupid.
Yeah.
There was, you also have, this whole social
You
dynamic.
could literally write fantasy where it would be not that bad for peasants to starve with certain kinds of magic.
That would actually be kind of fucked up, but yeah.
Oh, I'm reading one of those.
Yeah, but again, speculative fiction. It's about speculating about ideas to make social commentary. That's just an inherent thing about that. Anyway, but again,
It's a thing you can do. Yeah.
oh, you know what's also a good cuisine to look at? Indian cuisine. Holy shit, is there so
awesome.
much old Indian cuisine preserved, which is probably one of the more interesting things, because India has, the thing of being a subcontinent, with a unique climate, hard to reach infrastructure, sitting between two very different other cuisines, being the link, but also having just very strict religious rules. So India is one hell of a good thing to look at. And that's the thing. You can just think about these and find your own solutions to how you write a world. And I think that is actually way more fascinating and interesting, because there's so much delicious shit out there that you're just ignoring.
And that's just the cooking angle.
That is literally just the cooking angle. Do not even get me started on how infrastructure would be managed. And trust me, I know there are a lot of people out there who are but flying shit would be... Listen, any hover technology that you can imagine that would replace trains is copium. Everything that tries to be flying vehicles in fantasy is copium. Flying vehicles
What about maglev?
would be one of the stupidest things to invent, even in fantasy.
Maglev.
Maglev is useless. I'm
Maglev
sorry.
is a train.
I mean, a magical
It's a
maglev.
train.
A magical maglev would basically be a train. A train with magical Gleise.
Magical
Rails.
rails.
Magical rails. Yes. Thank you.
I mean, there's also a big thing I want to point out. By the way, again, if you're just it's hovering, but with guidance, that's just a magical maglev. But also, again, who is doing the hovering? And again, we're just inventing trains again at this point, just, And, again, the easiest form of magic you could do would still be power water. And then just maybe power electricity. And at that point, just build rails. They're just more modified. Sorry.
Or magic telekinesis, and at that point you would ask yourself, why isn't there a sorcerer kingdom that just rules them all? At that point,
At that point, yes. But again,
if they can efficiently, personnel wise, telekinate a train, there is nothing non-magic users can do, or are they all magic users? And then what's keeping them from using that? Because hurling giant rocks at each other is not directly an atom bomb, so not much discouragement about war.
Yeah. But also, again, I think I said it already, but I know a lot of fantasy writers will always be the train. Who will come up with the train? The car is inevitable. Yeah, you know what? Fuck your car-centric reality, car realism.
Yeah.
The car is not inevitable. The train is inevitable. The train is such a simple concept in how it's designed, with rails.
The train was invented further, and the automobile was basically pushed by lobbies from the automobile industry. People themselves didn't want them back then.
Yeah, the automobile was astroturfed to fucking hell and back, and like, don't give, and they're like, but now everyone has them, especially in the USA because it was used as a racial segregation device.
Yeah.
Just
Also,
saying.
Not that
Are we
cars can't
closed
be
for a reason?
useful in certain
Oh
systems.
yeah, sure. Like, you know what? Okay, here's the thing. You know what? People are like, but the car's useful. No, sorry. The truck is useful.
That's what
Most
like
industries-
a small truck for like very specific things, especially
Yeah.
people who aren't connected to train infrastructure and similar things, can be useful.
Yeah, like, you know, also getting groceries, like stuff, you know, from like distribution centers into like shops in the city and stuff. Trucks are useful. They're also useful for, you know, fire.
If you plan around them, you could also do it with trams. But yeah, fire
Oh,
departments.
you would still need something for the last meters usually.
If you plan the city for it,
You could also use trams.
You
yes.
could also use trams. But yeah, for example,
Fire departments.
fire departments.
You know, emergency vehicles,
Hmm?
general just, you know, repair and construction vehicles.
Stuff that shouldn't be dependent on most infrastructure.
That's just, there's a bunch of stuff you need trucks for. And yeah, and then if you go down, there might be, you know, some jobs where, you know, for example, I mean, you know, most jobs like repair jobs, you know, from, you know, people who fix your toilet and shit, they also just basically use small trucks because, duh.
Yeah.
But like, then you're like, the car is maybe for IT service person that needs to get somewhere quick with their equipment. Cars are not that useful for a big amount of people. Just,
It's
Also,
basically made
like-
useful by being the only option.
yeah.
Are we paused for a reason?
Yes.
Yes, because, you know, we kind of want to end out here because it's getting
Yeah,
to
yeah,
4
agree,
a.m.
yeah.
and I'm hungry and Ruben
Yeah.
wants to go to bed. But yeah,
okay.
sorry, the train
Yes,
is inevitable.
please.
We are currently playing the game with the goal of the world starts with no trains and we need to fill it with trains because trains literally powered the whole industrial revolution. They advanced. They connected the planet.
Really weirdly, as soon as you research cars, there is buying demand from your populace for no reason, and also GDP-wise, it's bad to build cars.
It is. It just is.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
on the one hand, Wiki 3 assumes an innate need for cars, but on the other hand, it says you should not build them.
Yeah, it's like, it's a bit funny, but
To a degree, I get it because, like, if somebody invents them, if they're available, then at the very least, rich people are going to want them as a status symbol, and that means that middle class people want them to emulate the rich people. So that's sort of, there would be some, but like just as a luxury thing, but like not.
Yeah.
It wouldn't immediately be, we have cars now, let's immediately build highways everywhere and everybody gets a private car now. Like, it would be a luxury thing, like it was at first.
But the
Yeah.
pop demand is more like the latter.
Yeah, it's
I mean-
definitely it assumes Henry Ford.
yeah, I mean,
The
the
global
irony-
Henry Ford.
Yes.
Yeah,
But like, what I find
Yeah.
fascinating is also that, like, yeah,
And they get
obviously
photo.
cars would, especially, you know, we would also be using electric cars like in the beginning, like
Yeah.
as they did. Electric cars and
Yeah.
trucks would be an obvious replacement for horses because, you know, horses were kind of unviable. But I think just to point that out, I think it's funny that to this day in every country there's like this whole, oh, this famous big person back then said the car will just be a fluke, and like, God damn it, is that the biggest loser cope from the automobile industry? You literally had to fucking invent your own fucking antagonist, being like, oh yeah, Kaiser Wilhelm hates the car. No.
yeah, and one of the few things he was right about.
It would be one of the few things, but like, no. They all looked at the truck and were like, yeah, that's useful. Let's horse shit on our streets, obviously. And like but the personal thing was just like, everyone was like, yeah, why? We can take the tram or the subway. Why do we need this thing now? Obviously, you know, again, a lot of companies were like, sure, let's take the truck. That's just better than the horse. It, you know, takes less stuff. It makes less poop. But like,
yeah, 120 years ago, before cars, big city streets were full of horse shit.
yeah,
Yeah.
and like, that's the thing.
But the upside, there was no concept of jaywalking.
Yeah.
Yeah, jaywalking was invented by the car lobby.
Oh yeah. But let's
Ironic.
Anyway, you know what? We recommended 3 great channels already. Watch Not Just Bikes. Just saying.
Good channel, yeah.
Good channel. But like, that's the thing, you know. As I keep saying, the automobile, like the concept of, you know, the powered moving vehicle, self-moving vehicle.
Should we say goodbye to Ruben
Yeah,
first? Because you're apparently still talking a lot and he wants to go to sleep.
Yeah, good night.
Yes, that would be very kind.
Yes. Good night,
Good
Ruben.
night.
Okay. Night.
I mean, I can also want to wrap this up here, but it's more like
But you won't.
I will. Trust me.
Also,
I just want
if,
to.
if, if,
I just want to
if
point
the car,
out again, the self-powered vehicle was just rapidly replacing horses as trucks. But the
Yeah.
thing is, and let me just be clear here, there's just a limited amount of trucks that the world need. Ford and others made their money with trucks, and then were like, I want to make more money. How can I sell my shit to more people?
Yeah. How can I expand the market?
That's how it worked. Not as if it was a sensible idea. It's like the same reason why, you know,
marketing. Freaking marketing.
I mean, it's the same reason why Michelin started rating restaurants, because they wanted people to actually drive their cars. Because ironically, even when people started buying cars, they didn't drive them a lot. Because, duh! And the thing is, if you don't drive your cars a lot, you do not need a lot of new tires.
Yeah.
So they really tried people to drive their cars.
Same simple profit motive, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. If the car was invented in Constantinople, would it be called the automobile?
Maybe.
Maybe. Oh well. But yeah, that was our long talk about fantasy and food and like, yeah, sorry. I may be gatekeeping to Helen back here, but like, sorry, everyone should
It's
just
not
take
really
a little...
gatekeeping since you have no real power
Yeah, true, but like,
over
sorry.
anyone.
But sorry, like, you should take a little bit more fucking care about writing your medieval setting, for your fantasy setting. Just take an ounce of fuck to give. Just like a little bit.
Yeah,
Just-
like I really I'm really big on world building. You know, to probably to too great a degree, honestly, in some cases. But like I whenever I see kind of lazy world building like that, lazy lore, I take it as kind of a personal affront. Like that's why, like, with Pathfinder's world, Golarion, when I saw the world map for that and read about how the world was laid out, I found it borderline offensive, because it literally just, you know, it is a kitchen sink thing. Like they have all these different various things, different themes and everything, and then they just slap them together on a map and have like a couple of, you know, mountain ranges and forests separating them,
Oh.
and it's all like it is the most, like, I get it from like a gameplay thing, but like you couldn't just leave it separately. You had to make one unified world that makes no sense. And it, like I said, I find it almost offensive how lazy it is. Like if you do that shit, just don't make a single world. Like have, you know, maybe do something like Magic the Gathering, have it all be separate planes or parallel or universe or something, but don't have it all on the same fucking planet where you can go on foot from like Arabian Nights to like Neanderthals riding mammoths with lasers to like slaving wizard states or whatever the fuck. Like it seems it is so lazy, and like I said, it kind of, what type of phrase you use? Like intellectually bankrupt. Or creatively bankrupt? Yeah, like intellectually, creatively bankrupt. And again, like it's if you contrast that with Iron Kingdom, like the world of Iron Kingdoms is also very gamey. Like it is divided into a few major space-filling empires and such that are all very distinct with their own, you know, very clearly different like military styles, because it's a war game. But they put in the fucking effort to make it actually make sense in a way that, like when I read that history section, I was like, I know for a fact that whoever wrote this is a historian. Like they know their shit. They put in so much effort. Honestly, they didn't. Well, I could say they didn't really need to, but it is so much better for the fact that they did actually do that. That is how you do a proper setting. That is how you do proper world building.
The closest thing we have to like this high fantasy world that works because of certain mechanics and stuff that they introduced is basically the Forgotten Realms. But like, how many people know about the Forgotten Realms like for real?
Oh yeah, that's
Nearly no one.
And
Yeah.
like, I'm just gonna put up my own thing because like I think it's not perfect.
I just
but,
wanted
like,
for a while to talk about it before we go to Aventurian
Yeah.
because of course we will.
sorry,
Yeah.
but like I get you. It's like
Because there are a lot of things are like, oh, why is this so weird? Well, gods. The gods can
Yeah.
literally intervene to some degree.
yeah. And even then, you could say some stuff about the Forgotten Realms is a bit weird, but like they weren't supposed to. Like you think about the main thing about the Sword Coast was that it was just the idea of kind of an isolated region with just like some city
No, we're
states.
talking about the Forgotten Realms. That's
Yeah,
more than the
Forgotten
Sword
Realms.
Coast.
Yeah, it's weird because the gods can intervene.
The gods can intervene. Shit, like sure, maybe you can build an airship from some weird wandering planar travelers, but can you operate it? And will it be shot down in your next dragon encounter? Probably. It's like
And there's of course like there is the old the classical joke of the Sword Coast. Those are just the remembered realms. Everything else is the Forgotten realms.
Yes.
yeah, and there's just such a long history and of world building in that place that like it's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
But if we go to like another example,
yeah, I'm just putting it up. So like this is, these are the world. I think this is even from the 4th edition still. It's like basically one key thing you need to keep in mind. This isn't the whole world.
that's
There's
continent.
there's another big continent over here that they can't reach because there's like or barely reach because like
Turbulency.
turbulence in the seas, so and you can't really get over there. And there's some stuff over here, but like again, here is like usually a lot of ice and a gigantic mountain range, so no one goes there. And there's something more down to the south, but again, hard to reach shit. And this one is like I think a bit bigger than in the size of like all of Europe, like from Russia down to Spain. So like there was a lot of climate zones that this thing goes through actually. And like, I think this is not a good example directly of the really in-depth shit, but I think like you'd see
There's more thought put into it.
Yes, I want to say that they actually put a lot more thought in. Like,
There's not that much thought, I think, in the geographic part. I think that could be
yeah, you need to keep in mind this was still made in the 80s.
yeah,
to
to a degree
degree.
better, but it was made by linguistics professors. So the whole it was a lot more about culture and shit.
Yeah, so like actually, if you read the 5th edition source book about the world, like if you go up, for example, what the orcs are based on, they like actually like here's the, they're based on Mongolian tribes. Like they're like here, those are the specific things referenced in that. So they're like actually in the source book have like this is what this is about actually. This is what it's kind of built
Maybe
around.
explain the orcs a bit.
Yeah, and like you have
Maybe
like, what?
explain the orcs.
That they're mostly are more how's
No,
it
no,
called?
actually explain. Not just say Mongolian.
Yeah, they're basically but I don't know the word anymore.
Nomadic?
Nomadic folks, yes, that also usually raid the adjacent countries because that's just where you get a lot of money from and food. Like, and the Mongolians also raided China a lot. It's just a thing that happens. It's just like,
So they do it for food.
yeah, yeah, that's that, and that's how a lot of the northern countries were like starting to be like, the orcs are just they always attack us, and like there are two sides to that story. Like, yeah,
So what's
but
the other side?
how like for the orcs, it's just like, yeah, how do you get like a lot of how do you get easily grain and shit, or even expand your territory as as someone who has your own part carved out in that nomadic field. you can just expand outwards. That's what they usually do. That's just that's just a thing you do if you're like a nomadic tribe.
So can't they do agriculture, or they don't want to?
They do it to a degree. They're not uncivilized.
Yeah, I'm asking if they can't because of the land, or if it's more like they don't want
It's a step thing. They have the typical nomadic stuff, like they usually rely on their horses and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like the Mongolian steppe was
yeah.
not
So they
directly.
can't really plant big fields
Yeah, that's not.
because land not.
Yeah, that's why
Deadline.
nomadic folks actually started appearing because with old tech like medieval tech.
Yeah, but you could say that on your own instead
That's
of
one
me
of the things,
pulling it
yeah.
out of your nose.
Sorry, I kind of was.
No, if you bring up the orcs, you should explain them
Yeah.
properly.
But and
Because
other,
I know you just want to go to Torval.
Torvalds are Vikings and they're cruel, but they're settling. They also the reason why they are like that is because they live on these islands here in this region. So having longboats to sail up and down the coast is one of the. That's why they do it. They're
That's why
traders.
That's why they do it.
It's why they have longboats.
They.
They have longboats.
They.
Torwald people.
Ah,
They have boats so they can actually
long
go
boats.
they can go up and down the coast and into the rivers because it actually makes sense for them. There are a lot of rivers here, and you have a lot of central, more European nations here. There's an imperium in the middle, which kind of makes sense considering.
If you're trying to point something out, I know generally what you're talking about, but we don't have your mouse cursor. So if you're pointing out something specific, we can't
yeah.
really see.
Fuck.
But yeah, I get roughly what you're talking about.
it.
Also, with the orcs, I think another, at least I'm assuming that another part of there are two sides to that story is if they just stick to themselves, then the settled empires around them will inevitably encroach on their land and expand into their territory.
Yeah.
So if they don't fight them every so often, fight them back, kill some colonists, burn down some outposts, then
Yeah.
eventually they're going to lose all their grazing land because the nearby empires will take it over. So that's I assume that's another logical part of the there are two sides to the whole the orcs are always raiding us thing.
Yeah, obviously. And also you have some nations where they're there are two kingdoms, Andergast and Nostria, that are basically the
Can
classic
you
medieval.
maybe show roughly where they are?
They are kind of up.
Don't use your mouse cursor.
They are somewhere up near the I think Koschberg. I think that's where they were. You know what? I maybe can look up for a better map.
Can you give us a geographical name, because I can read the larger names on the map.
I think this one is a better one. Oh yeah, there we go.
Oh, there we see.
That's actually.
Oh, now I see your mouse cursor.
Oh, how did that happen? Wait a second. Also, I think this one's better. Oh yeah, here. Those, for
Oh,
example.
now your mouse cursor disappeared again.
Those
No,
are,
wait, there it is.
they're a
But I
warring.
don't. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Then the Central Empire is yeah,
Yeah, I see Undergust. Where's the other gust?
Andergast and Nostria,
Ah, yeah. Those two.
and they are beefing. They are the medieval kingdoms we're
And down there we have.
this is a newer one, by the way.
That's a new one. Yeah, there's the Caliphate.
Oh, the Caliphate was always a thing.
But it's not. Oh, there's Al-Anfa, my beloved evil country.
So yeah, the thing is that they basically they have a big how's it called desert, and they're also basically the Arabian nations more down to the south are also split, they're not one and the same, but yeah, one of the reasons they have this the big desert areas, it's a desert area, obviously they're not the ones don't really want to invade there. It sucks. You have Maras Khan here to the side. They're a lot of them. A lot of times they're actually, they have a colony history, but they're a bit isolated. Also, Al-Anfa is.
I like the description of Al-Anfa. What's the thing you get if you have the Black Plague on your body?
I
Bubonic
don't
plague?
know anymore.
Ubos?
like the
Oh
big,
yeah, the pestilence, like
the big bumps you get. There's a
Bubo.
What?
yeah.
B-U-B-O, bubo. That's why it's called the
Bubonic.
bubonic plague.
Yeah, it's the bube of the south. Is it
Yeah,
called?
because they're
Yeah.
they're actually like a slave nation.
Yeah.
You know, they're not like even in the they're just like it's not oh, slavery is just a normal. No, they're just assholes. They're literally just they are raiding the southernmost tribes for cheap labor that powers their economy and only for the rich. They're just like legitimate assholes.
That's why we have the Torvalds.
Okay, yeah, the Torvalds hate them. The Vikings just hate them.
Yeah, that's like they're, as we said, with the longboats. They're up and down the whole coast, and so every time they see a slave ship, they just raid and free the slaves.
They're just like that. That's personal for us now. But yeah,
Also, I assume that the thicker black and gray lines on this map are like administrative divisions, and not rivers. You see the rivers.
they're
That was another thing that I noticed on the other map as well. Like it's a small thing, but the rivers make sense. Like that's
yes,
one of the big.
I know. Like you can see it here better. They make of sense.
That's a good sign. Yeah, that's a good sign that they put in at least that level, minimum level of effort.
Yeah. So again, I like the system. Actually, I really like it.
It's it has a more complicated stat system, but it tends to doesn't lean, but the end result of the stat system makes for less min-maxy characters.
Yeah, that's
Since a lot of things you do are always calculated out of 3 of your attributes.
yeah. So, and you have basically 4 mental and 4 physical attributes. So, and they kind of intermingle, interwove.
Yeah.
For like climbing a mountain, you need like, I don't know how to translate exactly, but like the gist is you need strength, right?
Yeah.
I think you need like dexterity
Yes.
and willpower.
Yeah. Because
climb.
you kind of need to be like, I need to do this. So
It's a bit more complex than that, because I basically borrowed like D&D terminology here.
But it makes sense, right? It kind of makes sense that it's more than just one thing. But yeah, there's a bit about world building and shit. Like, I mean, like, this is like, I would say, again, I don't think Aventuria is perfect, but I would say, this is what I would say if someone makes like one central continent with a lot of things on it and gives an ounce of fuck, you actually end up with something that is kind of nice.
I mean, they had
put in
a
effort.
whole feminist revolution.
Yeah, that was probably the most interesting thing there. Yeah, they were like, yeah, shit, we can have misogyny in our world, and they were like, yeah, no, what if there was like a worldwide thing? There was just kind of a revolution with equality, and they were like, that's just written in the story. Also, again, take notes, fucking Games Workshop. Don't just retcon shit all the time, you cowards. Honestly, here's the thing. I'm not even that mad with some of the results of the retcons. It's just like I think the retcons are insanely lazy.
Yeah. Which one you talking about your status, I think?
Basically all of them. Like, for example, that they just were like, oh hey, you remember the Tau? Everyone's like, who's the Tau? Oh, they were there all the time. You really could have just said, oh, now the Imperium, it was made contact with the Imperium that day. The Imperial bureaucracy learned that there were Tau they were fighting all the time. That would actually make sense, but no, you just were like, no, they're there now. They're just there now. Or, nowadays, other things are like, oh, the Leagues of Botania, they were just there all the time. Oh, really? They were just there all the time. The Imperium just didn't know. You couldn't even write like, oh, their region was now accessible again because of warp storms or shit. That was too much. And now they're like, oh yeah, you know what? Female custodians were there all the time. Listen, Games Workshop.
Good end result.
Good end result, but you are fucking lazy again.
Yeah.
And like, this is probably the thing they will.
We already had that someone asked the Emperor like, why aren't there female custodians? And he was just sad. So how about he's a piece of shit. He isn't anyway. Make him misogynistic.
I mean, but when there are no female space marines, and like, here's the thing: the real reason there are no female space marines is there were female space marines back in the first Rogue Trader edition. No one bought them, so they just were like, let's just save up on cost and just, well, like, let's just ship the male ones and then they just wrote it into the law. But the thing is, again, if you then know retcon is because suddenly, female heads are becoming, I guess, a viable product to sell, because that's the thing, the armor will not change. There will not be, Space Marine boot plates. It's just heavy fucking armor. Again, that's just gonna be lazy. Just fucking write into the story that the Emperor is a piece of shit. And, if there is a way to make female Space Marines, you know what? Make him a different faction. Have the fucking guts to be like, no, these people would be fucking pissed about the Emperor.
Maybe now that Rubugiman or however he's called is back, maybe he does that now.
Papa Smurf, really? I mean,
Why
that could be a
not?
thing. That could be one thing, but you could actually, like, uncover the fact that he's like, yeah, our dad just was, like, really fucking shitty.
He doesn't like him anyway, so...
But, like, make more than just, oh, they were there all the time. If I see that one more time, I would personally go to Manchester and smash something. Like, holy shit, it is so lazy. It is so utterly fucking lazy.
And now you're hyperbole, but you shouldn't say that on record.
Yeah, I will not smash anything. Like, if anyone smashes shit in Manchester, I don't even know if they're in Manchester. I think they're in Manchester. That wasn't me. I'm too poor to go over to Britain, okay? Don't sue me. I'm just poor. I'm just angry at your laziness. But again, give an ounce of fuck and you can make a somewhat interesting fantasy setting. And then, again, if you want to change something, maybe think about how that change would actually happen in the world itself.
And why?
And why.
I mean,
Yeah.
the Aventurian
Yeah.
has different magic systems. Like, D&D has something kind of where some types of spellcasters have access to some different spells, but in DSA you have like completely different things, or even the same spell will be cast differently depending on which type of spellcaster casts them.
Yeah. And like, again, or if you're like, oh shit, I'm not... Yeah, that's a thing they should maybe put in.
Huh? No, that's a thing
Okay.
that's in DSA.
Oh yeah.
I'm just
Yeah.
because you generally know more about the system, and I know you told me several times, I gave you the opportunity.
I don't want to go into that, actually. I kind of wanted to wrap everything up now. We can talk about it afterwards still,
But it would be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of cool. For example, there are lizard people in these and they use crystals as, magic catalysts they just function totally different. Or, you have...
Like, how are they functioning different?
Can't really describe that because I never read really into that. But basically, they're taking magical energy out of them and using those to cast shit. It's more shamanistic, I'd say.
No, I'm not
But, like,
talking
you
more
also have,
mechanically, but okay.
Yeah, but also mechanically, it's not that different. Let's just be real here. They're not doing that. It's more like, for example, a big thing is that they have a lot of spells very specific to what kind of spellcaster you are. Like, for example, if you're a witch, you have a lot of curses because you're a witch. That's your thing. You curse people. But also
Old
importantly,
school curses.
but yeah, old school curses because they're usually tied to something. Like you curse someone, and you usually have a condition about you change that, and the curse goes away. That's how the curse works.
Like the greedy lord, everything he eats turns to stone.
Yes, which is good.
Until he isn't greedy anymore and doesn't exploit his subjects anymore. For example.
Or if you're like playing, they're jesters, and jesters have their own kind of magic, and those are usually evil. Like there's one that actually, because they're usually there to fuck with people, and one of them is that you can make someone only speak in rhymes, and the rule literally says if you can't speak in rhymes, you can't speak at all. So it's also a fun way to fuck with the GM.
Or the other way around.
Or the other way around.
I mean,
Yes.
what I still remember is, like, for example, witches and wizards both can cast fireball.
Yeah, but
A form of fireball.
a form.
But
yes.
the witch, for example, takes a lot longer to cast a fireball
Yeah.
than a wizard, for example.
Yeah, and you can't really, learn from other schools that much. Like, you can do it, but it's hard because, again, your understanding how magic works is like literally different than others.
Yeah, it's a different language system, basically.
Yeah, and that's just again one of the things that makes your fantasy world a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, same that the whole character creation system is integrated in how you build your character.
Yeah, because you don't have a class. You pick a profession that learned somewhere in the world.
Yeah, and so you want to play wizard. Okay, so you pick wizard. So what does that imply? First of all, most of your life is gone. You can't use it on something else.
Like you studied shit.
You studied in a college. Depending on what college, you have some different traits. But you will be like not knowledgeable about the world around you, general customs.
Yeah, you're like a
You'll
socially
be a
awkward.
massive
basically.
nerd.
Yeah, you're socially awkward. That's just one of your traits, and then you have to roleplay that because that makes sense. And when people are like, "Oh, but I don't want to play," well, tough luck. You're playing a wizard. You're a nerd now. Deal with that. Or if you're depending on where you learn to how to fight sword, you fight with different swords, with different schools, with different maneuvers. That's just also a thing you learn differently.
Yeah.
Or if you're
I'm just like, this all, like, it sounds like a very interesting system.
Yes.
yeah.
It sounds very cool.
Also,
I want to learn it someday.
yeah. Also, one of the coolest
Same.
distinction, if you're like a priest, like priests and stuff is a separate profession and doesn't give you like access to magical powers. You have to be actually blessed by a god and receive the powers from them.
And then that's a whole other magic
And that's
system.
a whole different system that goes on a different resource and does different things. And like, yeah, you
Very good.
and like, oh, by the way, if you're wondering, yes, there is a goddess of lust, and yes, she can bless you. That is doable.
Yes.
Also, funny shit, there is actually like one thing because remember those Anagast in Nostria? Like basically a blessed, like a prophet of hers, once stopped like a whole battle between them, and they started like, and then it was just retcon as that never happened. They were so embarrassed by that. Oh, also other things. is,
In the original lore, was it like she stopped the battle and it just
no, her chosen stopped the battle.
Yeah.
And made everyone like each other.
the prophet, the prophet stopped the battle by just making everyone massively horny for each other. Is that what they
think it was
retconned?
horny. It's kind of implied, but like it's a bit unspecific.
Uh-huh.
But yeah,
Yeah.
they were like, no. But I think I like the idea that you're basically prophets for your god. That
Yeah.
makes sense. And
And
there
that
can be a
takes-
lot of things.
Yeah, and then you're thinking, oh, is that good? Yeah, it's technically good with enough points, but you generally start as a scrub.
Yeah.
So it costs a lot of points to get in the favor of a god and make
Yeah.
all the things. And so you're a certain age already, so you can't put that many time-consuming professions to learn on there. And it costs other points that you can spend on other shit like stat enhancement and talents and...
But also, like, just to wrap it up with what I also just kind of like as, writing. So, this world has a goddess of war. So her
Very
most
good.
devout followers are the Amazons. And obviously, they think, you're a guy, I like to like, oh, you're a guy and you want to be a warrior? Yeah, fucking prove yourself. Who can be a true warrior than a woman? It's a goddess of war after all. You fucking poser. So I just like that.
Yeah.
They're just
Interesting
in that
twist,
sense,
yeah.
They're just in that sense. No, you're a guy. You have to prove yourself. Women, yeah, those are natural born warriors. Obviously, like we have the goddess. Ugh.
It's the same with like the sun god.
Oh, the sun god is
He's
just
like
a massive piece of shit.
he's like technically the good guy, but he's just an ass.
Hello, Zeus. Anyway,
Basically.
I'm reminded of this one shitpost that I saw. I have a screenshot. Shitpost. Like a couple of posts on some image board. I have a screenshot somewhere about like Pelor in probably 3.5 D&D, some version of D&D. Like the main god of humanity, lawful good, and everything. But that there used to be this other god of humanity who was evil and like human supremacist and everything. But at some point he disappeared, and then later on Pelor appeared, and they both have like share a lot of similarities. They have a lot of similar aesthetics. They have gold and kind of base. But the big difference visually, like they both just look like guys, but Pelor has a big beard. So basically, like the gist of the post is that old god kind of like went into hiding for a while, grew a beard, and rebranded himself as Pelor. So Pelor is actually just kind of like human supremacist evil god, pretending not to be like
And-
Pelor the burning hate.
And depending
let's
on
look at
how the
post.
humans think about stuff, he will change accordingly.
Yeah,
Like, that's the interesting thing.
find
Like,
the post.
an evil god pretending to be not so evil will be, as a result, less evil.
yeah,
Even if he doesn't want to, because his followers, especially if it's a lot of followers that think of
Yeah.
him as more good, it will automatically change.
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh well. But yeah, that was just a little bit about fantasy writing and shit to end this out, because I think again, learn about food history. Just
Yeah.
fucking do it.
So
and
the-
like, you know what? You can as I think Zero Came said so wonderful. You can learn about food history by doing hack maxing. Just like get a big iron pot, stir like everything, a brew in there, and cackle. It works.
I'm thinking of something completely different when you say hack maxing.
Anyway,
We spend too much time online.
have a wonderful evening, everyone. Have a wonderful weekend ahead of you. We will end before our internet resets, and otherwise, yeah, have a wonderful time. See you all on Sunday, if nothing comes in between, for more The Evil Within 2. And yeah, have a good night. Bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.